should be.
Are you going to beat Astrea?
uh, I can't tell you right now.
Easy game, easy win?
I can't tell you because he's my friend.
Oh, okay. So if I say Astrea Chobo, no?
No, it's not. He's not sober at all. But let's be honest. But he didn't play that many games in few months. Yeah. That's all.
Well, fighting. Good luck. Okay, let's take a walk over to the SC4ALL area, and then I'm going to throw it to the couch, and we can try to hop into some games. People still streaming in. Venue not quite as full as it was yesterday when we did our walk around, but you know, a lot of the Swiss players have been eliminated, so I think they went out drinking last night. They might be sulking a little bit this morning, but they'll be here later. They do want to see the phenomenal games that we do have planned and set up for them. We've got a quick look at our couch here. These are going to be our first casters for the day. We've got Profane and Meisenhower. So excited to have them. But let's just take a quick peek at what's going on over in StarCraft 64 world. Pretty cool. They got their whole gang mobilized out here. And yeah, I heard Groovy's good. Groovy wants that money, baby. Groovy wants that money. Hell yeah, dude. He's coming for the throne. He's coming for the throne. He wants that money. He wants to unseat our StarCraft 64 champions. And let's see if it's possible. But without further ado, let's go ahead and throw it, I guess, to a brief break. And then we're going to cut to the couch after that. So thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, we're going live with Day 2 of SC4ALL, Round of 8 playoffs, single elimination, StarCraft 2 and StarCraft Brew War. Let's get hyped! Let's get hyped!
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 here of the SC4ALL to the offline event. The offline event happening in Philadelphia. I'm of course Josiah VIP. With you, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the playoffs, to the quarterfinals, baby. Let us go! Exclamation mark! Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at it yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we do have our round of 8. We have our round of 8 here. We have Astrea versus Percival, Gerald versus Epic, Trigger versus Jon Snow, and Mixu versus Future. We have 4 matches happening at the same time, and we have our initial matchup. If you want to tune into Astrea versus Percival, that's going to be happening over on the main stream. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is, or representing Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran, the red Terran, it is Epic. And here we go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. And again, we do have 2 events happening at the same time. We have the StarCraft 2 tournament, and we have the Brood War tournament as well. So we do have our initial matchups here. We do have our initial back and forth, and we have our first series of the broadcast. From my understanding, I believe all the quarterfinal matches are going to be happening at the same time, and that means that the semis can then be played one after the other without much issue. Yesterday, we had a very long broadcast. It was very long, very intense, and we're now able to just calm down, settle in, and ideally not have as many issues when it comes to how long the broadcast is. We were like, what, 11 hours? It was crazy, man. It was crazy. We're here, we are back though, and again, so far double gas opener out of Epic. We do see a standard opener out of Gerald across the map. So far we're calming down, so far we are settling in. Whew. With this, again, it's going to be a more tech-heavy start. When it comes to Epic's TVP, I'm not too sure. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've covered Epic. We didn't get a chance to cover him yesterday, unfortunately, so I'm curious to see if Epic is going to be more aggressive. I'm curious to see if he's going to be in the face of Gerald. We have seen him go back and forth with Gerald before. I do recall the previous Cheeseadelphia, where they did actually have an intense series, and now we're here with the rematch. Let's go. Let's go. Just catching up. Catching up, man. But yeah, hope you're all doing well in the chat. I know that the daylight savings did hit the Americas today, I believe. It did today. So maybe a little bit of different times, start times or time zones. Regardless, we do have a full day of StarCraft and some StarCraft 64 as well. True. Some StarCraft 64. It's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be crazy. As we are going to be opening up with our 1-1-1. Reaper does it with a probe. Stalker is on the way. Ideally here to delay and to disrupt the initial opener. Stalker does avoid the main attack path, and from here we can go straight for the natural. We can go for the SCV. And with that, the SCV is going to go down. A CC is going to be delayed. Marines, they do respond, but the SCV will still go down. So nice pickup. Nice pickup here by Gerald. Likewise, Reaper does get into the main. Will disrupt, will harass the mineral line. And will harass, nice surround. Oh, Reaper, he does go down. Bit of an extension there from Epic. So as we get into the early mid game here, Epic does at least scout the main base. He was able to confirm the Twilight Council. Behind this, going across the map, going for a Marine Cyclone drop, and we'll see how many workers we can kill here. The goal should be for economic damage. Gerald, he is waiting back at home. He's got 3 Stalkers, shield battery in the main base, shield battery at the natural. Gerald, he is very well set up. He is secure. Ooh, Hallucination Scout is going to be barely denied. Just barely. Does deny the scouts. Behind this, we have a 3-1-1 setup. Stim is heavily being prioritized here. Okay, very fast Stim. No wonder he wants to deny the scouts. So this should lead into an early push and early Stim timing. So Epic is being the aggressor. Epic will be pushing. So Epic does pull back. Pulls back, hallucination to the main base. Does confirm that Stim is on the way. Is aware. The army is amassing, and soon Epic can move out. Here he can soon move out. Oh, likewise, just timing on the medevac. Very nice snipe. Yeah, Marines go down. Tank barely does escape. Oof. These are brutal pickoffs. Medevac, Marines, the Cyclone as well. And this is delaying Epic. This is shutting him down before he can really push. Stim is almost done, but now already losing medevac is brutal. That was a medevac for Marines, the Cyclone. And again, it's all on Gerald to delay, right? To delay the move out, to contain Epic for as long as he can. For as long as he can, bad. It's Marine. Epic, he still does have to move out, so the boys are being pulled. 2 base all in out of Epic. It's all or nothing. Remember, he has Stim, but he has to make sure he doesn't waste it. So he's holding on to that Stim. Again, Gerald, he thankfully did see this ahead of time, so he's chipping away at the army. Oh, gets a Marine. But we'll lose a Stalker. A brutal loss there for Gerald. Back at home, shield batteries are ready. Charge is going to finish up soon. Needs a little bit more time, warping in as many as he can. As many as he can. And Epic, he does get engaged with the Zealots. He has also get into all the tanks. It's going to be close here, but the tanks, they should barely go down. Yeah, they should, and they barely will. He gets 1, 2. Nice target firing here by Epic. Does focus on as many Stalkers as he can. Gets every single... The repair! Oh my god! The repair keeps the tank alive! No shot. And Epic, he's doing it. I just assumed both tanks would go down, but only one. Only one did fall. Master repair on the tank. Keeps it alive. Barely kept alive, and Epic's done it. Yeah, Epic, he has done it. He has broken Gerald. Depowers all the gateways. Tank stable siege. And Gerald, he barely didn't have enough. It was close. It was close, pappy. Just got the 1 tank. Meanwhile, you can see Gerald trying to catch reinforcements. Epic, he was delaying his reinforcements back in the center of the map. Army gets in. Does go for the Stim. Yeah, tanks do siege. 1 tank will fall. Once again, we have the repair. The attempted repair. Yeah, and again, with the rallying reinforcements, GG gets called, and Epic will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Epic will take a lead in the series, and with that, I mean, that's already a crazy start here. Epic, he does take that lead. Again, Gerald, he did see the move out. He delayed the push as well. More importantly, he was able to pick off Marines. He was able to get one of the tanks as well, but barely didn't get the second tank. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Here we go. So getting into our next game. Thankfully, it was a bit of a shorter game. We're just making sure we have all the casters involved. Getting them all in. And here we go. Beautiful. I just realized I'm fading into the abyss. Not gonna lie, completely unexpected. I mean, if you recall, Epic did bring down Geralt in the previous Cheesedelphia. That did happen. But it was still very close. It was still a very close series, and this can still be close as well, as we are in our best of 5 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Representing Streamer Zone, it is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player. We have the American Terran for Sidestorm Gaming. It is Epic. Whew. And again, Gerald, he barely was unable to shut down the all-in. He was able to snipe the initial medevac, get the Cyclone, pick off a couple of Marines. Like, it wasn't a bad start for Gerald when it came to a Stalker harass, but him committing into the tanks the way that he did, I mean, the SimCity, I say SimCity, the body blocking was good enough. We had the Marines pushing forward. We had the SCVs getting a full surround, or almost a full surround as well on the tanks. And again, I was a little bit shocked by the Master Repair barely keeping those tanks alive. It was close. It was the Master Repair against the DPS of the Zealots, and barely the Repair did excel. Did it for well. barely kept the tanks alive. Not just that, I should also give credit to Epic's target firing. It's something that we did take note of during the fights, we barely briefly mentioned, but Epic did a great job at just focus firing the stalkers. Like with his tanks, he did target fire the stalkers, made sure there was no friendly fire, made sure he didn't attack the zealots, and it was very much so intentional with his fight, with that engagement. GG, well played. Here we go. As from here we are setting up. Once again, double gas opener into a faster factory. Welcome to Pylon. Now, I do expect to see another 2-base all-in. It doesn't have to be the same kind of all-in, though. From here, we could go into an earlier push without any stim. We could go for a more tank Banshee heavy composition instead. There are different variations of all-in that you can go for, so our eyes are definitely going to be on Epic here. Likewise, it's going to be on Gerald to play safe. Ooh, as he does snipe the initial Reaper. Nice pick up here by Gerald. Epic, he fails to confirm the tech. It is going to be a Twilight Council standard opener, but Epic is unaware. He's unaware. I've been lied to. Astrea vs. Percival isn't on the main stage. Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. I was told that they were going to be casted, but maybe not. Or maybe they have observers in both games and they're focusing on one or the other. I couldn't tell you, Pappy. I couldn't tell you. Oh, that means we could have casted a Stravers. We could have gone for Astrea Percival. It's all good. It's all good. I'm content with our series. But I did stay away from Astrea Percival because due to the mainstream. Oh, as that does get in. So far it gets a full scout. It is going to be a initial 2-on-1 setup, nothing too crazy yet. Now, as a reminder, last game we did have an earlier add-on swap into faster stim. We'll see if we see something similar here, as once again we do go for the Cyclone drop. So Cyclone Marine drop across the map. Gerald, he's going into how many gateways? We have 2 more gates on the way, 2 already done. 4 gate blink. This time 4 gate blink Stalker. This is meant to hard counter and completely shut down aggressive play with aggression of his own. If you recall, Gerald did the same thing against Dolan. I believe on this very map as well. So 4 gate blink Stalker. Beat aggression with aggression. Drop into the main base. Boys are being fooled. Only gets 1 probe. Think they're doing 1 at a time, no? From my understanding, no. The semifinals will be 1 at a time. That is true. So here we go. As tanks are massing, Vikings as well. Yeah, we're pushing. So we're going for the early push. Now, this is going to be hitting earlier than the previous one, but what is the difference here? No stim. You can see here, there's no tech lab on the Raxes, there's no stim. But Gerald, he's going for the counterattack, and any delay here is going to benefit him so much. Going for the tech lab even. And Epic, he's pushing. Well, we got to make a choice. What are we doing? Epic is going to try to keep up. The all-in is heavily delayed. Yeah, delayed all in here by Epic. He'll lose the Cyclone. We'll lose the Tech Lab as well, so that means no more tank reinforcements, not without rebuilding that Tech Lab. Oh, he starts eBay. Okay, he does start the eBay. So Epic is pushing, but he is taking up behind this. I mean, he has to. Oh, the tank goes down. Oh, no, down to 1 tank. Second tank is on the way. And again, Gerald doing a much better job at shutting this down. I say that, but charge isn't done yet. And remember, this is hitting earlier. It's hitting earlier than last game, so charge is not going to be a factor, at least initially. Epic is moving in. We got the slow bots. And he gets into the first tank, and the boys not here to repair. Yeah, there's no repair this time. Second tank does arrive. It does focus on those stalkers. But this time, Gerald, he will completely shut this down. He swallows up the army. And again, Gerald, he had extra gateways, he had extra warp ins. He achieved that much more with the stalkers to make sure there were no reinforcements. And Epic is in a brutal position here. Gerald's moving out. And what is it to defend? So we got a bunker on the way. We have a marauder. This is the army. One marauder, 2 marines, no bunker, and Gerald, he can just walk in. He can just walk in. GG gets called. There's nothing left, and Gerald ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, we're tied up. Again, Gerald, he did respond, did react with his own hyper-aggressive build, going for his own setup. Going for his own... Yeah, going for his own 4-gate blink. And with that, just completely shut down Epic. And with that, we're getting into game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on ley lines. We're here to determine who will take a lead in the series. Now, we saw 4-gate blink out of Geralt, and we expected that more on ley lines. Sorry, on pylon, I meant to say. But now that we load into ley lines, now we're going to be seeing most likely less aggressive builds out of Geralt, and Epic will have the opportunity to go for another 2-base all-in. Now, is this series going to be full of nothing but 2-base all-ins? It's very likely. Is what I will say. It's very likely. As spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Epic. Like wearing a jacket made of stardust. Yes, exactly. Oh no. It's made from the Korean Protoss player. Made it himself. Smooch. But now though, we do have our double gas open out of Epic once again. So far, every game, Epic has gone for a different build. Game 1, he rushed into an early stim timing. Game 2, he went for instead an earlier push with vanilla marines, tanks, and Viking support. Here in Game 3, we could open up with, say, Banshee play. We can go for a tank Banshee. We can go for a Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go for a more committed Cyclone drops. We can open up Widowmine drop as well. Epic does have a lot of options when it comes to his opener. We'll see what he does commit into. Show us what you got. Do we expect him to 2-base all in? We do. Do expect it. But we'll see if he meets those expectations. Ooh, as the first probe does go down. Bit of a slip up there by Gerald. Once again, factory is being prioritized. Technically, this can, if we stay and if we commit into gases, we can go for a starport into a 1-base all-in. But Epic is not that spicy. He's not that crazy. Instead, he will take that low gun expansion. I want to say that last Cheese Duffy, we casted a TVP between Future and Geralt, and Future, I think it was a best of 7. And I want to say that Future he cheesed every game. Like, I remember that. Future was an animal. An animal. And it was getting to Geralt, by the way. Like, it was... he was visibly bothered. As we did have player cams at the time. See, can Epic win that mental warfare? So far, we do have our Twilight Council back at home. So Twilight Council opener. We'll keep an eye on the gateways. So far, it's going to be 3-gate blink. So 3-gate blink out of Gerald. Once again, we have the Marine Cyclone drop. So the opener itself has been the same every game. Double gas into Cyclone drop. Hello. This time, early add-on swap into what? Into Stim. This looks like the same build as game 1. So unlike game 2, here we have the add-on swap, but very fast Stim is being resourced, so there's going to be very early Stim timing. Gerald, he scouts immediately. Yeah, fast scout here by Gerald. If you remember in game 1, the Cyclone denied the scouts, so this time was unable to. Yeah, was unable to deny the scouts. So Gerald, he sees all, he knows all. And it's going to be on Gerald to keep up and to get ready for this Stim timing for the all-in. Gerald, I believe, is getting another gateway. Yep, 4th gateway. So 4th gateway is on the way. So it's going into 4-gate blink Stalker. Drop into the main base. Gerald, he's in position. Gerald does keep up. From here is keeping up. Zoning away. And how many tanks? I believe this should move out with 3. So he's about to have 2 tanks. Then he can start pushing and then reinforce with the 3rd. Gerald, he's already here. And we'll see if Gerald can catch out the medevac, get some tanks, or even just delay the push by going into the main. He does a direct path in. Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for the main base. He has 9 stalkers. Oh! We have to make a choice. Yeah, dives in, going for the add-ons. Epic commits. Does commit across the map. He doesn't turn around. Boys are being pulled. Remember, Gerald, he can always recall. He can always recall back home, so he gets 2 SCVs. He delays some of the production, delays the mining, delays the economy, makes it back home. And this time, Epic didn't pull the boys to repair. Oh, here they come. Okay. I was like, he didn't pull the boys this time. Nah, they're just a little bit late. So we're going to be lacking repairs for the near future. 3rd base goes down. But it's not about the 3rd, it's about the natural. Nice rotation by Gerald. Oh, does catch the SCVs. SCV's getting picked up. Oh, Epic, a little bit indecisive. Charge is done in 3 seconds. Charge does commit. Oh, he does commit in. Gets one of the tanks. Gets one. Gets both tanks just barely. This time no repair. Yeah, no repair this time. But another tank does rally in. It's close. It's still so very close. Final tank goes down. Yeah, without any more tanks, Gerald, he can afford more warp-ins. He can pull his own boys. It's still so close here. That shield battery. Yeah, with the help of the shield battery, Gerald holds. Gerald, he does hold on. And again, imagine this fight with a repair, right? With the mass SCVs getting and buffering for the main army. Buffering for the tanks, keeping them alive. Epic, his attack was disjointed. The boys, they were too late. They were lagging behind. And with that Epic, he's just being outscaled. He's just being outscaled. We'll lose the medevac. Lose Marines. Remember, Epic, he pulled all his boys, at least at the natural, so economically he's in the gutter. He has no economy. And again, this was the same build that we saw in game 1, but the execution was a little bit lacking. But we could see the potential there with it. Like, it was like he still almost broke through despite blundering, despite fumbling the attack. Still almost pulled it off. Now, my concern here is, are we out of builds? Because again, so far in this best of 5, we've seen 2 builds so far. This is the same one that we saw in game 1. I'm hoping that we have a little bit more variety coming into the rest of the series. Hoping. Yes, Epic does make his way across the map. Again, this is the final push for Epic. Tanks are getting caught unsieged. So let's take a lapse in. And Gerald here will completely clean this up. Takes down both tanks. Both tanks go down. And again, there's just not much here. There's not much left. GG gets called. And Gerald, he will take a lead in the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Gerald, he was able to delay, he was able to distract as well with that Stalker counterattack. Remember, there was a couple of key differences comparing Game 3 to Game 1, where in Game 3, we saw that Gerald was able to scout earlier. He got the hallucination across the map that much faster, he confirmed the build, he confirmed the all-in, so he had the wherewithal to throw down a 4th gateway to build up his Stalkers and to move out across the map and counterattack. With that counterattack, I'm sure that's part of the reason why Epic's push was a little bit lopsided, where he didn't pull the boys, where they were stuck defending back at home, so it was more of a chaotic setup there. It was more chaotic. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. And with that, we are now getting into our next game. And Gerald is 1 game away from claiming the series. What a must. 1 more game is all he needs. Let's go. As we are loading into Gressvan. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Gressvan, we have the Polish Protoss player. The Polish Protoss, we have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 2-1. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the American Terran, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Epic. Catching one chat. Epic's tanks never got to do anything. Yeah, exactly, right? Like the tanks, they never came into play. They didn't have the support that they needed. As you mentioned, the boys were pulled a little bit too late. By the time the boys arrived, the tanks had already gone down. So again, the execution was lacking there for Epic, but also like Gerald had a crisper response and a cleaner defense. Both kind of came into play. It's NA. Why would you need more than 1 build? We've had 2 different builds, like, to be fair, but only 2 so far. Double gas to open it out of Epic. Once again, going for the faster factory. So far, we've seen 2 different variations of all-in. We've seen the earlier stim timing, and we've seen the stim-less all-in, which does hit faster. We saw that in Game 2. Here in Game 4, what's it going to be? As welcome to Gressvan. Gressvan is one of the larger maps in the map pool. It is an older map from back in 2023, so it's been a couple of years since we've had Gressvan in the tournament map pool. A blast from the past. We've seen many a long and late game on this map, but I don't think that Epic wants to embrace a longer and later game. Gerald has a reputation. I didn't really get to discuss it, but Gerald, he has some insane late game PvT. He does regularly take down some of the top Koreans in the late game as well. Players like Cure, players like Byun. So if Gerald can get there, he's an animal. And that's where he's at his best. And clearly, as we're seeing, Epic wants to end it earlier. Doesn't want to let Gerald get there. Oh. Let's go! The Jukes! Gerald! He hated the steam and he held his breath. He somehow survived. Okay, let's go. Gerald. He's crazy. Probe does manage to slip by. Comes in for a rescout, and we'll be able to get eyes on the timing of the CC. And even being as annoying as possible. Yeah, Epic turns back around. Thankfully, he will save his SCV, but he's forced back home, right? He's forced to turn around, forced back home. This allows Gerald to have more time to react and to respond and to build up. Stalkers on the high ground. Once again, just keeping Epic busy. Nice snipe, gets a Reaper. Reaper goes down, Epic getting into his own 1-1-1. Ooh, a little bit supply blocked. Just for a moment. Once again, Twilight Council out of Gerald. He's on 2 gates. Ooh, are we cutting corners? 3. Okay, getting up to 3. So 3 gate blink out of Gerald. Extra racks is on the way. And we'll see if he goes for an add-on swap here. Or keeps the tech lab on the tank. Sorry, on the factory for tanks. Bays at the mine shot. Nice moves out of Gerald. Yeah, same build. Yep, add-on swap, early stim. This is the same build we saw last game. So same build for the 3rd time this series. Let's go. Now, to be fair, I don't blame him because, as we mentioned in the last game, like, it did feel like the execution of the build was a little bit lacking, and we definitely could have seen Epic tighten it up, and we could have seen it work as well. Like, it was still a very close hold, despite, you know, not actually, like, bringing everything together at once. More importantly, Gerald, how many gateways? 4. Wow, he didn't even scout. He didn't even check the main base, but he's like, you know what? Like, this guy's crazy. I would just get a 4th gateway anyway. So, building up to 4 gateways to have extra gateway units to be able to apply more pressure. This time we do have Marauders being incorporated into the main army. So a couple of Marauders. Stalkers, they dive into the main. Can he deny stim? No shot. He does see. Yeah, he sees stim. Blinks in, gets a medevac. Okay, nice time. Medevac goes down, going for the Marauder. Marauder goes down as well. Massive pickoff. Gets a medevac, gets a Marauder. Going for the tank. Blinks down, gets a tank as well. Oh, God. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. 3 SCV kills. Tank, medevac, Marauders. Base at the mine shot, snipes the wooden mine as well, and you can see Gerald just achieving and just getting so much value here, being so efficient with his stalkers. And that stim timing, it's coming and going. Like, we're missing that window, we're missing that timing. Sure, stim is done, but what can Epic do here? Starts the eBay. Okay, starts the eBay. Tries to move out. Yeah, here we go. We pull the boys. So boys are being pulled. This is still the same 2 base all in, but this is hitting later. It is hitting late. SCVs are getting called out as well. So late 2 base all in. He lost one of the tanks already. Lost a medevac already. So this all in has been significantly weakened. There's a recall back home, and Gerald is getting ready. Throwing down more shield batteries. Charge. Lost charge is done. It's got a couple of force fields as well, or even just a guardian shield. It does engage. Tanks are sieging. First tank is going to go down. He gets 1. There's 1 left. Yeah, 1 tank remaining. Yeah, the tank falls, and Gerald, he will completely shut this down. Again, unfortunately, Epic going for the same build 3 times in this series. Once is fine, Pappy. Once is fine, but we got to vary it up, Pappy, because Gerald, he's just been hard countering it. Just delaying his 3rd base, getting extra gateways more than usual, just to make sure he can just shut down any kind of aggression. Just assuming that Epic would. And he assumed correctly. And with that, Gerald, he's done it. He's almost out of control. GG gets called, and Gerald, he will take the series 3-1. He will advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Gerald, as it does claim the series. That does take down Epic. Epic is out of the tournament. And my condolences to Epic. Again, he did come in, you know, and he was able to claim that first win and catch Goat with his pants down. was able to pull that off. But alas, we saw that after that first game, Gerald was playing very safe. He was playing very safe. He was like, okay, I understand the kind of play you're going for. I understand you as a player. I'm just going to be as safe as possible, if not as aggressive as possible as well, to keep up and to kind of like out-aggress his opponent and yeah, completely shut him down. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Gerald. And let's catch up on the rest of the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay. Beautiful. As I do need a moment. Un momento, papi. What is happening? Okay, sorry. Just had some people joining the lobby. God damn it. But here we go. We are setting up. And very quickly here. Bam, beautiful. We do have our bracket. Okay, so we do have the quarterfinals underway. Gerald, he's the first player to make it through. Meanwhile, I have confirmation Astrea and Percival, their vetoes are done, and we are jumping to game 1. Meanwhile, Future and Mixu, their vetoes are done, and they're jumping into game 1 as well. Trigger and Jon Snow, it looks like they are, let's have a look, mid-series. So all the other 3 matches are currently underway. Trigger and Jon Snow, they're mid-series, and again, we are jumping to game 1 of our own matchup of Percival and Astrea. I believe Rotterdam should be covering game 1 of the other match. Yeah, Rotterdam, he should be covering game 1 of Future and Mixu. So he's got him. He's got him. Otherwise, we are getting good to go. So again, the rest of the quarterfinals are going to be underway. Again, we had a really fast series between Gerald and Epic. Very fast. Fast enough so that we can jump into game 1 of Astrea and Percival. Thank God. All lined up. Where's the bunny can? True, Smurge. It's broken. To be honest, I think Epic, like many times, feels stuck in the matchup. I don't know if I would agree with that, just because we have seen more variety from Epic in the past. I would say maybe it's one of those things where, like, he probably feels like, if I do it again, like, maybe I'll catch him off guard, sort of thing. I feel like it was more of a gamba, but maybe. Where he's doing Mixu. Yeah. He should be covering Mixu. Beefy called 3-2 Percival. It's a difficult one to call just because I mean, Percival said it in the beginning. He said it in the beginning, if you recall, how Astrea has been very inactive. Astrea has been very inactive. So Astrea, he's not in form right now. And we kind of saw that during the SC2 safe house as well. Post EWC, Astrea went on a big break. And if you've noticed, if you've been following Astrea, you would know that he hasn't played in anything in a long time, like in a couple of months. Like Astrea has been very inactive. So because of that, he's a little bit more rough around the edges. If Astrea was in form, if he was practicing, I would favor Astrea here. Because he isn't, it means that this is a bit of a shakier matchup, which could go either way. We did see that, we did take note of that during the SC2 safe house. If you recall, we were covering and casting that match, those matches I should say, and Astrea did end up winning, by the way. Day 1 Astrea looked very rough and very shaky. Day 2 Astrea, he looked a lot more informed, so it looks like he just needed a little bit of time to warm up. So we'll see if he's warmed up, right? We'll see if he's able to bring it to Percival. I'm hoping for a back and forth, regardless of score, regardless if Percival wins, if Astrea wins. I'm hoping for a back and forth, like a game 4, a game 5. I'm not as connected to the circuits, but the inactivity definitely makes it interesting. Excited to see, for sure, right? Like if he was in form, if he was like practicing and like all the time and like, you know, locked in, then I would favor Astrea. But because we're in the off season, we'll see. Also, thank you so much, Ario, thank you so much for the 100 bits, papi. Ánimo desde España, papi. Oh my god, gracias, papi, gracias. Bienvenidos. Thank you so much. Thank you. No. Guess getting a new bottom cam is too expensive. I said then they're very pricey. They are. I was hoping I said this before. Here it is, the body cam. I was hoping that I could like dry it off and hopefully it would still work, but I think I mentioned last time that it works at like 1 frame every like 30 seconds. Like it's it's like a slideshow, so it did not survive. For those that are curious, I did get a bunny cam. This was like maybe 2-3 weeks ago, but during one of the streams, the camera did fall into the water bowl of the bunnies, and did not make it. Smooge, papi, smooge. I don't think the warranty, unfortunately, I don't think it covers bunny damage, but feels bad. Did last like 4 or 5 days though. Did last a couple of days. Very good Spanish. Oh, gracias. Soy de Latinoamérica, papi. Mis padres son de Perú. Son de Perú. Pero bienvenidos. Bunny damage is my new username. Oh no. Turning lights into energy. That's why he never sleeps. True. Never sleep. Meanwhile, the players, they're just going for a bathroom break. They're going for a bathroom break. Yo, we can actually show the venue, actually. True. Here you go. I can see our toast is up there as well. Oh, okay, we're going in. We're jumping in the game. But I believe the Brood War semifinals are happening at the same time. They are occurring at the same time. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP. Here we go. So we are going to be opening up. And Percival, he is not as intense as Epic when it comes to his play, when it comes to his build. Percival, he is one to be aggressive. He is one to mix in all-ins. Don't get me wrong. That is true. That is true. But in recent times, if you've been watching Percival, he has embraced the mid-game. He's been embracing the mid-game that much more, that much longer. So it does have a little bit more diversity to his play. A lot more, actually. So I'm ready, I'm excited. Likewise, Astrea, he's not the most standard player either. Now, Astrea is something that he has been doing, especially a couple of months ago. If you've been hearing, if you've been keeping your ear close to the scene, was being hyper defensive. This was during EWC. Remember, in the weeks leading up to EWC, Astrea, he did kind of flaunt, with a lot of success, by the way, this hyper defensive, hyper turtle style where he would drag the game out to like an hour long, and he was beating players like Clem, players like Gumiho, Björn, Cure, like all the top Terran players were falling to Astrea. But this was a couple of months ago. Again, this was in the lead up to the Esports World Cup. Since then, I haven't seen Astrea whip out that style, and I hope that we're done with that. I hope that we've calmed down and we're not going to embrace that here. Por favor, Max Angel, por favor. But if you remember, there were like a couple of weeks where Astrea was doing nothing but that, where he was just being and playing as safe as possible, getting his third, then slowly getting into a fourth base, turtling up, and then getting map control. We saw that on this very map, on ley lines. True. So far, we do have a Twilight Council opener out of Astrea. Does open Twilight Council. Working towards Blink. Meanwhile, Percival did go double gas into his own 1-1-1, delayed CC on the high ground just to be safe, and is opening up with a mine drop. Oh. Does it off for the mine drop. Astrea does confirm. Astrea is aware. And we should be seeing some safe play out of Astrea. 3-gate blink. We'll see if he commits into anything more than that. As blink has begun. Third gateway's on the way. We have seen some players go for extra gases, go for a robo, and stay on two bases a little bit longer here, taking up into splash damage. So if Astrea wants to be safe, he could go down that route. Otherwise, it should lead into a third expansion. As Percival does drop. Does move out. Behind this, going to tank Viking production. You have my attention. Initially going for the sentry. Does rush in. Yeah, Astrea, he's at the natural. Sentry does pull away. Buying some time. Ooh, Stalker does go down. Nice pick up. Yeah, nice pick up here by Percival. Does pull away. Does save his army. And behind this is rallying. Behind this, he's rallying everything across the map. He's expanding behind this, but he's rallying tanks, Vikings. Percival is hyper committed here. And Astraea's in the dark. Just now spots it. Again, Astrea, he was about to expand. That's why Astrea has so much money. He has 600 minerals. He was about to expand. So delayed third base. Tank will siege. Blink is still not done for another 10 seconds. Massive tank shots. Oof. Blink does finish. And Astrea, he may barely have enough to dive on the tank. It does blink in. 9 shots. Oh my god. Yeah, mine shots pop off. 2 more Stalkers go down. 3 more Stalkers go down. And Astrea is holding, but these trades are brutal. And Percival, he's still just rallying everything across the map. Another tank soon to arrive. Trying to get on top of that Artosis pylon. Trying to. Medevac, oh, does fall. Medevac goes down. Tank is barely within range. Gets a pylon. Depowers everything. It will get C-powered. Down to, I believe, 1 gateway. Wow, 1 gateway powered. Not like this. Can warp in 1 unit at a time. And again, you can see the Astrea, he still has so much banked up. Again, his build was disrupted. And is having a hard time adapting here. A very hard time. Cannot warp in. Another pylon falls. Boys are being pulled into 3 Vikings, though. And even if Percival gets cleaned up here, he's still trading very well. Getting 11 probes. No shot, can I get the Immortal? I shouldn't. Yeah, the Immortal survives. Immortal does survive. Astrea holds, but again, heavily delayed third base. Lost 11 workers. Lost a bunch of production. Again, was banking so many minerals. And behind this Percival, we can just back off. He can back off. He can enjoy a better economy. Not just a better economy, upgrades. Stim is on the way. +1 is on the way. Marauder production has begun, and Percival, he is looking good. It's looking solid. If Astrea had a third base up and running, then Astrea could recover a little bit easier, of course, and get into this. We'll tank some shots. Oof. Another Stalker goes down. Brutal losses for Astrea. And I'm just worried about the Stim timing. Like Percival, he will soon move out again. He'll soon move out, this time with Marauders, this time with Stim. It's gonna hit hard. Now, by the time Percival moves out, I believe Astrea may have 1 Colossus. The bay is finished up. First Colossus on the way. Here comes Percival. Colossus is halfway done. Astrea does spot the move out. Percival, he notices. Oh! Doesn't get the observer. Again, the first Colossus has arrived. But is there enough support? No charge. Nice tank positioning. Yeah, tank shots going up. Triggers the Immortals. And he's stimming in. Yeah, he's stimming in. No charge. Zealots go down. Does force some friendly fire. Does force a bit of friendly fire. Charge does complete. He's trying to bait the army out. Can he dive on that Colossus? Nah, not quite. Gets the Immortals though. Gets 1, gets 2. Jesus. Takes down both Immortals, but Astrea, he does hold on. He holds back. And sniping one of the Marauders. Gets 2. 2 Marauders go down. Astrea, he's playing with fire right now. You're playing with fire, Pappy. Calm down. Astrea has to pull away, gets his 4th base. And do we stabilize? Can we calm down? Can we get into the mid game? Astrea, more importantly, he saves his mineral line. Percival still has a better economy. True. Still up in economy. Equivalent on bases. Percival, he still has momentum. But Astrea, he's slowly building up that Colossus count. He's getting there. He's got 2. He's got 2 so far. Drops into the natural. Does drop in. Oof. Yeah, my shot's going up. But Astrea, he should clean this up. Can he get the medevacs? Gets 1. Barely gets 1 medevac. And from here, the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down. Astrea is claiming his 4th base. Percival likewise fully securing his 3rd. Percival, he still wants to be aggressive, but it may be wise to just calm down, build up more Vikings, and take into Ghosts. Like, you can see that Percival, this build, this style is very tempo-based. Like, he wants to be in the face of Astrea, but without killing one of the Colossus, it's not quite as possible here. So the game should slow down. Yep, 4 CC. So 4 CCs on the way. Vikings are amassing as we speak. So far we have 4, soon to be 6. barely gets the Observer. Barely does get the Observer, and the one thing that we're missing here is going to be the Academy. This 2-2 does start up. Astrea up to triple Colossus. Percival, he does see full saturation. As he's still sharking around. Spots the army. Hooks in, pulls away. He has to be so careful here not to get caught out. There's the Academy. So Academy's on the way for those ghosts. Soon we can afford a second starport as well. And again, we're just vying for map control right now. Both players are. Wouldn't be wise for either one to really commit in. Like Astrea, he has no War Prism. Disruptor production has begun. Once Astrea gets his 4th base fully operational and is able to afford some extra gases, which he has yet to do, can get extra robos. For now, he only has 1. Only 1 robo's up and running. So 1 bad fight and Astrea replenishing this army is going to be so difficult. Getting his 5th. Oh. Let's be careful. Meanwhile, 5th base goes down. Nice cancel. And we're maxing out. Yeah, both players are maxing out. We're getting up to 8 Raxes. Still no second starport, which is a little bit concerning. How many Vikings? 10. Astrea now is getting a second robo. Unfortunately, Astrea unable to deny the 4th base. It's a big moment here for Percival. Let's go to his 4th. Astrea, he sees army backing off. Yeah, sees him moving away. Zealot spots the main army as well. Astrea, does he go for it? Oh, not yet. He's waiting. He's waiting for the army to move out. And they can just pounce on the planetary. There's a scan. Percival does hit the center base, and Astrea, he should be pushing. A little bit late, but Dan does pull the trigger. That was a cancel. That was a cancel. Dives on the planetary. Planetary will go down. And remember, Astrea, he can recall. He can recall back home, but for now, we're just going for the base trade. Planetary falls. Percival going for another Nexus. Gets a 3rd, going for the 4th. And we just commit. Yeah, we go. We're just committing. We're sending it, Pappy. Gonna be a kill on the CC. Here come the Novas. So far, that's the first Nova. Does zone. Oh no! Better connection. Takes out Marines. Another Nova goes off. Ooh. Yeah, brutal Novas. Shut down Percival. Vikings gonna be zoned away as well. And Percival is turning around. He's racing back home. Percival is coming back. And Astrea, I'm sure he does notice. Oh, has yet to spot the army. Yeah, Astrea is backing off. There we go. Now spots the main army. He's aware. Does he have enough time to recall? Does he have enough time? Percival is setting up the surround. Or setting up the flank, I should say. Again, Percival, he's up in army supply. Astrea has to be so careful here. Vikings move in. There's a recall. And he will barely save all of his... Oh, does not save the Colossus. Saves 2. And does pull out. Yeah, it does pull out, does pull away with that Astrea's double expanding. Percival likewise retaking his own 3rd. Astrea to leave all of his elts behind. But Percival, he's ready. Does have an army. Kites back behind the gas geyser. His main army's moving in. Nice EMP on the Zealots. Oh! Comes down to the Novas. It's going to be another cancel. There's another cancel. Percival, he can bring everything together. He will win the main fight. And he's chasing. Trying to zone away. Bleeding out more Vikings. Astrea, he's got his own third up and running. Buying more time. We do have Mass Liberator on the way here for Percival. Does have Liberator range. Okay. Does have range. Nova goes up. Ooh, does connect. Yeah, Brutal Novas. And again, that's what Astrea's relying upon here. But he only has 2 disruptors. They're both on cooldown. Prism across the map. Prism gets in. Massive warping into the main. There are Liberators to defend, but only a couple of Liberators. Diving the main army as well. Oh, has to be careful. Astrea a little bit trigger happy. Novas don't connect. Colossus goes down. And the Zelts are being cleaned up. Wow, they do get cleaned up. Percival, he's holding. He holds back at home. Getting another CC. Percival, though, he's down to 3 Vikings. Oof. Yeah, throughout the course of this game, throughout the course of the last couple of minutes here, I've been bleeding out too many Vikings. Now Astrea going back to Colossus. Solomon gets in. Astrea rotating around. Does get into the third. Getting a Liberator, gets a Lib. Gets a Viking. Novas, they go up. Ooh, they do connect. But please add 2 more Disruptors. 3 Disruptors even. Expensive losses there for Astrea. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, he will lose all 3 Disruptors. Down to 0. 0 Disruptors left. And Percival, he's doing it. Percival, he maintains a larger army. He's now muling, getting a 4th base. Planetary is done. And again, he reset the Disruptor count. It's still very tense. It's still very close. But without Disruptors, I don't see Percival being stopped. Right? I don't see Astrea stopping Percival from just diving on the army. The Novas are the one thing that does give Percival pause. And he's moving out. He's moving out as he moves out. Prism into the natural. Okay. Hoping to cause a distraction. Never goes up. Does connect with Marauders. But Percival, he does break through. He's getting on top of the 3rd base. At the same time, Zealots, they're on A move. They're not really doing much damage. Ooh, massive EMP. Stalker's getting caught out. They were cornered. Expensive losses there for Astrea. Ay, ay, ay. He will lose the expansion. Zealots, they get a couple of SCVs, but it's not enough. Yeah, nowhere near enough. Percival, he has done it. He defends back at home. He pushes across the map. Nova doesn't connect. And GG gets called. Percival, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Very, very intense game. Initially, Percival did take a lead, but I was very impressed by Astrea's ability to recover in said game in regards to the base trade, the attempted base trade there. Percival, he was still ahead after the base trade. He still had a larger army, still had a better economy, but Astrea was able to hang in there, of course. He was able to build up some Disruptors, land some of the Novas as well. But as we mentioned, once he overextended, once he did lose all 3 Disruptors, I mean, that was game. That was game then there. Any chance, any hope of recovering, of fighting Percival went with those Disruptors. GG. GG, well played. But also it wasn't just that, of course. It was also Percival getting his own 4th base up and running, getting his planetary up and running as well, able to maintain his own economy, able to get into his Liberators when he did as well. GG there. GG. Was back and forth. And now we're getting to game number 2. We go. But yeah, shout out to Astrea. His ability to recover. Remember, like Astrea, he had a really rough start to the game. Referring to when Astrea was trying to expand, when he failed to expand because of Percival's early push and his early rally of tanks as well. Like Percival, he dealt a lot of damage early on. he set himself up for success, and then the game died down, if you remember. Like, he had to back off, and that's when he decided to get a 4th base. Likewise, Astrea also got a 4th as well, but Astrea was playing from behind. He almost recovered. Almost did recover. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran leading the series 1-0. It is Percival. There we go. Percival's way ahead, so he can take deliberators. Yes, as I mentioned, if you're watching the game, like Percival, he had a very, very comfortable, very nice lead early on. It was Astrea that was playing from behind. So impressive that he was able to claw his way back into it. But here we go, getting into game number 2. From here, we're welcome to Maganatha. Maganatha is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Much larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Last game, Percival did open up Double Gas. Double Gas, Widowmine drop into a Tank Viking follow-up where he rallied across the map. That kind of play, that kind of rally, I would say is weaker on Maganatha. It is a little bit stronger on ley lines because of that rush distance by ground. Here, reinforcements hit later, and Astrea, he'll have more time to defend. As you can see here, single gas. Single gas opener at Percival, he's going for a faster CC. Makes sense on Maganatha. For the first time today, actually, true. If you were here for the earlier quarterfinals match, Epic, he played double gas every game. Every game in that series, he did go double gas. Here for the first time this broadcast, we have a single gas opener, something more economic out of Percival. And again, it makes sense because of the map itself. I would assume to see something like this on not just Maganatha, on maps like Tokamak, maybe Greswan as well. I kind of misspoke there because Tokamak is not a part of this tournament map pool. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, we are playing on a custom map pool. That's where you can see maps like Greswan, Habitation Station as well, and some other older maps are in the mix. Can I remember them off the top of my head? It's Greswan, Habitation Station. Is Hecate one of them? No, sure. I think just Persephone. Mothership, that's it. Mothership. Not Death and Decay. What's it called? Fear and Dreams? Fear and Faith? Fear and Faith, that's it. Fear and Faith and Dream and Scars. The other TLMC21 maps. That's it, that's it. I'm like Death and Decay. That's close. How is it not a map called Death and Decay? But we have Fear and Faith. God damn it. There we go. But here we go. From here, Astrea, he's going for a faster third. Behind this, did he go 1 gate? No, okay. Jesus. Did go for 2 gate blink, but did get his third base before the second gate was even done. So hyper greed out of Astrea. But I mean, we are reiterating what we said at the beginning of the game. Percival, he also went for an economic opener. Astrea also cutting even more corners back at home. So we're cutting corners, we're being greedy. As opposed to last game. Adept does get into the main base, gets eyes on both add-ons. And the Who's Nation did that. But it is aware of the drop. Back at home, Astrea, he has that much less to defend because he did go for the greedier build. But he should have enough shield batteries in production. Astrea does get one of the Marines. We lose a Sentry. Nice pickup. Sentry goes down. Hellions, they bust into the natural. 3 Hellions, they will one-shot probes. Oh, they line up. 3 probes go down. Gets 3. Doesn't get another volley off. Yeah, barely enough. Some Marines, they go back in. A nice movement here by Percival, pulling Astrea apart. 6 probe kills. And really only does lose the Hellions. So well worth it. Well worth it for Percival. Losing 3 Hellions and I believe 2? 1 Marine. Likewise, drop is saved. Astrea going into earlier splash damage this time, is going into charge at the same time going into the bait as well. I believe still off of a 2-gate? Yeah, still off of a 2-gate setup. So again, hyper greed, very low gateway count, fast third base into fast tech. It does mean that if Percival, for example, was going for a 2-base all-in, he could just kill Astrea. Thankfully though, again because of the map and because of what Astrea scattered across the map as well, Percival he's building up in towards a longer game state. So Astrea, he's gambling quite a bit here. He's gambling so much, staying on 2 gateways. And we'll see if he can get away with it. Third CC's on the way, so Astrea, he should get away with it. Oh. It's going to be another probe kill. It's going to be 7 worker kills so far. And again, this is important for Percival. Like, he has to deal this damage to make sure that Astrea doesn't get out of hand. Double loaded hard here on the left hand side. Kills 5 more oh god. 5 more probe kills. And as a result, even though Astrea has been greedy, this is evening things up. If not, giving Percival a lead. Joss back in. 6. Soon to be 7. 7 more probes going down. Ay, ay, ay. In total, that's going to be 13 probe kills. And this greed, this build from Astrea was meant to give him a lead, and now less so. And I should also emphasize, it's also one of the reasons why so much damage has been done. Because Astrea cutting corners. Likewise, the supply blocked. Colossus still on the way. Oh, brutal supply block as well. We need those pylons. And Percival, he has momentum. He has momentum. Has a larger army. And we'll see if he can break Astrea before we get too many Colossus up and running. So far it's 1. 1 Colossus is out. Astrea doing the best he can to buy some time. Doesn't get the Widowmine. Astrea trying to slow this down. Nice swipe, very nice swipes by the way. Yeah, tanks that were laid to siege. Marines do fall, but there's some brutal tank shots. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal tank connections. The first Colossus does get picked up. Nice snipe there by Percival. As we drop back into the main. Oh, is on a move. The tanks are moving in. Again, there's barely any support for the Colossus. Tank blows are brutal. Immortal goes down. And Percival, he's breaking Astrea. Oh my god. Yeah, so much damage from the tanks. So much support. Oh, a bit of an F2. Raven joins the main army. Raven thrown away. But Percival, he's rallying. He knows how close he is to breaking Astrea. He can taste it, man. He knows. Oh. From here he pulls away. Charge is done. Getting on top of the tanks. And he will barely get both. Barely both. Yeah, reinforcements arrive a little bit too late. A couple of seconds sooner and he could have saved the tanks. And from here, Astrea, it looks like he can barely hold on. We'll lose another Colossus. But Astrea is holding. I spoke too soon. Vikings are going ham. 2 more volleys. Can he get it? Barely not. Yeah, Vikings get cleaned up. Colossus survives. Again, it's a messy defense, but it's a defense nonetheless. Astrea survives. He survives, back. And Percival forced to back off. Forced to consolidate his forces. Astrea, he saves his 3rd base. His 4th, I should say. Does barely save it. And Percival, he's still rallying. Still rallying across the map. Oh. Zealots, they do distract. Astrea, he's aware of the army. He's aware. We're slowing things down. We're building back up. Percival back at home getting his 4th CC. The Academy's on the way as well. Oh! As Percival does get caught. Bleeds out a Marauder. And Astrea still needs more time. Like, again, even though Astrea didn't lose many probes here in initial defense, especially at his 4th base, did lose a lot of workers in the lead up to this. He also lost his Colossus as well. He was bleeding out some expensive units, Stalkers, Immortals. Which is why Percival still has that army supply lead. And Astrea, he's not out of the woods yet. He is not yet. Oh, going into Storm instead. Okay. Headed towards Storm. So Block House is done. Storm is on the way. This is a bold move. Typically, Storm and High Templar, they do fall off as the game progresses, as Ghosts hit the field. It's why we often see Disruptors instead. That's why we saw Disruptors in the last game as well. So a bold move here by Astrea. We'll see if we can make use of this. We'll see if he can land those Storms and avoid those EMPs. So not going to be easy here. Percival is max. He's pushing behind this 2nd Starport, Fusion Core as well into Mass Lib. And Astrea, he needs more time. Got 7 High Templar. Let's go. Okay, 7 High Templar. It's plenty of Storms. And again, Astrea, he does a great job here just splitting them off. Make sure he doesn't clump up. 2 Templar moving in. And the rest, they should be scattered between the bases. Yeah, we have 2 here at the 4th base. We have 2 here at the 3rd. So we are cutting the map in half. Oh, let's go. We're doing what we do best. we have all the cannons on the way. Cannons, shield batteries. Can we slow the game down? Oh. Who catches who, though? Storms are coming in. Oh. That's EMPs. Yeah, EMPs that deny the Storms. With that Percival, he will win this fight. At the same time, Astrea has to get the hell out of here. Pulls away. Percival, he does win fights on both fronts. We mentioned earlier that it is very risky going into High Templar like this. Due to set EMPs. Storm zones. Storm does zone away. First Colossus goes down to 1. Astrea, he is hurting. Again, bleeding out so much. Doesn't really have a bank to sustain these losses. Takes a while to rebuild. How many Templar? 14. Let's go. It's one of those things where, like, sure, okay, you know what? Maybe 3, 4, 5 High Templar get EMP'd. But if you have 18 High Templar, if you have enough, it'll be fine. Oh, as they do clump up. EMP lands. Lands 1 Storm, though. Yeah, 1 Storm, but that's what, 5 High Templar getting caught. Ay, ay, ay. More High Templar coming in. So he had 18, now down to 13. Again, he just lost 5. Just lost 5 Templar. And more Templar moving in. Storming the Vikings. Oh no! Oh, Vikings extending the storms. Brutal damage. And miscontrol by Percival. They're losing every single Viking. Same time, Percival counterattacking. More storms coming in. Astrea, he's holding on. Does hold on. Mass Liberators on the way. The Stalker count is decent. We have 22 Stalkers, so there's some anti-air. Not the best way to do with Liberators, but it'll have to do. I just assumed this was an NA only tournament. No, the tournament is in the Americas. The tournament is in America, but players can travel. So Percival, he traveled from Korea to compete. Gerald also traveled from Europe to compete as well. Oh, a massive heat. Astrea gets caught out. He gets caught out. The pants were down. He will lose almost everything. Ay, ay, ay. And you can see Astrea just plummet in supply. Just instantly 50 supply gets deleted. Jesus. And that may just be game. Yeah, that's going to be game here. Mass Liberator do siege. He's got the freedom. So much freedom, pappy. And from here, Percival can just rally. He's rallying over. Remember, Percival, he just fought with half his army. That was only half his army. The other half is coming in. I think Astrea doesn't really have a bank to sustain those losses. Not like that. Here comes Percival. Yeah, bullying back Astrea. Snipe on the Templar. Oh god. EMPs as well. There's 7 Templar remaining. But Astrea, he cannot deal with this. He cannot deal with this army. There are just so many ghosts. Liberators moving in as well. EMPs on the Archons. Storms are coming in. He's no, never mind. EMPs, a blank of the High Templar. GG gets called, and Percival, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew, GG, well played again. A very shaky start for Astrea, winding up back. If you recall, Astrea, how did he begin? He began with cutting corners. He went for a very fast third base. He went for fast tech as well, all off of 2 gateways. And if you recall, Astrea, he lost 13 probes. He lost 13 workers at the start of the game. Astrea, he fell behind. He stayed behind as well. It was similar to game 1, where Astrea was playing from behind the entire game. He did max out, but one supply isn't quite like the other. Astrea, he had a very cheap army. He was still trying to recover, find his footing, and it all did end with that. All did end with that one clash in the top side of the map, with Astrea not quite paying attention at the time. His army got caught. Mass EMP. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into that third game. No Tempest or Disruptors. If you recall, Astrea did make the choice to go into Storm instead of Disruptor. He made the choice to not go like double Robo and to go into Mass High Templar instead. Never pressured anything and let the Percival take over half the map. But I missed that. If you weren't watching, if you recall, Percival, he was doing a lot of damage early on and he gained a lot of momentum early on. The reasoning for that is because Astrea was being hyper greedy, if you recall. We tried to emphasize that in the early to mid game. That's why Percival gained a lead, he gained momentum. That's why he was the aggressor. And if you recall, in the fights that Astrea was taking, he was bleeding out a lot of high-tech units. His Immortals, High Templar, Colossus, Stalkers. Like Astrea, he was barely hanging on. Referring to the fight at the 4th base. So there was nothing to counterattack with, right? But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 3. Oh, wait. Did we get our... Okay, thank God. It's a little bit concerned. But we're getting into game 3 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Dreams and Scars. We have the American Protoss player. We have the red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if you can bounce back. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have blue Terran himself, the South Korean Terran, leading the series 2-0. It is Percival. Here we go. And we got to tighten up the early game. The early game for both game 1 and game 2 has been heavily in favor of Percival. Both game 1 and game 2, Percival, he was able to gain an early lead, deal early economic damage, and just snowball from there. Just gain a lead, maintain that lead. We talk about this all the time, but TVP is very momentum-based, and it applies to both Protoss and Terran, where if either player takes damage early on, it is very difficult to make up for that and to recover from that. Not impossible, but it's difficult. So it's going to be on Astrea here to try to tighten up. We are going Gate Expand. Gate into Nexus. Welcome to Dreams and Scars as we are going for the Pocket Expansion. So welcome to a TLMC21 map. We do have pocket bases here. Top left and bottom right. Yo, we're in the CranKy edition. Let's go. Let's go. We do have pocket bases. I will say that the third base is pretty open on this map. There are multiple entrances here towards the third base. Likewise, you can also abuse the area outside of the third and outside of the main base as well. The other thing, of course, is because the main base is protecting the natural, your production's also exposed. So pushing up this ramp and pushing up into the quote-unquote main, it means that much more as well. So your production's more exposed than usual. Your production's more exposed, your obviously main base is more exposed. So it is an interesting map. Interesting. Unfortunately, it didn't quite make it through into the top 16. I wish it did. Smarriage, smarriage. Referring to the Crank tag on the map where you see LE, yes. It is the Crank version. For those that are curious, Crank, this is, I guess, loosely affiliated with us. But Crank, he was running the team league that we were casting. If you remember, he was running the, Jesus. The cliff faces. the cliff faces are a little bit bugged out here. We've seen that a few times. Let's go. But Crank, he was organizing the team league that we were casting, and this map is a part of that. So we have the Crank version of this map, which was for the team league, for the team invitational. So, that's why it says Crank there, as it was for his tournament. Yes, from here we do have 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink into a robo, so relatively safe play here by Astrea. Meanwhile, we do see Percival across the map also getting a CC up and running, going for the early drop. This time a much more committed Widowmine drop. So Widowmines are moving out. Astrea, he will barely does get a glimpse. Did he notice? Did he notice, Pat? Is he aware? That's what I might say, drop in. Astrea does pull away, but a little bit late. Oh my god. Yeah, Marshal's going up. Marshal's do go up. So far, killing 4 probes. More mines here into the natural. Oh, getting a stalker. As 2 Widowmines do barely get away. A bit of a messy defense here, but it looks like we do not have WCS Game Heart. That was 5 probes going down. 5 probes for 2 Widowmines. And remember, there's 2 mines left. As Percival, he rotates back in. As Astrea trying to force the way up the ramp, that's not going to quite work out well here. Tanks are ready. Tanks are in position. I don't believe Stalkers can blink into the pocket base, by the way. I don't think there's room for that. Astrea, he's outside the base. Losing another probe. Observer moves. I mean, we're about to find out. Observer moves in. As the observer was spotted. And Percival, he should just be staying back at home until his upgrades kick in. Waiting for Stim, +1, combat shields, third CC's on the way. So we're going to calm down. I'll say Percival in a better position. Sorry, I had just assumed that Astrea was going to be taking his third, but his third base is very delayed. So delayed third, snipes the sentry as well. Nice pick up here by Percival. Very nice. Oh. As again, Percival, he's aware of the third base timing. He's ready to move out. Oof. As Astrea, he gets, what, one Marine. One or two. Oh god, he gets punished though. Yeah, 3, 4 Stalkers. Oh my god, barely 3. Brutal losses for Astrea. Yeah, rough start. And here comes Percival. He's pushing. He's moving out. That was 3 Stalkers falling. The others are very low. The pathing there also shows a bit of an experience when it comes to the map itself. Actually, now that I think about it, I think this is the first time Astrea is playing on this map. Unless he played yesterday, of course. And sorry, I was going to say in the group stage, but he wasn't a part of the group stage. Or he wasn't part of the Swiss stage, I should say. So that also is a factor. Percival moving in. No shield battery support. Tanks are a little bit far behind. Oh. But now they're within range. Yeah, within range. Zelta going down. Does retarget the Stalkers. And Percival can just keep pushing. He can keep pushing. The base is getting very low. And he may just break the expansion here and now. Does get it. Third base goes down. Massive pickup. Takes down the third. Dropping in towards the main. Army's not in position. Forcing the recall. That's still going to be, what, 3, 4 probe kills. And he keeps dropping. Oh, no. And Percival, he's snowballing out of control. He's rallying across the map. He has momentum. He has a better economy, larger army. Oh, dragging the army through with the mines. Brutal connections. Mines are going up. Percival is going for the third base as well. At the same time, Astrea does get into the pocket base. Which is nice and all, but he'll still lose the third. That was a cancel. It's a cancel on the third base. Percival turning back around. Cleans up the harass. And there's not really much left here for Astrea. He's got one immortal. He's at the prism at least. He can try to buy some more time. Going for more warp-ins. Decent engage. Yes, some nice force fields here by Astrea, but GG gets caught. Again, there's just not much left behind this. And Percival, he will take the series 3-0. He'll advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations. Percival, he will claim the series. He will advance on. And Astrea, he is knocked out of the tournament. I was hoping for a back and forth. I was hoping for a game 4. I was hoping for a game 5. But again, just some really shaky early game there for Astrea. In every single game, Percival took a lead. He was able to gain momentum. He was able to be the aggressor. And Astrea had a really hard time keeping up with said aggression. Here as well on Dream and Scars, did look like Astrea was maybe a little bit less familiar with the map itself. It looked like he wanted to try to apply pressure into the pocket base, or even trying to retreat in the center of the map as well. Was very awkward when it came to the pathing, when it came to the units, and again bled out a lot in the lead up to that. But not just that, of course, the mine drops as well was very successful. And again, Percival, he was on point. He was locked in, Pappy. He was locked in. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations to Percival. And with that, I believe that may be the quarterfinals wrapping up. Let's go. Let us go. As I need a moment here to refresh. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's have a look together. Okay. Bam. So when it comes to our bracket here, we do have Percival. Percival takes down Astrea 3-0. Gerald takes down Epic 3-1. We covered both of those matches, and we have Percival versus Gerald in the upper semifinals. Meanwhile, Trigger, he took down Jon Snow 3-0, and Mixu and Future are in the ace match. Let's go. Mixu and Future, they're in game 5, and that, I believe, is being casted by Rotterdam. Yeah, so Rotterdam, he's in the ace match of Mixu and Future. Bearing in mind that both semifinals will be casted. We'll be covering both semis. Hold on. Trying to... Jesus. I'll try to fix this. But both semifinals will be casted one after the other. I'm not entirely certain if we are going to be getting into the Brood War semis first. It's a little bit awkward, but this event has multiple esports, right? It has Brood War and it has SC2, but there's only one mainstream. So, and I believe on the mainstream they alternate back and forth between covering a StarCraft match, StarCraft 2 match or a Brood War match. So we'll see how they piece it all together. I do know that they do want to cast both semifinals of this tournament, but at the same time, I'm sure they also want to cast the semifinals of the Brood War tournament as well. So we'll see. We'll see, Pappy. We'll see. As they're currently out of game. Oh, yo, they got Niche. Este Niche, Papi. Let's go. They got the SE Historian, BMOF, and Niche on the casting couch. Beautiful, beautiful. Is Astrea that out of practice, or were my expectations too high? I mean, I would say two things. One, Astrea is out of practice, that is true, but also Percival has been improving a lot. He's been improving a lot over the past couple of months. For those that may be unaware, Percival, he came back to StarCraft last year, November. I think November was when he returned. And if you remember, Percival, when he came back, he was like, oh, I just want to play for fun. Like, I don't want to be as serious as I was before in his return. And he committed hard. He's been on that grind. He's been on that grind the entire year, and he has been getting better and better results, especially when it comes to TVP. I would say TVP is his best matchup, followed by TVT, and I would say his worst matchup is Terran versus Zerg. I think Terran versus Zerg is a matchup that he's still kind of a little bit more struggling with at the moment, but the other matchups have improved a lot for Percival, to the point where he's been beating some of the other top Korean Protosses and top Korean Terrans as well. I would say maybe not on a regular basis, but every now and then, like, he spikes up and he takes down like a Classic, or he takes down a Creator, or he takes down a Björn, or he takes down a Gumiho, for example. So Percival, he's been looking good. Looking good. He won a big tournament 2 weeks ago. Yes, he did win the SC4ALL Safe House. That is true. That's true. Saying correctly, I was quoting what Light said earlier in the cast. Earlier in the cast, I did mention that he played in the SC2 Safe House, if you recall. Did mention that. How he won the events. He won in the ace match, barely against Trigger. And I mentioned how Astrea was looking very shaky in the group stage in day 1 of that tournament, and how coming into day 2, it looked like he needed time to warm up, and day 2, he was looking much better. But I did say that during the cast. In regards to the SC2 Safe House, as we casted the event. Did cast. Oh. Doesn't want to be serious. Proceeds to smash everyone. True, true. But with that, GG. With that, GG will play. Didn't hear you say he won Safe House. Oh, good. Oh, good. He won. It was I think he won 5-4 over Trigger. I think they went all the way to the ace match. All the way to the ace match. But if you watch the games, I would still say that Astrea was very rough around the edges. Like he was. If you watch those games. Still very shaky. But regardless, GG will play it. Astrea, he's going to be knocked out of the tournament. And when it comes to the semis, we'll keep you informed. We're going to be waiting. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, we have confirmation. It is going to be Gerald versus Percival. In a best of 5. So Vitas are underway, and when we are ready, we will be starting our next series. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines. We'll be back in around 5 minutes time with Gerald and Percival. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals or semi-finales here of the SC4ALL Philadelphia offline event. Oh boy, it's been an intense tournament so far. The quarterfinals have concluded, and we are jumping into our first semis. We're jumping into our TVP, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner upper Symphony, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the red Terran, it is Percival. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our fresh best of 5. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, and I also do apologize. Previously, I think I did leave Streamer Zone as the team for Astrea. Astrea is teamless, but the reason why it said Streamer Zone is because we were casting Gerald earlier. So I do apologize for that. Astrea is teamless, and Gerald is on Streamer Zone as we do see Percival moving out across the map, looking to go for an eBay block. So a bit of a cheeky move here by Percival. He does move in. I assumed to go in for said eBay, as we do keep the SCV back. Yeah, Pro moves out across the map. The SCV moves in. So again, very nice and timed here by Percival, timing it with the probe moving out across the map. eBay is going to be thrown down, and with this we can delay the expansion of Gerald and even force the unnatural natural. So cheeky start here by Percival, back at home, going for his own just rag single gas. This typically leads into a factory follow-up. Yep, Gerald, he scouts, he sees, and ooh, he's forced to expand elsewhere. Yeah, he's forced to expand at the third location. Percival he's chasing. There's an Nexus. And this means that now there's the opportunity to be hyper aggressive, because hey, now Gerald is stuck between his main base and his quote-unquote natural at a much more exposed location. So it's going to be a much more awkward defense here for Gerald. Percival does follow up with the factory. So factory follow-up. Go. As we are going to be settling in. With this, we can go into Hellion production and try to be aggressive with Hellions and try to poke back and forth between the main base and between the third. Otherwise, Percival can just play standard. Yep, there's the add-on swap into Reacted Hellion. So Reacted Hellion is going to be amassing. As a reminder, it takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. 3 Hellions. So we're building up. Hellions are on the way. Oh, going for the starport before CC. Hyper aggressive by Percival. Okay. We'll still be expanding. He has the SCV in position, but again, it's a much more delayed expansion here. Which means this can lead into a quadruple Hellion drop, actually, with the medevac. Hellions just shut down the probe. Oh, only 2. Yeah, my attention. Only 2 Hellions switching to Widow Mines instead. Going for the Widow Mine drop, not Hellions. Okay. Well, not the Hellion drop, I mean. As Gerald, he does catch out the Hellions. We'll zone away. Nice movement. Widow Mines are out. As Hellions do barely slip past. Drop is on the way. As one Hellion goes down. Gerald, he currently is in the dark as to what's going on, as to what the follow-up is, whether there's more Hellions or something else more sinister on the way. As Percival does move out. Gerald, he fans out his Stalkers. He will spot the drop. And he will snipe the medevac. Okay, medevac doesn't get into the... Ooh, medevac goes down. One of the Widow Mines as well. Nice defense here by Gerald. And Gerald, he defends. He defends, losing only 1 probe. At the same time, Hellions, they do slip in towards the main base, but only 1 Hellion. Doesn't achieve much damage. And despite the more awkward start, Gerald, he defends well. He defends well. Shuts down the Hellions, shuts down the Widow Mines. And it's been a while since this has happened, but we do have a Protoss player with a more comfortable start compared to Percival. So Gerald, he does have a comfortable start. Looking very, very solid here. Getting his third base, getting into extra gateways, building up into Blink. And the pressure is very much on Percival. Pressure is on, he's getting into stim. Into his eventual bio play. Until then, Gerald fans out his stalkers. And Gerald's coming quite hard here into a gateway composition. Delaying a splash damage, going into charge, going to 5 more gates. It's going to be 8 in total. Gerald pulls away, doesn't lose any stalkers. So 2 more SCVs, pulls back. And we'll see how hard Percival commits here. He's had a really shaky early game, and Percival, he's building up to only 2 tanks. He's gonna get a third. Okay, third tank is gonna be on the way. Still waiting for his upgrades, waiting for Sim. +1. When he does move out, I mean, Gerald, he's in position to delay. Banning out his units. Oh, can even blink into the main. It's a little bit too late to deny Stim, though. Yes, Stim will finish. Yeah, a little bit too late, but he will deny combat shields. Nice pick up. Combat shields is denied. Gets a Marine. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets 3. And very nice control. He blinks away. Doesn't lose anything either. Very clean control here from Gerald. Only losing two probes. Oh, 1 stalker finally falls. And Gerald blinks away. From here, Percival, he's committed. He's very committed here. He's rallying everything he can across the map. He's got 3 tanks. Lead out 2 more Marines. Oh, he wants a tank. He gets it. Oh my god. Tank barely goes down. And Percival forced to expand. Third TC is on the way. At this point, he's bled out too much. Yeah, the push will fail. Instead, going for drop play instead. And Gerald, he has a massive lead here. Spots the drops. Gets another 2 Marines. Yeah, collapsing on the medivacs. Ooh, nice target finding into Percival. Ay. This Percival does pull out. Gerald getting a 4. And again, Gerald, he has a very, very nice economic lead. He has the army lead as well. He's pushing out. Now, Gerald, he does not have to push into the natural. He can just chill out here and wait for Percival to expand. Or he can just move in. Oh. Tempted. Tempted to move in. High Templar has arrived. Storm is done. But pushing into these 3 tanks here, not going to be easy. Gerald here thinks better of it. As you mentioned, there's no need, right? Like, there's no need for Gerald to push into these 3 siege tanks. Just has to wait for Percival to expose himself. Speaking of, here comes a 3rd. So Gerald, he's rotating. Percival, he's out in the open. Tanks are further back. Does get, 1 medevac. 1 medevac goes down. So run back towards the natural. As LT pull away. Nice Sim City here protecting the tanks. Ooh, High Templar, they're exposed. They barely pull back. Whew. Percival so far is holding. The tanks are safe. So far is holding on. He wants that EMP. Ooh, does land. Nice moves out of Percival. Lands the EMP. War Prism's on the way for reinforcements. 1-1 is almost done. And Gerald is calming down. And what's important here is that once he realized that he could not break this position, he didn't try, right? He didn't try, he just backed off, he retreats, preserves the army more importantly, and then can build up for a later push. And Gerald, he's almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. And again, Percival, he's been on the back foot the entire game. Oh, EMP's a land, but the High Templar, they're safe. They're safe in the Prism. Storms are moving in. Likewise, so do the Vikings. As the prison actually does hit the main. Going for the warp in, and the warp in looks like it barely does not finish. Whew. Is denied. Warp in is denied. Gerald, he's maxed out. Once again, he rotates. He's coming in. And nice EMP. EMP pops off. The prism is going to get shut down. And the storms, they do connect. Oh my god. Yeah, storm's connecting. Does rush through them. Still very tense though. It's Gerald, he has to pull away. And if Percival, if he can take this fourth base, if he can maintain the fourth base, he can max out, he can build up, and start working towards a greater army, towards Liberators, more Ghosts. Percival, he's getting there. Again, he's stuck at home. The Terran, I mean. He has been stuck defending. Does not land on the High Templar. And again, slowly, Percival is building up his army. The Academy, of course, is done. Still only one starport. I mean, there's no Colossus, so it doesn't really need many Vikings. This is where I'm a little bit concerned for Gerald here. At this point, he's building up a bank. What are we doing with said bank? He's not taking. He's not taking up. And that will hurt Gerald if he fails to break Percival's fourth base. Speaking of, he's going for it. Dives on the tank. Tank goes down. Gets one. But it's going to be forced back at the same time. Warping into the main. Zealots, they do catch some of the ghosts. Nicely done. That's 3 ghosts going down. Storming the main army. Gerald getting himself the tanks as well. And Gerald, he does get into the mineral line. He fails at the fourth base, but he gets into the third. And SCVs are going down. Brutal damage. Storm zones away. And he's still not done. That's going to be 17 SCV kills. Did cost Gerald a lot of supply, but he has a bank. He has a bank. He can rebuild. Can warp in. And the scary thing here is the follow-up. Is Gerald's next wave his next push? First, he's rebuilding all those SCVs. He's down to 1 tank. His defensive setup is nowhere near as strong. Nowhere near as good. Oh, doesn't quite get the Medivacs. Trades against the Marines, has to respect the main army. Oh, once again, was a distraction. Gets into the mineral line. 13 more SCVs. Yeah, more workers going down. Storm in the mineral line as well. Do we get another storm? We do! Oh my god. Storms on the SCVs. Gonna be 24, 25. 25 SCV kills, but Percival, he will defend the fourth base. He defends the fourth, he defends the third. At this point, I would say, is Gerald throwing away too much? He does kill 25 workers, which is great and all, but he will still lose a lot of Zealots, High Templar. And Gerald, he's burning through his bank. If he had the goal base, different story. And Percival, he's weathering the storm. He's still retaining his main army, his Marauders, his Ghosts. His core units still survive. Oh. Yes, we get a decent storm, but once again, Gerald, he just does not have enough. Oh, we're losing Immortal. Up. Barely gets away. Barely pulls out. And that was the moment. That was Percival's moment here to break out. He fails to do so. He fails to move out across the map, which means the gold. The gold is getting up and running. Oh! The armies do clash. And Gerald mainly throwing away Zealots. And Zealots, they trade well. They trade well, and Gerald, he has done it. He breaks through. As you mentioned, Percival, he's just been stuck at home defending, and he was out trading for a while, but eventually SCVs were falling, tanks went down, Marines, Ghosts as well, and Gerald overwhelms. Does overwhelm. Oof. Brutal Storm. And Gerald can rebuild, remax, and do that again. And every time, Percival, he's had less and less to defend. He's had a weaker defense. As you mentioned, the goal base is fully operational. Gerald, he's maxed. He's up 70 supply. And once again, collapses on top of the Ghost. Ghost gets picked up. Disruptors have arrived. Decent connections. Storm does zone away. Still holding on to that one Nova. This is LT get into the mid line. Once again, GG gets called, and Gerald, he takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Gerald does take a lead in the series. Again, Gerald, he had a very comfortable early game. This is something that we have been unaccustomed to because the previous series with Percival, he was typically the one with a stronger early game, with more aggression, with more momentum, at least in that series against Astrea. Here, Gerald defended well. Here, Gerald, he shut down the Hellion harass, the Widowmine drops as well, and the follow-up, and was able to punish. He was able to counterattack, get across the map, deny combat shields, pick off Marines, pick off medevacs. Gerald, he was the one with the stronger early game, and with that, Percival, he was stuck at home. We did kind of mention it at the beginning of the previous series, how TVP is very momentum based, and we kind of saw that in one way in the Astrea series, where Percival, he was able to get damage done early on and then maintain that lead and extend that lead. Instead, we saw the inverse of that here when it came to Gerald versus Percival, where Gerald, he had the stronger early game, and with that, he was able to just contain Percival and make sure he never got to threaten and move out across the map. I mean, the early game is it's brutal. And here we go. Now we're getting into game number 2. Having big game as much on ladder paid off. If you haven't been watching Gerald, he plays a lot against Terrans on just in tournaments during the Open Cups. We cast a lot of Gerald versus like Bjorn, Cure against all the Korean Terrans, including Percival. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top side of Magnatha, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Percival. We go. And again, Gerald, he was able to get into the late game, able to get comfortable. We did mention earlier how Gerald, he has some of the best late game out there in PvT. We've seen Gerald take down Cure, take down Bjorn, take down all the big Koreans inside Open Cups. I mean, that's the one upside of being so active right now in StarCraft is the two predominant races are Terran and Protoss when it comes to activity, when it comes to matchups. So you get a lot of PvT practice and a lot of TVP practice as well. And Gerald has been benefiting from that. So is Percival. Like I mentioned it before, Percival, I would say his best matchup is TVP as well. And there's the reason why he looked as terrifying as he was against Astrea. And we'll see if he can bring that here against Gerald. Once again, it comes down to the early game. We'll see what he can get done. As we do have an economic opener. So single gas, racks expand, add a Percival. Welcome to Magnatha. We do expect more economic openers. If you remember, when we saw Astrea on Magnatha, he did go for a 2-gate opener into a faster third base, into a bay, into just hyper greed. Winding it back, like as to what happened, what transpired on Magnatha, Astrea was hyper greedy and he got punished for it. Here, I would imagine that Gerald is going to be more tempered. He's going to be more tempered and won't be cutting as many corners, I would imagine. We'll see. Here we go. So now our players are building up. Gerald needs Tempest against this turtle. Not necessarily. Tempests are typically only needed when the opponent gets up to a heavy Liberator count, into a heavy Liberator count, and also when they have more of a map presence. Otherwise, you can get away with this heavy gateway composition as long as you do have the economic lead. Like we spoke about it, but once Gerald got his goal base up and running, then he can like afford those losses and pull that off. Here we go. Here we go. This Percival's building up, getting to zone 111. Snipes an SCV. Not bad. Gets a worker, denies mining. Nice little start here for Gerald. Behind this are 9 extra gateways, and Gerald is playing safe. So 3 Gate Blink, 3 Gate Blink Stalker. I wouldn't have been opposed to 2 Gate Blink, especially on this map, but again, is playing it safe. As Gerald will now expand. Here we go, it is go time now for Percival. Triple Hellion towards the natural, dropping to the main. Oh, nice force field. Yeah, Gerald, he keeps up. Zones away the Hellions. At the same time, Stalkers are in position, shield battery as well. Gerald, he's holding, he's defending. As Percival is investing into Cloak Banshee. Committing to Cloak Banshee behind this. Getting into tank production. Looks like one more tank into an add-on swap. So working towards those upgrades. Working towards a later timing. So building up. Likewise, just like last game, Gerald is going into a Gateway Explosion, into Charge, then into earlier Storm this time. I want to say last game he delayed Storm a little bit further. And he went up to 8 Gateways first. This time earlier Storm. As Hellion's not bad, they do get, oh, almost 4. Yeah, 4 probe kills, not bad. Never mind. There we go. 4 probes for 4 Hellions, 3 Hellions even. So a bit of a back and forth. Does find some damage. Gerald, he did scout across the map. He's aware of the add-ons. No detection yet. Robo's still on the way. No observer. Uh-oh. Does for the Banshees. Cloak is revealed. And Gerald, he has no way to deal with this. Not yet. Robo's done. Where's the observer? Uh-oh. A bit of an oversight here. Gerald, there is no observer. Banshees, they go in. Observer now begins. Big slip up there out of Gerald. Very big slip up. Never started the observer. And this is getting a hand. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. That's going to be 9, 10, 11 probe kills. And this is becoming critical damage. Critical damage. Ay, ay, ay. 15 probes. Again, it was a later robo. It was a robo after the 3rd. So late robo, late detection. Gerald did cut a corner. And Percival takes a lead. Percival does take a lead. He did have a shakier start initially, but I mean, the Banshees, they make up for it. They more than make up for it. What's scary as well, they're alive. The Banshees, they survive the aggression as well. They can always go back in and find more damage. Again, 20 kills into... that's crazy. 20 probe kills. And Percival is ready to snowball out control. Now, thankfully, Storm is done for Gerald, so he can make a defense. If he can land these storms, he can hold. Speaking of... Oh! High tempo revealed. Percival looking for another way in. Ghost on the way. Since forward, there's a first. Oh my god! Juicy Storm! Storm pops up. The other Storm does graze the army. Nothing major. But Gerald holds. Gerald, he does hold. Does defend. And Percival has to get the hell out of here. There's still, 2 more Storms. Manages to get 7 more probes. Gerald is crippled economically. And he's going to go for the kill. Nice EMP. Very nice EMP. Takes down the High Templar, the Prism as well, and Percival shuts down the army. GG gets called. Gerald was all in, and Percival will tie the series 1-1. GG. Again, it was all or nothing there for Gerald. He had lost too much. Remember, he had lost 20 probes to the Banshee harass. So the Banshee and the Hellion harass, 20 workers went down. That is game-ending damage. That's why Gerald was all in. He did have a decent fight initially, but that's all he had left. That's all he had. He had to end the game then and there with that army. GG. We have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. We're getting into game 3, and we're going to be loading into Pylon. Let us go. Again, Gerald was punished for being greedy. I say greedy. He did go 3-gate, that is true, but he went 3-gate blink into a 3rd before the robo. It is very common nowadays to go for a faster robo because of builds like this, and Gerald did decide to cut that corner, and he was punished hard for it. Oh. Was punished. And now we're getting into game 3. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, so plenty of games ahead of us. Plenty more to come. As we load into Pylon, this is a map that does favor aggression, and we'll see what the players go for. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Percival. Here we go, and welcome one all to Pylon. Pylon is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Aggression is heavily favored on this map. We often see a lot of all-ins, but if you've been watching Geralt over the past 2 days, you would know that against aggressive Terran players like Dolan before him in yesterday's broadcast, or even earlier today against Epic, what did Geralt do? 4-gate blink. He went 4-gate blink against Dolan and against Epic on this map once he confirmed that there was an aggressive build coming his way. So that's something to bear in mind. That is something that Gerald is quite fond of here on Pylon as a reaction, as a response. Double gas opener out of Percival. So we'll see what Percival gets into, and likewise, if he does commit into an all-in, we'll see if Gerald can scout in time. As Gerald has been quite successful against all-ins on Pylon. We go. Also, we're being told that, of course, there are going to be some delays in regards to the finals of this tournament, just because I believe there's going to be the Brutal finals first. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of downtime. So the current plan, the current schedule is that we're going to cast both semifinals for SC2, and then we're going to switch to the StarCraft 64 and then Brood War. Then we'll wrap up the Brood War finals, and then we'll switch to StarCraft 2. Just as a heads up. As Gerald is going for his Twilight Council opener. Does open Twilight Council. Percival does slip in. Reapers into the main. Nice KDA charge. Gets into the middle line as well, getting 2, 3 probe kills. Not bad, getting to 4. Yeah, 4 probes going down. 5th probe as well. Again, Gerald here wasn't quite in position. He was punished, and that's going to be 5 dead workers behind this Percival. He's building up into his own Cyclone follow-up, Cyclone drop. And the goal here is to maintain momentum for Percival, for the Terran. To keep things going. The station goes in. Gets eyes on the add-on swap. So is aware, yep, does confirm. Marine Cyclone drop across the map. And Gerald, he's throwing down 2 more gateways, getting up to 3. So 3 gates set up, but Robo's on the way as well this time. Again, he skipped this Robo last game. This time, eyes. Won't skip it again. Not again. This Percival going for the sentry. Nice snipe. Oh. Shibai does support. Oh, that last sentry still goes down. A brutal pickup. Gets the sentry. Does not get into the mineral lane though. Gerald does hold. He holds, he defends. We have fake cloak. Do love to see it. As Gerald at least doing some counter damage. 3 SCVs. He's doing what he can. Can we get 4? Oh, okay. 4 SCV kills. Gets 4 SCVs. He also confirms that it was a fake upgrade, so he gets eyes on the add-on swap. Stim is on the way. And he knows that Banshees are not coming his way. So nice harassment, nice scouting here out of Gerald. We do have a back and forth. Gerald's claiming his 3rd base, and he's taking up not into Storm this time, but into Colossus. So Colossus on the way. Base on the way. The game is slowing down. I would imagine that Percival doesn't want to commit to a push without Stim. Oh. As it does posture. Trying to catch out some of these stalkers. Cyclone falls. And we're waiting to see the 3rd CC or 2 more Raxes. Gas is being taken. We're expecting Percival to expand. Still trying to trade. Trying to be active. First, he rotates over towards the 3rd. Still rallying everything across the map, actually. Opts not to expand. And we'll see if he can break through. Yeah, this way he's just rallying. He's just rallying in. Stim is almost done. 5 more seconds. And there's still no Colossus. Yeah, Colossus still on the way. Decent trades here by Gerald. He blinks well. Gets a Marauder. Gets 1, gets 2, picks up the Medivacs as well. Ay, ay, ay. Percival, he gets punished. He gets punished for being overly aggressive. He was hoping to break him here and now. But Percival, he will lose everything. Colossus is on the way. Gets a Widowmine. Base out the shot. And can Gerald do it? Can he break him? The boys are being pulled. There's 2 Marauders left. Still 2 Marauders. Barely holds on. I spoke too soon. Yeah, with reinforcing zealots. Picks up more SCVs. Gets a medevac. 1 medevac left. Down to 1. And here comes a Colossus. And again, Percival just being punished for being so in the face of Geralt. And unfortunately, the aggression failed. Lost too much. God had some crazy blink control. He controlled well back. And remember, Percival, he chose not to expand, right? He basically forced himself all in. He chose not to expand, chose to commit. And Percival's falling behind. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for the Protoss. Percival, he has to end it soon. Or try to end it soon. Are we coming for a Suitor Surround, but a second Colossus arrives. And with 2 Colossi there, there's no shot this armor can be broken. Once I move in, I mean, reinforcements are still heavily delayed. Oh! Diving the Colossus. Barely gets away. Gerald pulls back. And Percival holds. He holds on back. Here comes a 4th. Go now with twice the amount of expansions. Lack of War Prism is concerning though. Now getting a 4th Colossus. Let's go. A nice force field. Locks down some of the rollers. Let's go. He has to be very careful not to overextend. He pulls away. Pulls away when the Zealots get low. Getting a 4th Colossus. And again, as you mentioned, Percival, he doesn't have a 3rd base, doesn't have an economy. He can't really maintain this for too much longer. Not like this. Now his army, the size of his army, I should say, is quite large, and he can try to force an all in and take a better fight. But he has to do that soon. He's up to 4 Vikings. He can, of course, pull the boys. Do we get a 5th Colossus? Do we? Oh no. Opts not to pull the boys. That's Percival, he's pushing. The War Prism does still with the main army. Oh! So I'll save the Colossus. Army's a bit out of position. The Colossus do move in. Oh, Prism goes down. Yeah, Prism goes down, one of the Colossus as well. Miscontrol there from Gerald, and Percival, he can still pull this off. He can still do this. Gets another Colossus, down to 2. Yeah, 2 Colossus remaining. Again, Gerald losing that Prism was brutal. Likewise, only 1 shield battery. Gerald, he has money, he has a bank. We go warping in 6 outside of time. As we lose another Colossus down to 1, down to 0. 0 Colossus left, he lost all 4. Lost all 4 Colossus, and Percival, he's doing it. Wow, he's doing it, never goes off. Oh my god, does connect. Okay. Brutal connection. Gerald, can he hold? It's still close. It's still very close. The Shotgun goes down. Again, Percival, he's been 2 base all in this entire time. And he almost breaks through. Casito, baby, casito. Oof. Yeah, he gets locked down. Forcing with a friendly fire. Another Zealot warp in. The mine shots are brutal here, though. He's up all the Zealots. And Gerald, what's his gateway count? 8. He's on 8 gates. We need those warp ins. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, the boys are barely pulled. And with that, Gerald, he is holding on. He can afford to lose some workers. It's fine. That's 6 pros going down. 6 workers. Oh, we land. I was like, Percival expanded? No, he floated his main. He floated his main base over. Now, this is allowing Percival to actually maintain his economy and build up a second army. Thanks to the main base floating and thanks to the natural floating as well, Percival, he can still muster up a comparable army. Like, he's still in this. He's still in this, even though he fails to kill, and he has been all in this entire time. He can still build up and maintain this army and still try to kill Gerald before things get out of hand. Gerald, he's up to 2 Colossi. Only 3 Vikings. Oh, long distance mining. Yeah, brutal setup. But again, as time goes on, Gerald, he's leaving Percival behind. This is 4th base. Nice mine connections. Mines a pop off. There's just not enough bio though. Not enough Marines, not enough Marauders. No ghosts either. And Gerald, he has done it at this point. Has done it. He can keep going. Keep sending it back. Diving on top of the Marines. Mine shots, I mean, they do get some decent connections here. All the Delta going down. But what about everything else? Oof. Yeah, Percival out of position. 11 SCVs going down. Main army moves in. A little bit messy here from Gerald. So we'll throw away some of the Colossi. Yeah, a little bit messy, but Gerald, he can afford to make mistakes. He can afford to be messy. Blinks in. Does focus on the Vikings. At least he tries to. We go 1 Viking left, and GG gets called. Gerald, he will snowball out of control. He will take, or he will extend his lead in this series 2-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, a very intense back and forth here. Percival did commit into a 2-base all-in. Gerald, he was able to barely hold on and barely defend. It was very close, very clutch, but as time was progressing, Gerald, he had his 3rd base up. He was getting his 4th base up and running as well. Gerald, he did a great job when it came to deterring and kind of slowing Percival down, picking off a Bio Army, picking off Medivacs as well. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into our next game. Gerald has a lead, and we'll see if Gerald can claim the series here and now. The pressure is on. Here we go. Oh. So make sure we get everyone involved. Percival almost seals the victory. It was crazy. Like, Percival, he was able to build up a terrifying army on 2 bases. It was terrifying. Almost broke Gerald at the 3rd. Almost. And here we go. We're getting into game number 4, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Aggressive One, we have the Polish Protoss player. With the Polish Protoss, we have the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 2-1, and 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player, the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. We go. You're gonna cast StarCraft 64 and show us your N64 knowledge. I mean, I guess. Like, I'll be honest. We were casting some of N64 yesterday, and the game is very limited. That I don't really think there's much to say. Like. If you were here yesterday, you would have seen double gas opener, by the way. Double gas opener going for a faster factory. More tech heavy start for Percival. Let's go. But yeah, what did we have yesterday we had one game of N64 or StarCraft 64. We had Erniak going into one base Muta, and we had Ron going one base Muta. We had Erniak trying to go for +1 melee. He rushed into an early Evo chamber into +1 melee, but he missed the Muta play. It was one base versus one base. He was defending, and the Mutas arrived, and then Mutas, it took like 15 minutes, and they eventually killed Erniak. Like there wasn't really much happening. Like so I'm hoping we get something more competitive when we do get around to N64. Like the novelty was nice, but like again, you could see the players struggling to control their armies, struggling to macro, and struggling to do everything just because of how limited like the controls are. So I guess it was fun, but I wouldn't say it was an exciting game. There we go. As Percival does open up with a proxy starport. Let's go. So typically with proxy starport, this could be one of two things. Either we're going to proxy medevac to go for the Hellion drop into the mineral line to kill some probes, or it's going to be proxy liberator, so Hellion Reaper distracts while the liberator gets in. So both are viable, both are options, and we'll see what he goes for. As Gerald, his goal here should be to wall up. To wall off. There we go. Medevac is on the way. He's going for the drop. So Hellion drop into the natural. What was lacking was a bit of macro planning. I mean, Percival, his goal was to commit to a 2-base all-in to begin with. There we go. Hallucination dips in. Hallucination should confirm the lack of starports. But here comes a drop into the natural. And how quickly does Geralt respond? Oof. Nice, very nice force. Okay, oh, Jesus. Clutch force field saves the mineral line. Hellions just drop into the main. Ooh, they get 1, they get 2. Yeah, 4 probes going down. Remember, they're one-shotting. 6 probes, 7 probe kills, and the medevac gets away. So nice damage here by Percival. Gets 7 probes, pulls away, losing 1 Hellion so far. Only losing 1. StarCraft 64 handicap. True. It's like if you think that Brood War is like you as a player like fighting against like the game itself to make things work and make things happen, mate, you ain't seen nothing yet with N64. Like it's the struggle was real for that N64 game. The struggle was very real. It was very apparent, I should say. Meanwhile, making use of the proxy, going for the Liberator follow-up. So Liberator into the natural, drop into the main. Oh, boost in. And barely gets through. Yeah, barely does get through, does unload. Gets a couple of workers. Probe's going to be going down. Delaying mining, disrupting the economy. Again, back at home, Percival is building up his bio army, getting to sim, more tanks. Setting up. And we're building up into a longer game. Okay, so a much faster third CC. I mean, I say faster, there was no third CC at all last game for Percival, but here is setting up for a faster third base, building up in towards the mid game. So we're slowing things down, we're macroing up. This will give Gerald some time to recover. As there's a tank. Yeah, he decides not to blink in. respects the tank, and pulls away. As we settle into this, Percival, he has had a better start, killing 12 probes already, 12 workers. It means that Percival can freely just build up into the mid-game, and the pressure instead is on Gerald to recover. And there are ways, of course. Zealot run by, Zealot counterattacks, blink control. Pressure is on Gerald. The more you talk about the struggle, the more I want to see an SC2/brutal approach, right? I mean, I said this yesterday, I want to see an N64 game of players that get to spend like at least a week practicing it, and a week like actually getting good at it. Well, I don't think we're quite getting that there. Like, but I could be mistaken though. Maybe. We'll see. But I would love to see that. To see some high caliber N64 play for StarCraft. As Percival does boost in, Charge also getting over the tanks. Yeah, just barely. Tanks will go down. Gerald, he shuts down the push. Yeah, shuts down the push, shuts down the army, diving on top of the medivacs, and Percival did overextend. Yeah, massive overextension here from the Terran, and Gerald, he's recovering. We spoke earlier how the pressure was on Gerald to have something go his way, to deal some economic damage, where instead, Percival comes to him. Percival, he came to him, threw away those tanks, threw away his bio. And again, that was a much better fight for Gerald. And now we can get a fourth. Now Gerald, he expands, getting a fourth base, Storm is on the way, 1-1 upgrades. Gerald, he's back in this. Now we can calm down. The big struggle here for Percival is going to be taking a fourth base. Taking and maintaining his fourth. Assuming that Gerald's able to maintain map control and threaten him. Now we're building up those ghosts. Viking production has begun. Oh. Gerald's getting ready for a flank. Does have his flanking army. Scout confirms that Percival, he's back at home. If he does move out, then Gerald, he can pull the trigger. This feels a little bit premature. Percival, he can respond, and he's fine. Oh. Does respond in time. Again, just a lot of posturing. Zealots warping in. Armor gets spotted. Nice snipe of the ghost. 2 ghosts left. Down to 2. Does force a pickup. And once again, Percival is going to calm down. He's trying to be active. Oh, nice EMPs. Nice EMPs this time. Snipes with the Templar. Here comes the fourth base. We spoke earlier, this is going to be a big moment for Percival, getting his fourth. And slowly getting it up and running. The pressure is going to be on Gerald to do something about the economy. As both armies are still building up. And going into this mass gateway style, I mean, Gerald, he's not really there yet. Ideally want to be up a base, up a mineral line, until they get sniped. Still 2 matchups left. Get some okay connections. Storms are coming in the Warp Prism. And Gerald, he can't quite keep pushing. Yeah, there are the reinforcements. Oh! Prism goes down. And Gerald, he has to back off. Has to back off again, pushing up this ramp. It's not going to work out well for him. Pulls away, he rotates. Prism into the main. God, he wants that 4th. He wants it. Very nice EMPs. EMPs are collapsed on the high tempo. There's what, 1 storm left. Brutally EMPs. God, he was clumped. He was clumped up. There's the 1 storm. God, he has to get out of here. He has to get out. At the same time, Prism gets in. A Warpin will finish. God, he has to pull away. And he gets into the main base. SCVs are falling. Production as well. Percival turns everything back around. If it wasn't for this Warp Prism, he could just be pushing. He could even break the base. But everything comes back home. God, he still wants that 4th. Oh. Percival's ready. Percival's in position. 12 SCVs do go down. And Gerald, he can rebuild. Again, that was just a brutal fight for Gerald, losing all the High Templar. The Templar, the Zealots, the Archons as well. Gerald, he needs to warp in. Oh no! A brutal rally, losing 2 War Prisms. It's okay, he had a 3rd. he has 3 War Prisms. Well, he had 3 Prisms. He's crazy. 3rd Prism moves out. This space is going to be forfeit. How many gates is he on? Only 13. Force a recall. Force a recall back. Both armies are maxing out. Percival not getting a 5th. And Gerald just can't expand. Gerald just kept busy. Meanwhile, Percival is taking up even further. We have the fusion core done. The Liberators are on the way. Percival, he's perfecting his army. He's almost there. Can Tell snipe one of the Templar. Goes down. Gerald trying to keep up. So there's a bit of extra still out there. Speaking of, drops into the main. There was 1 defensive storm. No warpins. Gerald, he's maxed out. He's maxed out. Recall's not available. He's racing back home. Brutal damage in the main. And again, Gerald, he's dragged out of position. Dragged out of position. Percival is moving out. And just pulling Gerald apart. As this is still popping off. Gerald, he defends against the main army. Drop is still in the main. Oh, now forced to pick up. Gerald, he's holding on. Trying to at least. And how many Liberators do we have? 2. So it'd be 6. So 6 Liberators. Gerald making a Void Ray. Okay. I mean, some anti-air. Oh. Yeah, High Templar went down. It's still been shaky fights here for Gerald. Does have a bank, though. Oh, see, well, there's 2 more High Templar. The trades, man. Percival's just been so efficient. So efficient. But Liberators do go down. Still trying to force his way in. Down to only 2 High Templar. So the only 2 Templar. As Percival's got his 5th base, now getting another 6th expansion on the way. It's a crazy economy. It's oh, I guess it goes. EMP still did land. That was worth it for Percival. Also worth it, getting Neo Steel frames, high sec auto tracking, all the upgrades coming into play. Again, we're in the late game. And Percival, he's in a better position. He has the greater economy. Gerald, he's had a hard time having any momentum here. Playing out more Templar. And Percival's just outscaling. As he's about to have 8 Liberators. That's a lot of libs. And Gerald, he's just stuck with the Gateway Army. Just stuck with the Gateway units. He has 4 High Templar. But not much else behind this. And the scariest thing about this game has been Percival's economy, right? The 4th base untouched, the 5th, the 6th expansion as well. Like, that's how Percival can afford this army, can afford this more refined army, I should say. Did have a warping into the main that one time, sure. But just the one time. Small liberation has arrived, does force the blink. Does get the libs. Gets all 4. Forced to pick up, at the same time pushing towards the upside. Cannons, it will buy some time. Jody's coming. Does get here in time. Should be able to defend. As Gerald's holding, Percival, he does strike the 3rd. Gets into the mineral line, base will go down. And again, Gerald's just being pulled apart. Defends the forward base, but he'll lose another expansion. We'll lose a mineral line. Oh, this does recall in time, just barely. Oh, God. But still brutal trades, and you can see Gerald just plummet in supply. No detection. No shot. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it does have the Observer. Observer does move in. You can see Percival still rallying. And Gerald, he's had enough. He's like, he just sends everything across. Doing what he can. And Gerald doesn't really have a bank as a problem. Like, sure, he has 4k minerals, but he has no gas. He has no gas, so he can't replace his High Templar, his Archons, his Stalkers, the units that matter. And Storm does try to zone. And Percival's main army shouldn't be stopped here. Going for another expansion. Oh, the Nexus falls. The Ghost is still popping up. It's still across the map. And again, this is mainly a Zealot composition. It's almost pure Zealot. There's 1 High Templar. Percival, he has to be careful though. Pushing deep into the bases. And deep into the expansions. Zelsei will clean this up. Some brutal positioning though. I should say some nice positioning for Percival. Trading as best he can. But again, he kited into the expansions of Gerald. So he will lose his army. Okay, something going Gerald's way. Yo, the Swarm Tusk, let's go. Oh my God, that's a lot of freedom. It's a lot of liberation. 9 Liberators. Freedom Zone's a bully back Gerald. And again, this just comes down to Gerald just being outscaled. Like, his army just doesn't really compare. Doesn't compare in a head-on fight. Percival, he has perfected his army, and Gerald, he's stuck with something that's subpar. Stuck with a more mid-game composition. Now, there's a chance if Percival, if he abandons part of his army and fights like half at a time, then maybe Gerald can pop off. Oh, maybe. Oof. Once again, brutal EMPs, no storm. No storms. And Gerald looks like he can maybe break this expansion, but at the same time he'll lose his own. So we're trading bases. Meanwhile, there's a lot of Stalkers getting picked up against Stalkers that we can't afford to lose. Oh god! So many Stalkers go down. Shout out to the Cloak Ghost. There's no detection. They just chill. They just stand there and fight. Oh, this time there's an observer. Tries the EMP. Nice cleanup. Okay. That was an expensive loss for Percival. He's out a lot of ghosts. Bearing in mind that Percival, he has a bank, he can rebuild. Gerald cannot. And Percival just looking for bases. Looking for expansions. Maybe the best chance here for Gerald is to quote-unquote base trade. If Percival tries to move out, then Gerald can move in and then force Percival back home and just try to buy some time. If he can buy some time, he may be back. Moving in. Starts over the EMPs. Liberators do seek jump. Gets eyes on the prism. Rotating in. Liberators do overextend. Yeah, they push a little bit too far forward, despite that massive EMPs on the Archons. Archons, they just melt. And there's no storm. Yeah, there's no storm. There's no High Templar. GG gets called, and Percival ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, welcome back to Gressvan. Of course, Gressvan is one of the larger, more defensive maps in the map pool, and we did see here that Percival, he was freely able to get his 4th base, his 5th, and his 6th expansion as well. We mentioned how a lot of this game was going to be hinging on Gerald denying the 4th. On Gerald denying and shutting down the 4th expansion. He failed to do so. He tried. He was trying to rotate in, but alas, he could not really touch the 4th base of Percival or the 3rd. There was like one warping into the main base, which got some damage done, but that was really the only damage that Gerald found. And partially also because of the map. It is easier to turtle up and defend on 6 bases on Gressvan. That's exactly what Percival pulled off. This is also where it's a little bit on Gerald. Once in this matchup, once you realize that you cannot punish the economy, that you cannot gain momentum, that you cannot touch the 4th, 5th, or 6th, that is typically when you have to kind of accept the game state and start to take up, right? Because otherwise you'll be outscaled, which is what we saw, right? We saw the Zealots, the gateway heavy composition is very momentum based, where you're meant to be applying pressure, killing bases, killing mineral lines, and you're able to maintain your kind of superior economic position with that kind of more aggressive style. But if you fail to deny bases, if you fail to stop the economy of the Terran, then you have to get out of it. You got to get out of it. You got to start taking up. in towards disruptors, in towards Skytos, in towards a greater tech army. Otherwise, you just get left behind. Despite that, we did see that Gerald was able to take some better engagements here and there, where Percival was maybe overextending. So you can maybe hope and rely on your opponent making some mistakes here and there. But outside of that, like, you will get outscaled. GG. GG well played. With that, we're now getting into game 5, getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Building up. Oh no, there's some clowns in the chats. Oh no. No, I think gas is going master triggering me the most. I mean, hopefully we were able to explain kind of like the pros, why you see that, and like when and where you have to kind of try to get out of that as well. But again, that kind of like mass gateway composition, it works well. Like we've seen it work well in this series as well. But it is heavily reliant on having the better economy, having map control, and containing the Terran player on a limited amount of bases. But again, on Gressfun, it is easier to get your 4th, your 5th, your 6th, your 7th base as well. Like Percival's economy was untouched, so he was able to just outscale every time. And now we're getting ready for the ace match. Let's go. Your shirt is blinking hella fast. It's fine. Oh no. Don't worry about it, Mappy. Don't worry about it. We're in a festive mood. Vikings being cheaper also makes Skytos worse. I wouldn't say that. The Vikings being cheaper does make it a little bit easier to transition into Viking production. Specifically, it's meant to help against Colossus switches and Colossus transitions, against Colossus heavy compositions. It does, I guess, help a little bit against Skytos, but it's mainly about like that more earlier timing where you do need them a little bit faster. It isn't. I wouldn't say that's enough to deter Skytos play. Skytos not a thing anymore with the new storm. Skytos is a thing. Is a thing. I think a lot of Protoss players have given up on late game tech. You win with Gateway Storm or you don't win. No, there's still Protoss players that do get into late game Skytos in this matchup. If you haven't been watching players like Classic, Classic is very fond of it. Classic is very fond of it. Hero, he does embrace it from time to time as well. So if you watch the Korean Protoss players, I'm thinking MaxPax's game don't usually last that long. So I would say that we see maybe a little bit less with MaxPax, but from the Koreans you do see that switch from time to time, especially from Classic. Classic is more known for it. Switching into Tempest, switching into Skytos. So it is something that is done. It is something that is seen. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Gerald. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran. It is Percival. Here we go. Here we go, as we are getting into the ace match here, the final game of the series. Let's go. So getting into the ace match here. Welcome to Ley Lines. Ley Lines, I would say, is an easier map to be aggressive on. The fringe bases are more exposed or a little more accessible as well. So this will give both players the opportunity to be more aggressive, to be able to apply pressure to the 4th base, the 5th base, the 6th base, onwards as well. I would say it is more difficult to be more turtle heavy. But here we go. So we are getting into set ace match. First things first, we do have Percival going for an economic start, going for a Rax expand. So economic opener out of our Terran. Hero straight up avoids Storm in a large amount of his games. I mean, most Korean Protosses do go for Colossus heavy styles. Like Hero, Creator, Classic. Is known. He is known. Do recommend check out the VODs if you haven't been watching or have been tuning in. Do recommend it. A lot of PVTs out there. A lot of PVTs. Yes, Percival does scout nearby, checking for proxies. Does check out his 3rd base locations. And it is going to be a Twilight Council opener. Gerald, he hasn't really deviated too much. We have seen, you know, 3-gate blink, 4-gate, 2-gate even as well. So he has varied up in that way, but when it comes to his tech, has gone blink every game. At least in this tournament. Gerald poking in, and Percival is going to be opening up Mind Drop. Let's go. Likewise, now we load into Ley Lines, it does mean that Percival has the opportunity to be aggressive himself as well. So we'll keep an eye on the Terran. We did see him fail to be aggressive on Pylon, if you recall. But I'm sure he's tempted once again on Ley Lines. So we have a 3-gate blink out of Gerald, playing safe. Hoping he doesn't avoid his Robo this time. Hallucination confirms the Widow Mines. So Gerald, he's aware what's coming his way. He's aware of the Widow Mine drop. As Percival does go for the add-on swap. Going for the Raven. So Raven follow up for Auto Turret Harass as well. And it's on Gerald to keep up with the aggression. Taz coming for the interception. Barely doesn't catch it. Gerald, he pulls back. And he keeps up. Oh. First way commits. Mines into the natural, boys are being pulled, and no major damage here. 2 probes going to be going down, and both Widow Mines will fall. Doesn't save him, but at least the medevac does get away. Medevac escapes. Does pull out. Would you have early stim out of Percival? Okay, you have my attention. Early stim and no tank production, so this is going to be a much earlier stim timing out of our Terran. Much earlier. And meanwhile, big shout to Sixpool in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. Auto start into the main. Gets 2 pro kills, not bad. 2 probes, 9 mining time. Remember, there are no tanks. Without tanks, the defensive position here is that much weaker. And SCVs are going down. So losing a couple of SCVs. Gerald, I'm sure he noticed. Hey, hold up. There are no tanks. And Stim is almost done. Again, building up more Marines. Building up Marauders. Harassment continues. Percival boosting out. And we just see Gerald, he's not quite ready for this. Does spot the medevac. Nicely done. Does scout. Now he can respond. There's the recall back home. And he's ready. He's ready at the third. Yeah, barely does miss the medevac. Medevac drops into the main. Storm is not yet ready. Stalkers are racing over. Here comes the main push right down the middle. Remember, Stim is done. This is the Stim timing. Gerald is being pulled apart. He needs these storms to connect. He needs the storms. Stim's in. Stim's in. The first storm. Oh. Does zone. Yeah, does zone away. We have 3 more storms, and Gerald, he should be able to hold on here. At the same time, drop is still popping up in the main base. Here come the mass storms. And that's going to be 13. Oh, 13 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. It wasn't the main army. It was that one drop. 14 probes. That is critical damage. Takes down the medevac, but it more than paid for itself. And again, it was just really unfortunate that Gerald, he recalled back home, but he missed the drop anyway. And that gives Percival a massive lead. So Percival takes a lead. Gerald is behind. And it's on Gerald to recover. Percival landing his third base. Ghost on the way behind this as well. Getting his academy. Oof. Cancels the fourth. And Gerald, he is struggling. Ay, ay, ay. Losing more probes. And that's going to be 22 probe kills in total. Not like this, Pappy. Not like this. Now, if Percival overextends, if he throws away this army, for example, if he doesn't trade well, Storm lands. But he gets away. It does pick up, does pull away. If Gerald can catch out some medevacs, if he can land some juicy storms, then maybe. But the pressure's on Gerald, as he's quite far behind here economically. He's oversaturated. He's now getting a 4th base. Fun fact, Percival's 4th base is actually on par with the 4th base of the Protoss. So Geralt is struggling. But he does have storms. It's a lot of Templar. Lose one-eyed Templar though. The harass continues. The Raven is still up and running. The Raven is still there outside of the third. As he snipes three more Stalkers. And you can see the supply disparity becoming even greater here. Again, Percival's army getting larger and larger as he's had better trades, and he still has the better economy as well. So better economy, larger army, more efficient trades, and again, it's going to be a tough hold for Gerald. Now there's EMPs. EMPs are available. Ooh, first storm does land. So does the second. Storm's zoning away. I believe that was the final storm. There's another Templar. Oh, does force a pickup. It does force a pickup. If he's not too careful, he gets surrounded. Prism goes down. That's going to be the final storm. And the Percival, he collapses in. Yeah, he does collapse in. Flanks the army. Takes in the Archons, the High Templar, the everything. And with that, Percival, he is doing it. He breaks through the main army, pushes in toward, I mean, he just pushed towards the third base. And Geralt, he's down to 2 High Templar, 6 Zealots. This is the army. This is all that's left. Percival, you can send it, Pappy. You can send it. As being responsible, he's repairing. Tops up his medevacs. And again, this came down to the drop. I mean, I say it came down to drop. It came down to the recall that was spent earlier. To waste a recall and to fail to catch the drop and to fail to stop the harass was brutal. And that was game, unfortunately. Okay, that was kind of game then and there. That led into 22 probes going down as Gerald failed to defend his main. Now, Percival, he has retreated, and what I will say is that Gerald, he does get his 4th base up and running, so he has the opportunity here to recover. Remember, it was, what, 2 minutes ago when Gerald, he had 2 High Templar and 6 Zealots. Like, that was the time for Percival to move in, but he chose to play it safe, he backed off, he repaired, allowing Gerald to warp in. Bearing in mind that this is mainly a Zealot composition. It's 29 Zealots. It's mainly a Zealot army. 5th base is going to be... That's a kill! That's a kill, not a cancel. There's a recall. Mass EMP on the Zealots. Percival does pull away. Uh-oh. Gets 1. Gets 2. Gets 2 full energy High Templar. Percival, he's having fun, Fab. He's having fun. The ghosts are popping off. Ghost is still active, by the way. It's he's still just getting free damage. Oof. Now the High Templar goes down. Decent storm towards the end. Gerald looking to chase. But the Stalkers are exposed. And how many storms are left? He has 1 High Templar remaining. There it is. Templars in the prism. Percival is taking up towards 2 more starports, triple starport mass liberator production. And again, we've been here before, but Percival is very comfortable. His bases are untouched. He's been taking better fights. He's refining his army, getting to 3-3 and mass lib. Oh, as more Stalkers go down. Nice EMPs as well. Percival, you just kite back, he can pick up. A couple of ghosts though. That's a lot of ghosts being thrown away. That was what, 4 ghost kills. And we are waiting for those liberators. Again, from the side of Gerald, the best he can hope for is Percival overextending. Like we just saw, like Percival, he lost 4 ghosts. That was a little bit unnecessary. So if that keeps happening, that's EMP. Prism goes down. Percival, he will have to get the hell out of here. And picks up, pulls away. Second army in the center. There's the recall. Recall gets spent. Only a handful of Stalkers though. Yeah, Percival can just fight. He can just take the fight. Punishes the Stalkers. Recall is unsuccessful. That's going to be 14 probe kills. Nuke into the base as well. Percival coming in from behind. Liberation zones. Oh my god, they stack up on the storm though. That's a crazy storm. The nuke. Oh, the nuke is cancelled. Yeah, barely is denied. But more bases are falling. Drop into the main. Percival has to be careful though. Not to throw away too much. he abandons the army. Does abandon. Rotates over. Remember, recall's on cooldown. He scans. He sees there's no army in position. Another base goes down. Just knocking down more bases, knocking down more expansions. Remember, recall is unavailable. Gets a Nexus. Brutal snipes. And God, he will lose the mineral line. Now Percival, he will lose at least these Liberators though. Liberators go down. Percival down to 1 Liberator. Gerald, he can take this fight. He gets this around. Wow, he surrounds the Ghost. That's going to be 4 or 5 Ghosts going down, and Gerald, he can still win this fight. He's going for it. Final Liberator falls as well. And we spoke about it. Percival, he threw away too much. Yeah, he threw away too much there. Lost all his libs. Lost the Ghost. He was not paying attention. And this is it. This is Gerald's moment. He has to end it. Keep going. Get into the main. Yeah, he's pushing into the main base. Came to the production. And this can be Gerald just winning the game here and now. Keep going. Takes out more Ghosts. Percival is racing back. Yeah, Viking's gonna be going down as well. Ooh, no detection. Yeah, unfortunately, no detection, but Gerald, he just rallies in. And again, Percival, he had opportunities to end the game earlier. He had the opportunities. Did overextend. And Percival, has he done it, Pappy? I mean, the Stalkers are getting low. Stalkers are getting low. The boys are being pulled. Percival is fighting his heart out. He's got a couple of Ghosts left. Down to 5 Ghosts. The warp in though. No shot. Gerald saw the opportunity. He sees that, Pappy. And again, it was Percival losing too much too quickly. He lost 3 full medevacs across the map. His Liberators were exposed. His Ghosts were exposed as well. Referring specifically to his Ghost getting surrounded here. And suddenly we're getting scrappy. Suddenly we're getting scrappy here. Okay. We got a game. We're getting messy, Pappy, getting messy. Winding back here, Gerald, he does actually maintain a base, so he finally gets a base up and running here in the center. Gets an expansion. He has decent saturation. At the same time, Percival, his own bases, I mean, he has mules, thankfully, that's making up for it. Alright, what do we have? Liberator gets thrown away. There's 7 Ghosts, soon to be 9 Ghosts here for Percival. Boys. And probes have to pull away. Gerald getting a planetary. Storms the mineral line. Percival is coming in from behind. Planetary does go down. Oh, but at the same time, he will lose his own base. 25 probe kills. So we have it back and forth. Gerald kills the base, but he loses the mineral line. He will lose that mineral line. We spoke earlier, Percival, he still has the mules, and he still has that greater economy. Percival's rebuilding. This is what somewhere out there Björn is watching this game and he's like, see, this is why I never attack. That's true, Pappy, true. Feels Björn, man. Oh, yeah, mass EMP, nicely done. EMP's a Templar, no storms. But the Zealots are trading well. Zealots, I pick off 2 more Ghosts. Sorry, 5 Liberators being made. Storm lands. Oh no, he stays in the storm. Does take the storm to the face. Jesus. Does take the storm to the face. Yo, what are we nuking? What are we nuking? What? I'm sure he just assumed there was an expansion here. He does get a base. Base goes down. Base goes down, gets into another expansion. Percival, he will still max out. As again, Percival is standing in a lot of storms. But overall still has a better economy, still takes the better fights. And Percival, he should still take this. But again, Gerald, he made it messy. Again, it was crazy when he pushed right down mid. Caught the army, got into the base. I'm sure he gave Percival a heart attack, but there we go. GG, well played. Good luck gets called, and Percival, he will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Percival. Shout out to Gerald, because again, Gerald, he was playing from behind for almost the entirety of that game. We spoke earlier about the early economic damage. Gerald losing, what, 22 probes. It was crazy damage being dealt. So Gerald, he was down and out. Despite that, the tenacity from Gerald to hang in there despite being at such a deficit and almost bringing it back, finding a way, finding opportunities, capitalizing on Percival's mistakes, and was almost able to claim the game as well. GG. GG, well played. Whew, aye. And with that, Percival, he will take it. He will advance on to the grand finals. And the question becomes, who will join him in those finals? As I believe the lower semis are ready for us as well. Quickly double checking here. I believe the lower semis is going to be Trigger versus who exactly? We didn't see the result of Mixu in Future. Oh my god, Mixu, Mixu, but Mixu takes on Future 3-2, and up next we have Trigger versus Mixu in the lower semis. Let's go, baby, let's go. Crazy upset there, crazy upset. I mean, at the same time, Future, kind of like similar to Astrea, Future is also very inactive. He's very inactive, so it's always hard to kind of gauge the skill level of Future whenever he plays, because there's so little information to work off of. But regardless, that's a big win for Mixu. And again, up next is Trigger versus Mixu. Oh boy. Here we go. Are they having a winners interview? They should, to be honest. But looks like we're cutting to a break. Okay. Whew, we are cutting to a break. So we'll take a moment here. Take a moment. I don't think that's an upset at all. Mixu's very good. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you look at the head-to-head between Mixu and Future, and it would be in favor of Future, right? Okay. They've almost never played. Future 2 at Mixu in 2024, and then we have the one scoreline here in 2025. Let's go, let's go. But yeah, GG well played. A shout out to Mixu for winning that series. And again, Trigger vs Mixu is going to be coming up next year. Now this is where Mixu has to bring his A game. Trigger, unlike Astrea, unlike Future, Trigger has been playing this entire time, right? Like, we've been talking about how Future and Astrea, for example, they've been on hiatus ever since EWC, and even pre-EWC as well. They weren't the most active of players. Trigger, on the other hand, has spent the entire year in Korea, right? He's been in Korea. For those who don't know, Trigger, he first went to Korea last year in 2024, during Clem's run to winning EWC. He went to Korea there, and they pulled a Kevin, papi. They pulled a Kevin, where it was a team house. They set up an Airbnb with Astrea, with Clem, with Future. I think Zane was a part of that as well, and Trigger, and they were all in Korea. They were practicing, getting ready for EWC, and when they all left, they left Trigger behind, papi. He was left behind, and he stayed there. He stayed there for an extra year, and Trigger, he's been back. There were some times, of course, like here, for example, where he has gone and traveled to either Canada or to the Americas for a brief period of time. He went back home in preparation of DreamHack. Was it DreamHack Dallas or DreamHack Atlanta? But around that DreamHack period is when he went back. Likewise, Stellarfest is right around the corner as well. But outside of that, outside of those kind of moments, Trigger has been spending his time in Korea, has been playing a lot, competing a lot, improving a lot as well. There's a reason why Trigger was the representative of the Americas for this year's EWC, as he beat Astrea to be there, to be part of that, to be the representative. And coming into this, I would say Trigger is the like highest rated player or the best player in said tournament, and it's up to everyone else to stop him, right? To stop him, to shut Trigger down. Best of luck to Mixu, best of luck to Percival as well. Oh boy. What I will say is that Trigger, he did fall to Astrea during the SC2 Safe House tournament, that is true, but Astrea is not here anymore. You know, Trigger, he doesn't have to worry about PvP, it's only Zerg and Terran moving forward. Oh boy. So best of luck, as we are going to be cutting to the set break, and then we'll soon be back with Trigger and Mixu. Soon be back. Just take a league like I'm wrong, but I'm surprised that I'm wrong. EU bias, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, yeah. If you're maybe a little bit less familiar with Future, then maybe. Yeah. Crazy perception. I didn't see the point of mass High Templar span if Ghosts could meet both High Templar and Archons. I mean, you can still pull it off with really nice unit control and unit placement. I think an example of that is like Astrea, right? If you remember Astrea's previous game, he had 18 High Templar. Like, Astrea is more the extreme example, but Astrea, he had 18 High Templar, and he had them all in groups of 2, like all spread out. So even though there'd be like some EMPs, ideally, like you still have more storms coming in. So you have like the extreme side of Astrea, or of course the other side is that you do want to switch out of High Templar into Disruptors, of course. But Disruptors are very hit and miss in more ways than one, right? Like, Disruptors are not the most reliable tool in the mid game. That's usually where players kind of like transition to, usually, if the game slows down specifically. Game slows down. But with that, we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we'll have Trigger vs Mixu. We'll see you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Oh, hold on. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something a little bit different here. We were just notified. that the lower semifinals for the StarCraft 2 tournament is on hold, and we are instead jumping into the Brood War side of things, into the Brood War semifinals. In the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss. It is Tim. In the bottom right, we have the blue Terran, Gypsy. We have Gypsy, we have Tim. Hold on, let me just clean up the overlays a little bit here, but here we go. So it looks like, again, Trigger versus Mixu is going to be put on hold. It's going to be put on hold, and we are jumping into the semifinals instead. We are jumping into our TVP. Now, when it comes to the semis, I would appreciate I was going to say a link in the chat, but links are disabled, so hold on. I'll give you guys, I got you. And here we go. So there is a link in the chat that is going to be the Wikipedia page of the Brood War tournaments, and very quickly here, oh, it's not, guys, what's been, yo, what's happening with the Brood War scene, papi? Look at this, it's not been updated at all. The hell? Guys, what's happening? So the group stage is done, and the playoffs, the quarterfinals are done as well. Does anyone have a proper bracket link? Let's have a look here. But yeah, the community has not been updating the Wikipedia page whatsoever. I got you. Okay, we have the challenge. So Gypsy's up against Tim in the upper semis, and we have Striker versus Artosis in the lower semifinals. So we have our top four. Gypsy is a Canadian Terran, and Tim, I do not know. if you're a little bit more familiar with Tim and Gypsy as players, I would love to know. We'd love to know, as we do not follow much Brood War here on the channel. But we may as well settle in. When it comes to my experience with Brood War, I did watch a lot of Brood War when Remastered first came out. If you remember, back then, Spot TV, they did host the SSL. They had their own SSL for Brood War. This was like back in, I think, 2016, right? Was it around 2016? It was the SSL that was sponsored by Jin Air. When they sponsored an SSL for both SE2 and an SSL for Brood War as well. That was when Valdez and Wolf were casting. They were both casting the SSL Challenger series. So it's been a couple of years since I've really watched Brood War. So we'll be able to find out together here. Again, when it comes to the meta, very unfamiliar. Meanwhile, big shout out to Cyan in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session, if not that, but I assume a great stream, a great cast. Obrigado, papi, obrigado. Bom dia, papi, bom dia. But my apologies, I did want to quickly check the format. Is this a best of 5? Yes, okay, best of 5. So if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Will it be Tim or will it be Gypsy? Do I know who's favored? No idea. We're going in blind. Initially we have our initial openers. Nothing crazy, no proxies, no setup across the map. True, when it comes to modern Brood War, my experience is StarCraft Evolution. We'll experience it all together, papi, together. As we do see the initial gate opener, Dragoon into Robotics Bay, Robotics Facility. My assumption is that this leads into a bay and this leads into Reaver drops. My assumption is that Reaver drops, Dragoon into Reaver drop openers are the go-to and the standard in PvT. Meanwhile, we have Mech on the horizon from Gypsy. We'll see if my assumption has any validity to it. See it together. But again, it's all about buying time for the factories to get up and running. As you see, so far, our Protoss player with map control, claiming his third base, containing his opponent. And again, I would imagine we have the Bay follow-up here. We don't quite get eyes in the main. I'm just now realizing, because again, it's been a long time since I've seen Brood War, that I feel like observing is even more important in Brood War because you don't have the production tab. So you need to like visually pan over to like confirm what's being made. Like for example, my assumption is that building being made on the left is the Bay, but I don't actually know because we haven't panned over to it. As Dragoons are going to be forced back, the tank has arrived. And with that, Gypsy will hold. And again, it's less about breaking the Terran, but it's more about containing. Oh, the observatory. Okay, so facility into observatory, not Bay. Let's go building up. With that, we can get into observers, get vision. Again, still looking to contain. It's going to be up to Gypsy to build up and then break out. And I mean, he does. Does break up with his vultures. Timmy's racing back home. Going for extra gateways. Okay, so he's not going for re-replay. Just going for his gate setup instead. As they do make their way into the natural. Probe's going to be going down. Yeah, 2, 3, 4 probe kills. Dragoons, they do have a hard time keeping up here. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol out of Tim. Or a bit of mismovement, I should say. And so far, nice damage. Gypsy, he alleviates pressure, gets into the natural, deals economic damage. And back at home, setting up for his own third, I would assume. Yeah, pulling back, switching mainly into tank production. Out of vultures. And there's that third. Yeah, third base on location. So far, a nice setup for Gypsy. What was meant to be a contain, what was meant to be a delayed third base, fails to be the case. And oh, we're gonna settle in. We're gonna... Okay, let's go. Yeah, the academy, that's gonna be for the for scans. You do need the academy for the Constat station. To get into those scans. Meanwhile, I'm curious as to the tech of choice for our Protoss player. Still Master Dragoon. We have the Citadel on the way. That should be for Zealot Leg. So we're going from Master Dragoon into Dragoon Charge Lot. Sorry, I should say Dragoon Speed Lot. They're a little bit more ideal against mech. Zealots do a great job at getting on top of the tanks, closing that distance. They're quite cheap as well. It's very similar to how the PvT versus mech kind of composition works as well. So getting into speed lots. And again, we have a much slower kind of mid-game here. Much slower. How long is this going to be? You're going to go take a shower? Yeah, bathe yourself, Pappy. You're an animal. Bathe yourself. When it comes to the next StarCraft 2 match, it's going to be a while because we have 2 best of 5s. From my understanding, we're going to be casting both semifinals of the Brutal Tournament first, and then we go into Trigger's match. So plenty of time until then. And likewise, if we're getting into mech, we're going to be here for a while. Like, our Terran player is going to be building up and maxing out on his side of the map, slowly expanding, getting a 4th base. Again, it's going to be a little bit more on Tim to try to break and try to punish as the Terran expands, as they expose themselves and spread themselves thin. Oh, we're taking up. Okay, Stargate's on the way. Temple Archives as well. We're taking up towards Storm, taking up towards Skytoss. I'm curious to see if this is when we start to transition into Skytoss or into something more supportive. Referring to like Arbiters or Corsairs for disruption webs. Again, I'm not really too familiar with like the standard tech path of where we want to go. If we do want to rush into Skytoss or not, especially against mech, against an attempted more passive mech player, where you can maybe get away with more tech. Oof. Dragoon gets picked off. And again, I don't feel like we should be pushing into the siege line, just waiting for the Terran to either move out or expand. So right now, Tim is just containing, or at least attempting to contain. Stargate is done. We have the Arbiter Tribunal on the way, so it looks like we are going to Arbiters. Arbiters are kind of like the mothership. Arbiters, they have, of course, their passive cloak. They have stasis fields, more importantly, so they are a way to kind of break through a siege line. Think of it like blinding clouds, where the Arbiter can move forward, can go for the mass stasis field, and break a siege line, similar to how blinding clouds would operate. Of course, can also recall to find a way into the bases. Meanwhile, before the Arbiters come online, tanks move out. Tanks do move out. Catching a Dragoon. And it's all about just buying time and forcing these sieges, delaying the push. Speaking of tanks, and they're late to siege. There you go, there's a siege. From here, Tim should pull away. Oh, as he's going to try to commit. Getting on top of the tanks, okay. Zealots, they do try to break through, but with the Zealots going down, Tim has to pull back. And again, this delays the army, right? It delays the push. Gypsy was trying to move out across the map. Oh, that was a lot of Zealots, though. He's still pushing. Tim, he's missing the rotation. Yeah, he does miss the rotation. Tim's out of position. Gypsy gets past. And Gypsy, he could even just cut Tim off completely. Ah, he's chasing. Okay. He's going to give chase. Oh, can we get more volume? That's my bad. There we go. Yeah, as you can see, Tim is completely out of position. The army is actually zoned away from his own bases. Tim is what I meant to say. He's zoned out of his own bases. Tanks are pushing in, and the mech army has arrived. Yeah, the mech army has arrived. Timmy does catch a portion. Does get a couple of tanks. What's happening on the minimap? A couple of tanks go down. The Arbiter has arrived. He's here for the stasis fields. But it looks like it's too little too late. Yeah, trying to collapse in. Zealots, they get shut down. They don't really force much friendly fire. Dragoons, they come in from behind, but there are still so many tanks. Yeah, too many. Too many tanks. The army goes down. GG gets called, and Gypsy takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. It was a little bit straightforward there. Gypsy, he was able to just build up and break out with his mech. Tim had a really hard time containing, really hard time delaying as well. I did really like the first engage, like the first push, the first attack that Tim was able to get off on top of the tanks and actually get on top of those tanks as well was great, but then he stuck around. We did mention it at the time when the tanks did siege for Gypsy. Tim kept going. He kept going, kept pushing. He bled out all of his Zealots. He bled out a couple of Dragoons. And once he backed off, he missed the rotation. Gypsy went up the map. He went up the map towards top left. And Tim was staying here in the center instead. He missed the rotation, out of position. GG. GG, well played. They're actually about to show it here. So this was the initial engage. When Tim, he moved in. Then we saw the tank siege. And this is when Tim had to back off. Here he had to back up, but he kept going. Yeah, here he kept going, kept pushing. He bled out most of his army. And that means that he could no longer stop the Terran. So again, here overextended. And it led into this. GG. It's just like SC Evo. It's let's go. But GG, well played. With that, Gypsy takes the lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. So we're getting into game 2. Spawning in why have we changed colors? Spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Canadian Protoss, the blue Protoss. It is Tim, I believe. Gotta go for the zoom. Wait, can you zoom in Brood War? Is that and in the top right hand corner? We have as opponent, we have the, I believe, so no, sorry, it's the Canadian Terran. It is Gypsy. So Gypsy's from Canada, and Tim, I do not know. I assume is from the Americas. But does anyone know? Like, is there a zoom function in Brood War? think you can zoom in and remaster it? Not sure. Okay. Okay. Gotta teach the observer how to do the swoosh. Now, though, we are going to be settling in. And we'll see if we do divert from what we saw in Game 1, right? Game 1, we saw relatively standard openers into mech from one player, of course, and into, I would say, failed containment from the side of Tim. And we'll see how we get into this. The Nexus is glowing way too hard. It's pretty intense, actually. That Nexus. Ah. The Nexus is going further beyond. Why did Protoss buildings burn in StarCraft 1 and they don't burn in SC2? True. I wish they did burn in SC2. It would have been really cool if they had kept that aesthetic. Maybe performance issues? Too many flame effects would just... just tank PCs back in the day? I don't know. I'm sure lore-wise there's like an answer to that, but it would have been nice if they kept that around. It's like in lore they just, I don't know, they came up with new energy and they stopped using like flammable gas they to power their buildings. Ah, it makes sense. For now, though, it looks like it's a 4-player spawn map, so we're checking the corners, looking for our opponents. I'm not too familiar with the name of the map. If you know, let us know. Let us know. Gibbs names. Hold on, what's the map pool for this tournament? Map pool is Dominator, Knockouts, Litmus, Metropolis, Polestar, Radion, and Roaring Currents. I have no idea what any of these maps are. Except for maybe Metropolis. Which I believe this is not. Also, thank you so much, Stan. Thank you so much for the gifts and sub. Thank you so much. Do appreciate the support. Gracias, papi, gracias. Astrea, Stan. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. Here we go. Yeah, from here we're still just building up. We found each other, of course. It is going to be diagonal spawns on said map. What map? No idea. And again, we'll see if our players do deviate. Oh, okay. Do set up the pylon. Pylon is across the map. We'll see if we commit into something more sinister here, into a robo. Second factory is on the way. Mech once again out of Gypsy. And Tim, he is going for the proxy Citadel. Okay. that I was not expecting. Proxy Citadel, proxy gateway, going into speed lots, going into mass speed lots. Into what looks to be an all-in. He is committing. As without upgrading and invest into Zealot legs. Takes down one of the Dragoons, not bad. Decent catch. I do apologize for the volume levels. It seems to be quite low. Actually, did it? There we go. We're okay, we're okay. No, he scouts! The Vulture goes up the ramp. Does scout, does confirm. Gets eyes on the gateways, gets eyes on the Citadel as well. He sees everything. Not like this, Pappy, not like this. Does scout, does confirm. Tim, he's also where he was scouted. And Gypsy has a wherewithal to set up back at home. Oh, okay. Temple Archives back at home. So, okay. So because Tim knows he got scouted, he doesn't have to commit anymore. He doesn't have to commit, so he's taking up. Taking up towards Storm. Looking to expand, he's backing up. It is still brutal just because Tim did invest into quite a lot of buildings and quite a lot of tech that will be thrown away. But he's not going to like try to force it and try to commit into a defensive terrain. His probe is in position to expand. Likewise, thankfully, we do see that Gypsy isn't overreacting. Yep, there's a Nexus. There's a Nexus. So again, Tim, he does deviate away from his all-in. He's not going to commit. Not anymore. Not after he got scouted. Oh, right. Citadel into Temple Archives, into DTs. There's a turret. Turret's in position. Like, in my mind, I see a Temple Archives, I think Storm. But, there's no unique building for Dark Templar in Brood War. Like, there's no Dark Shrine. You just get the Archives. True. So again, the harassing units get cleaned up. And we're in a kind of similar game state to previously here, where Gypsy's going to be building up his tanks, building up his mechs, slowly taking a third base. Oh, he breaks through. Nice control. Very nice. Baits out the spider mines. Ooh. No, Tim, calm down. It's a very nice play out of Tim. Shots on the spider mines, getting his third base up and running. Oh, as Gypsy's going for a very early move out. He gets spotted by the Dark Templar. There's the first scan. Oh, does he get away? He barely does. Oh, barely does not. And does pull out of vision, just barely. Oh, was unable to, I should say. Does commit across the map. Nice use of spider mines here, catching reinforcements. Ooh, 2 Dragoons go down. Punishing the proxy. Gypsy's moving in. Just wedging himself in between the third and natural. Still rallying forward. Again, I don't think Zell Legs was quite researched. I don't think. Yeah, scanning, making sure he doesn't have to deal with those Dark Templar. They don't pop off. And there's nothing to defend. There's two there, yeah. there's 2 Dragoons, baby. GG gets called, and Gypsy, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. It was a cheeky move there out of Tim to go for the proxy, but it was just so unfortunate. It was so unfortunate it got scattered. They're actually just showing the replay here. Bam. This is the moment that the Vulture did scout the proxy, and this is the moment that we saw Tim had to deviate away. Had to transition, and that was kind of a game then and there. Where the proxy didn't really achieve anything, and it allowed Gypsy to just build up back at home, build up his tanks, was able to move out across the map. There was so much invested into the Dark Templar, into the third base as well. It was a bit of a shaky start out of Tim. And with that, that means that Gypsy's up 2-0. He's up 2-0, and we'll see if Tim can start the comeback. The pressure's on. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, so one more game is all that Gypsy needs. This is Metropolis. Oh, there you go. There you go. That was Metropolis. Metropolis, man. And now we're loading into potentially the final game of the series as spawning in the bottom right hand corner. They've changed colors again. God damn it. We have the red Protoss. We have the American question mark Protoss. It is Tim. And in the top left hand corner, we have the Canadian Terran player leading the series 2-0. It is Gypsy. Here we go. So we're getting into game number 3. And we are loading into, I would imagine this is a 3-player spawn map. That's why they panned over towards bottom left. It would make the most sense. Yeah. So 3-player spawn map instead. After the failed proxy, I can't imagine we're going to be seeing Tim committing to anything too crazy this time. What map would this be? This looks like... Litmus? No. Polestar? No. Oh. Astrea stand. Estás, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for this is up to Dave Testa. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Hope you're doing well, Dave. Hope you're doing well. I know that that's you weren't necessarily available to go to the offline event here to go for SC4ALL, but hopefully that whenever there's a next SC4ALL, and I'm sure there will be a next one, you're able to be there. Hopefully for the next one, you're able to be there. So take care, Papi. Take care. Look after yourself. Dave. And then next time, Papi, next time. It's all good. It's all good. Is this Dominator? Oh, let's go. There it is. Yeah, Dominator is a 3-player spawn map. Remake of Gladiator. Okay. We're learning. We're learning. We can see Timmy does scout bottom left. He's looking for his opponents. We'll confirm that Gypsy is nowhere to be found. Likewise, Gypsy does find Tim. And we're getting eyes on the setup here. Earlier Forge this time out of our Protoss. Okay. So Nexus Forge opener out of Tim. With this, we can get into earlier upgrades. Earlier +1. And of course, defensive cannons. As well as gate expand. Yeah, so we'll be able to set up here on the low grounds. And once again, I mean, I don't see Gypsy deviating. He's been playing mech this entire series. We expect that to continue. Really, our eyes are going to be on Tim to see how he does respond. That's from here we're taking up. Gonna be taking up. I think technically this was Forge Fast Expand, I guess, just because of the late Cybercore. Yo, shout out to the flame effect. Yeah, so players are building up. From here, Gateway Explosion out of Tim. And we're waiting for the extra factories from the side of Gypsy. Is this when we do something crazy, throw down extra racks and go into bio? No shot. Give us the factories. Oh my god, the sun is up. How long have we been live? Wait, what the hell? It's been almost 5 hours. Jesus. I feel like we haven't really casted much today. What did we cast? Two quarterfinal matches and the upper semis. In 5 hours. Ay, ay, ay. Oh boy. As because of the opener of our Protoss player, because it was a Forge-based opener instead, he actually has no map presence, so 0 map presence from the side of Tim. Gypsy is actually able to take a faster third base as a result, so greedier play out of our Terran. We'll get away with it. So we're seeing a weird dynamic where early on we see the Terran with map control instead of the Protoss. As Tim is trying to break out. Oof. Does tank some of the mines. Factory is now finishing up, I would imagine. First map was Polestar. Oh, there you go. Yep, there are the factories. So what was this map again? This was Dominator, yeah. We'll slowly learn the maps and then never cast Brood War again. We'll But yeah, from here we have just been building up, just saturating on 3 bases. The tanks are amassing. It was mech, of course, as we have extra factories finishing up from the side of Gypsy. I'm most curious into how Tim has been taking. We actually haven't seen the main base of Tim in quite some time, so I don't know. Like, are we working towards a Robo again? Are we working towards a Citadel into Charge? A Templar Archives? We haven't seen... We have not panned to the main in like 2 minutes for Tim. But favor, what's he up to? I mean, now we know he went Robo into Observatory. He has the Observer. I feel like this is how people used to cast back in the earlier days of Brood War, where you could only do like vodcasts of like Korean broadcasts, so you have to rely on their observing. Okay, Citadel's now on the way, so we're taking up into Zealot Legs. From here into potentially a Templar Archives. So again, a much slower game, a much slower start. But of course, Gypsy, he got his third base that much faster, so that should translate into a larger army soon. Once his base kicks in, then he can afford the factories. There we go, 4 factories on the way. But I didn't realize how much slower paced this is. This isn't necessarily indicative of other matchups, of course. But much slower paced. Even compared to SE Evo as well. True. As we are pushing out, I believe Zealot Legs should be done. So we're moving out with the Mass Gateway Army. The tank count isn't quite there yet for Gypsy, so Gypsy's in trouble. Can we break through? Can he break through the tank lines? Oh, tanks are just now sieging up. Yeah, they're just now sieging. Boys are being pulled to buffer. We gotta pull the boys. And again, there's 3 tanks left. Only 3 tanks remaining. Gypsy was just a little bit too greedy. Again, he delayed his factories in favor of the 3rd TC. And he will lose the final tank. Every tank goes down. There's 1 tank left. And Tim's done it. Tim, he does it. He breaks through. Breaks into the natural. Tanks, they barely do get away. Gets 1. Takes down the final tank. And so do all the SCVs. And again, it just took a little bit too long here for Gypsy to get online. As you mentioned, he was being greedy. He went into the faster 3rd base. The factories, they only just now finished. You can see half of them don't even have any add-ons. Oh, do you know what happened? He got caught with his pants down, Pappy. The pants were down. Even back in Brood War, they weren't wearing belts. Even back in Brood War. Smurge. GG. GG gets called, and with that, Tim, he does bounce back. He does put a point on the board. We have a series. We have a series, Pappy. GG, well played. Again, Gypsy just getting caught being a little bit too greedy. Wasn't quite set up for it. Wasn't quite ready for the push, the timing. His factories were just finishing up. And with that, we have a series. Let's go. I wasn't too opposed to Gypsy going for the faster third base the way that he did. I wasn't too opposed to it. Getting to the faster third and being greedy, but just maybe a step too far. This is just the main fight. Just the main fight. Where again, there were 6 tanks and like 3 vultures. And 2 of them, they came in a little bit late to the party as well. But GG. GG. Oh, the pants. I think we contemplated making it an emote. But I don't know what the emote would look like. Oh no. No. You know, meanwhile we have the trophies on screen. We have the SC2 championship, which is the yellow one, and we have the Brood War champion, which is the right one. The green one. With the 2 trophies. Let's go. Oh yeah, pants on the duckling head. Yeah. True. He lost his pants. Where could they be? Where could they be? But here we go. Here we go. We're getting to our next game. In the top right-hand corner, we have Tim. In the bottom left, we have Gypsy. And welcome one and all to what map exactly? I have no idea. Meanwhile, shout out to Einstein. Astrea, gifted sub to Setsuna. Gracias, papi, gracias. Astrea. We appreciate it, we appreciate it. No. So this wouldn't be... Is this Roaring Currents, maybe? No shot. No, not Roaring Currents. Is this Radon? Or Knockout? This looks like Radon. Okay. Or into Radion even, I should say. Meanwhile, Isan giving a sub to Senjuas. Oh my god. Gracias, Isan, gracias. As we are setting up with the proxy, Timmy does go into the center of the map, throws down the pylon. I believe this is a 4-player spawn map, so he does throw it down dead set in the center, and we'll see if he can find, and we'll see how hard he commits as the gateways are being thrown down. Yo, can we flower? But just double checking, yes, 4-player spawn map, I believe. There we go, throwing down 2 gates. And he's scouting top left. So again, Timmy's still looking for his opponent. Looking for Gypsy. Does find an empty corner of the map. Now moving down. Just catching up. Oh yeah, we have our gateways, so it's also moving out. Tim, he does find Gypsy. Does find him. Finds him bottom left. Likewise, Gypsy's also looking for his opponent. Gypsy has no idea what's coming his way. So no safety bunker. Thankfully, he's going for the factory follow-up, not CC. So playing it safe. First zealot has arrived. To see Tim showing his hand a little bit early. Proxy has been confirmed. And we have to pull the boys. So far, boys are being pulled. Zelta trying to keep up. Oh! Gets a swipe off. Does get himself some of the Marines. One of the Marines does survive, actually. Nice control. Marine survives. Bunker is now done. And with that, so far, Gypsy, he's holding. Who was the second SCV? But the bunker just survived. Factory is done. And again, he should hold. Should hold here. We're getting up to 3 zealots. I mean, the zealots, they can still try to avoid the bunker and head into the mineral line. But now there's a vulture. The vulture should not be caught. Yeah, just getting free damage. Zealot tries to get in. But again, this is looking dire. As time goes on, now we have more vultures massing up. And Tim, he's running out of steam. Running out of army. Not Tim. Not like this. Oh, he's trying to transition. Cybercro's on the way. The vultures, they move out across the map. They can actually just go for the mineral line. He's got options. Nice biocontrol. Saves all the Marines. We lose 1 SCV. And Gypsy, he has found him. Oh! Doesn't get surrounded. Catching out a couple of probes. There's no armies to defend back at home. Dragoons are now on the way. That's what, 3-4 probe kills, getting up to 5. No mining in the main base either. So much lost mining time. And GG. Yeah, GG gets called a critical damage. And with that, Gypsy, he will take the series 3-1. He will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Gypsy as he does claim the series. Again, he had a very clean response to the proxy. So quick to set up his bunker, so quick to pull the boys, to get the bunker up to, and of course, fortunate as well that he was going factory before CC as well. So very safe build by Gypsy. So with that, he was able to shut down the aggression, shut down the proxy, counterattack, and end the game. GG. With that proxy, he does advance on. And sorry, Gypsy does advance on. Shuts down the proxy, and I believe we have one more semifinals remaining here. It is going to be Artosis versus Striker. Oh boy. As they might have an interview. See Tempo in the background. Let's go. Este Tempo. But they might have a winners interview, and I believe after this it's going to be Artosis and Striker facing off. Artosis is Terran, Striker is Zerg. Oh, TVZ, okay. TVZ, man. As I believe this is Gypsy. Ah, let's go. Unfortunately, we didn't have audio for the interview, so we're going to be going on a break. When we come back, we should have Artosis versus Striker, followed by Trigger versus Mixu. We'll get there, Pappy. We'll get there. But for now, we are going on that break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your Marines, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brood War OST as we return with the lower semifinals of the SC4ALL Brood War tournaments. We just wrapped up the upper semis and we had Gypsy. Gypsy did advance onto the grand finals, and Gypsy is waiting for the winner of this series, waiting for the winner of Artosis and Striker. In the top left-hand corner, we have the American Terran in Artosis. In the bottom right, we do have Striker, the American Zerg player. Here we go. We have a TVZ, and if you're in the chat, it is Gamba time. Predictions are open and place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our Terran versus Zerg matchup, a matchup that I would imagine is going to be much more intense, much more active, much more dynamic compared to what we just had in the upper semis, which was a little bit more one note, a little bit slower. Like, it took a little bit more time to kind of really get going. It was slower paced. There we go. It was a little bit more slower paced. For now, though, we're going to be settling in. And we are opening up on the low ground. We're setting up for the Warlock to be able to secure that natural base. When it comes to this matchup here, I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the players themselves. Artosis, of course, he does stream a lot. And of course, I'm sure many people have seen his breakdown compilations. Hi. He's very passionate. He's very passionate about StarCraft, very passionate about Brood War, and he's a pretty good player. He's a pretty good player as well. How does he compare to the others in the American scene and the American circuits? I do not know. I don't know how to compare him amongst the other players, so we're about to find out. So we're about to see how he compares to at least Striker. Here we go. If you're out there, if you're watching, if you're a little bit more familiar with the Brood War, I would love to know when it comes to a little bit more backstory behind some of these players like Striker. Striker, I'm very unfamiliar with. But for now, we are calming down. Do you have our hatch gas pool? Oh, sorry, just hatch pool gas even. There we go. Relatively standard opener here by Striker, I would imagine. And likewise, welcome to a 4-player spawn map. So we're looking for our opponents. We do have Artosis checking top right. Likewise, we do also have Striker moving out diagonally across the map. We'll confirm the location of Artosis. Likewise, the Overlord does actually tell Artosis that's a Striker spawn location, so he is aware. They scout each other. How much Artosis stream Percival will watch and listen to, especially with the TTS? I mean, that's also the appeal to his stream, right? Like, he has kind of fostered that kind of community that they're all about the TTS, the Mario erotica memes ? That's all I know about Artosis' stream. When I think of Artosis, I think of Mario erotica. That's they come hand in hand, pappy. They come hand in hand. Otherwise, we have our faster layer here from Striker. Interesting. Does go layer first. With a faster layer, we can go into earlier tech, referring specifically to Spire play. So we'll keep an eye on our Zerg player, bearing in mind that Hydra tech is hatch based, so you don't need a layer for Hydras. So I'm leaning a little bit more towards Spire. Meanwhile, we have Bio here out of our Terran player. Second Rax, Academy for Stim. And of course, Artosis did scout the lair timing. So big scout for Artosis. As players are droning, and players are saturating. Artosis coming in for the rescout. Oh wait, my apologies. Sorry, I just assumed that he saw the lair. I mean, now he does. Does go in, and yep, there's a Spire. As we mentioned, again, rushing into lair like this, it has to mean only Spire. The Hydra tech is hatch base, and there's nothing else it could really be. Just like SC4ALL, true. And Artosis confirms. Artosis does confirm it's going to be a rush into mutas. And now he can prepare. He can work towards his eBay, work towards turrets, build up his marines, and get ready to receive. So I want to ask about the Mario. It's like, oh no. There are clips out there. You'll find what you're looking for. Hence the E-base halfway done. Muta production should be underway. As our toast is here secure back at home. Hunting for overlords. Needs to be careful though. Bearing in mind when it comes to Brood War ZVT, because there are no early queens for defensive play, it does mean that sunken colonies are more of a must to defend early on. They're a lot more relied upon. More so than, say, spine crawlers in StarCraft 2. Which are typically only seen against all-ins. Meanwhile, the Tosis does check for the third. Doesn't quite scout it. Pulls away. Mutas are now out. And we'll see if Striker can catch these Marines. Again, Artosis, he was a little bit too cavalier here. Yeah, there we go. 2 Marines go down. He gets 3. 3, 4, 5. Every Marine's gonna fall. Again, Artosis, he knew that there was a Spire. He knew that there were Mutas, but he gets caught out on the map. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, thankfully, he's ready back at home with his turrets, but again, was caught out in the open. So, nice start for Striker. Nice start. He shouldn't find much economic damage, but does gain map control nonetheless. And from here, Striker can drone, can saturate, can build up his economy, and can start taking up even further into his Link supportive army and potentially even towards Hive Tech, but we'll get there. Mutas, they get 1, they get 2, 3. I believe that's what, 3, 4, 5. Jesus, we're getting a little bit out of hand here. 5, 6 SCVs going down. Marines late to respond. Nice damage dealt here by Striker. And he's switching to Lurkers. Okay. So he has Mutas to harass, but the goal here is to switch out of Mutatech into Lurkers. So now he has the Hydrogen on the way. Nice control. Oh, Jesus. Gets a Marine. Gets a Marine, contains the Terran. Does creep give movement speed in Brood War? I don't think it does. I could be mistaken though. Worth Googling. I believe that's more unique to StarCraft 2. Oh, no, never mind. Does give movement speed, okay. Apparently, so I guess it makes sense because workers count as hovering, but it does not give movement speed to workers. So drones, they don't get boosted speed on creep or anything like that. But regular units do. There you go. Once again, so far we are contained. When it comes to the tech of choice, remember we are working towards Lurkers behind this, so the Hydrogen is now done. And Lurkers are morphing in. Oh, we got the Queen's Nest as well. With that we can start Queen production, or at least take up into Hive. Hive is, never mind, Hive is already done, working towards the Defiler Den. Defiler Mound even. And Striker taking up quite quickly here. Already into Defilers. But he still needs a little bit more time to build up his Defilers, to gather the energy, and to get ready. To get ready with the Dark Swarm. Oh, as our Tosis does move out. Lurkers, I'm assuming, on hold position. We be assuming. Yo, can he bait him in? Defiler Man is done. Thank you so much. I stand in the chat. Gracias, papi, gracias. Giving it gives us up to Mito. The Lurkers get caught out. 1, 2 Lurkers go down. Striker's holding. Striker, he does hold on, does maintain his position. Mutas are low. And you see more lurkers back at home. The first wave of defilers should be out by now. Oh. Lurkers have to pull away. Does bar. Once again losing up to 3 lurkers. The reinforcements did arrive in time. Striker is holding on. Oh, a little bit of a bold move here. Yeah, bold move. Losing another lurker. Ultra Cavern's on the way. What happened to the Defiler round? What? Do we have them? We have 2. Okay, okay. So 2 Defilers. They're ready with their Dark Swarms. Likewise, Radiate's going to be ready here for Artosis. I was asking because to give the sub to Stealth Viper as well. Astrea, papi. I think I said Artosis. Astrea. Calm down, papi. Calm down. Thank you, papi. Thank you. All the gifted subs. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Yeah. A lot of this will come down to the engage here. I believe the lurkers are splits, but there are Nidus Swarms. Oh. I think that was a bit of a mistake. We do have a bit of a premature Dark Swarm. That happens to the best of us. A little bit premature. Yeah, there's a consume. Artosis does push. There we go. Does Dark Swarm. Army is ready. Does get the Radiate off. Radius to Defiler. Oh. Yeah, nice. Defense Matrix diving on top of the lurkers. And does he have enough? He's going in. Oh god, no. Artosis. He tries to break the Dark Swarm. Not worth it. Doesn't pay off. Artosis, respect the Dark Swarm, papi. Respect it. Oh, the production team is having fun. Oh my god. They're showing the Artosis cam. Yo, is this the EWC production team? Is that what's like? They're like, make him cry. Make him, oh my god, massive plague. Yeah, the plague on top of the bio. Artosis is being shut down. The production team, they're like, oh, something bad happened. Yo, zoom in, zoom in. Is he crying? Is he? Do I see a tear? Go, zoom, zoom. Cut to Artosis can. It's like, production team, calm down, but because oh my god. Someone clip it, post it on Twitter. Somebody Jesus. The production team, no mercy, baby, no mercy. Yeah, as Artosis does rotate towards the right hand side. Remember, there are Nidus Swarms, so you can rotate back and forth. Oh! Lurkers do borrow. They do borrow, but where are the Defilers? Without Dark Swarm, there's going to be no defense here. Hydrogen is going down. There's one Ultra to defend. Do you have the attempted Ling run by? Lings are dealt with. Oh. Okay, Defiler has arrived. Does land the plague, okay. Does land the plague. The plague. Oh. There's the Dark Storm as well. Well, that Striker, he does hold. Does hold, does defend. Lings a breakout on the left-hand side. So we have more committed run-bys. And much more committed. Lings a flooding in towards the third, denying the expansion, sorry, flooding in towards the fourth base. Denying the expansion, Ultras, they do hit the third. And Arctos is out of position. Catching another Ultra. Ultra does go down, but this is still brutal economic damage here. Yeah, Arctos is leaving the army idle. Arctos is going to be losing everything. And Striker is snowballing out of control. He's snowballing out of control here, just cashing out Arctos in the center, across the map as well. Lurkers are moving in. Where are the Defilers? Oof. Jesus, the Lurkers, they just break through the bio. Marines are going down, more Lings flooding. Everything's on fire, Pappy. Yeah, Arctos is just being overrun here. GG gets called, and Striker takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Arctos, he was able to at least build up initially. He was able to scout the Spire, scout the Mutaplay. Despite that, he still took a lot of damage. He still took a lot of damage from the Mutas, able to successfully defend, successfully turtle up, and contain Arctos. Arctos was able to eventually break out, but we saw this big moment where he lost momentum. Specifically, actually, we're about to see it, I think. They're going for the instant replay. Specifically, when Arctos did decide to try to break the Dark Swarm, break the Lurkers. Actually, looks like they're glossing over it. But there was a big moment where he went for the defense matrix on the Fire Bats. He tried to push into the Dark Swarms. It was not worth it. He lost his entire army. At the same time, he dropped into the bottom left-hand base where he got hit by a plague, and he just plummeted in supply. That was the moment where the production team decided to zoom in. They zoomed into Arctos' face. They enjoy his pain. Ay. It's like, production team, if you're too mean to him, then he's not going to cast the finals of the Brood War tournament. He's not. Oh no. Assuming he doesn't make it there. But GG well played. So again, just too much going too wrong too quickly there for Arctos, as everything did kind of fall apart. And now we're getting to game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Striker. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. Sorry, we have the blue Terran player, the red Terran, sorry, the red Terran player himself. It is Arctos. But thank you so much, Iceland, for the gift of sub to Papi. Papi. Well, sorry, the Pepitas. Quack. But here we go. As we're calming down, once again loading into, I believe, a 4-player spawn map. Once again, Arctos is setting up on the low ground. Thank you for the gift of sub to Sasha Gray as well. Gah. Iceland. Oh, the gifted subs. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. I mean, Iceland's been a long-time supporter of the channel, a long-time supporter, and we do appreciate the generosity. We appreciate the generosity in the chat. I think that's 5. I think 5 in total. 5, 6. Thank you. Do appreciate it. And again, I do apologize if I'm a little bit low energy. We're 6 hours in, and we still have to cover this series, then the semis, and then the finals of Brood War, then the finals of StarCraft 2. There's still a lot more StarCraft to go. We'll make it, Bobby. We'll make it. But otherwise, we are going for the same opener, going for the depot into racks into CC from the side of Artosis. Striker likewise just going a hatch. I think it's a hatch pool gas. So we're calming down. Looks like the rush distance by ground is much shorter on this map. I mean, we have closer spawns as well, true. Do have vertical spawns. Tosis does find the Zerg, does find Striker. And this does mean that Artosis has the potential to be much more aggressive this time, to be in the face of the Zerg and try to break them early on. I would say that, especially based on the spawn locations that we're getting here, it is going to be much more difficult to get away from muta play. So I would be opposed to rushing to a Spire and rushing into a lair. Never mind, there's a lair. So once again, fast lair timing. Because of the faster lair, my assumption is that this is going to be for Spire. The SCV does scout, does confirm the lair as well, so Artosis knows. As I mentioned previously, you would never open up a lair like this if we were to go for Hydras or to go into a heavy Ling. To be fair, I don't really know what the meta is in TVC. I don't know if it's just standard to open up Spire anyway, regardless, even if you're not going to do too much damage. Just to gain some control of the map and just to deter the Terran. I don't know if it's more standard to open up like Ling Hydra even. If that's viable even. To go Ling Hydra. If you're a little bit more well versed in Brood War, let us know. Let us know. That's the layers finishing up. Yo, we are staring at this SCV. Now we zoom? So it looks like we can. We have the Academy on the way. In towards Stim again. I mean, same build out of Artosis 2 games in a row. He zooms in for the tech, but not for the intros, pap. SMH. But I would love a pan into the main. There we go. What's behind the Spire? Okay. So again, fast lair into Spire. We have mirrored build so far. Same as game number 1. Doing the same here in game 2. Once again, Artosis is aware. Artosis, he hasn't seen the Spire itself, but he's fully aware. And we did mention how because of the closer spawn locations, Artosis can be more aggressive this game. And here we go. Here comes a very committed early push. Stim is still on the way. And we'll see if Striker can get away with this fast muta play. That's just waiting for reinforcements, still waiting for the upgrade to kick in. Stations are done. Are we going to the point where people give subs to pun names? Oh no. These mutas have arrived. Oh! Trying to poke in. Gets one. Nice control. Guess who? So far picks up 2 Marines. Nice control here from Striker. Baits out of Stim. Lings collapse in. 3 more Marines go. Oh my god! Striker completely shuts this down. Down to 3 Marines. Down to 1. And Artosis will lose everything. Yeah, he'll lose the entire army. Ay. I'm getting deja vu. I'm getting... Yo, is this Striker or is this Jadong? What's going on? What's going on, Pappy? Oh my god. The meters are very low. Does pull out, does pull away. Behind this was getting a third base up and running, and now it should be looking to transition into out of muta tech, into Hydras. We're still waiting for that tech though, as I believe we have no Hydra Den yet. So far just droning, just saturating, building up more mutas. Yo, is this when we zoom in on Artos' face? Is that when? Oh, no. Wait, what? Production. Okay. Okay, we're good. For a moment there, I thought they were going to do like an instant replay on Artos' face. God. Oh, okay. So behind this, there was the hydrogen, straight into the Queen's Nest, straight into the Hive. Jesus, we are so tech heavy here. Again, not slowing down. And just like last game, the goal should be to get into Lurker tech alongside Defilers. It is quite crisp. It's quite close. In regards to getting out the Defilers in time for the move outs. Also so crucial here that we do this. Mutas are picking up Marine after Marine. This is delaying the move out of Artosis. Delays his push. To be honest, after watching the Ducklings and Live Lights, I've been recommended a lot more hot tub and spawning pool streamers. Oh no. It's because of the lack of pants. True, true. It all makes sense. It's all about the what? They're doing it again. Yo, we don't have to do this. They're like, look at him cry. Look at him. There's no tears on the outside, but he's a broken man inside. Production, calm down. Look at this grown man suffer. Jesus. I can't handle it. But honestly, really impressive control out of Striker. Very impressive. And now he's teched up. The Lurkers are out. The Defiler should be out as well. Jesus. Like, if they bully Artosis too much, if he loses this series, he's just gonna walk out. He's just gonna leave. Like, oh, we wanted you to cast later. Then no. Gonna just walk out of the building and just walk back to Canada. All the way from Philly. That's... Oh, no. Not like this. Have mercy on this poor man. Yes, from here, the army is going to be zoned away. The Lurkers, they just wedge themselves in between the army and the natural. And from here, Skylar, he can just rally. Just rally over. He's banking some resources, I will say that. His macro has been slipping. But he cleans up the bio army. Pushing into the natural. Still rallying in. Oh, here comes the fight. Oh, look, that's so cute. Look at him. They're waddling in. There it is. There's Dark Storm. GG gets called, and Striker, he will take game number 2. He'll extend his lead in the series. GG. I also just realized Tempo has a fake mustache. I just realized Tempo, he just made sure that the mustache was sticking on. Lovely, lovely. But GG well played with that. Striker is up 2-0, and Striker needs Automas one more game to claim the series here. And so far, the series has been pretty one note in the sense that we've had kind of a repeat here. Kind of. When it comes to the builds, I should say. With Striker going 2-base Muta every single game, game 1 and game 2, getting away with it as well, and having some insane Muta control, not necessarily killing SCVs, but punishing the main army, punishing Artosis, who twice now would move out early on to try to punish and fail to punish. Be caught out with his bio, lose all the Marines, lose momentum early on, and with that, because momentum would be lost, that would allow Striker to get his third base and attack up heavily quickly into the Queen's Nest, into the Hive, into Defilers and Lurkers. all because and all thanks to his damage with the mutas. And we're just going straight into game number 3. Let's go. In the bottom right hand corner of this map that we're loading into, that we totally know the name of, we have the American Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg leading the series 2-0. It is Striker. And in the bottom right hand corner, we have the American Terran. We have the red Terran. It is Artosis. Here we go. So in chat, what does Darkstorm exactly do? Reduce the range of enemy units trying to attack by 1. It does nullify any kind of range damage. So like Marines, tank fire. As is being emphasized in the chat, there are some exceptions to the rule, like tank splash damage. That is true. Tank splash damage. Again, melee based units can also deal damage as well. So you can go in with melee based units instead to kind of break through these dark swarms. But it is a very powerful supportive ability to help keep the lurkers alive. Is this an MMR mismatch? I'm not really familiar with the level of our players here when it comes to Brood War. I would assume so. Specifically, I say MR mismatch. Specifically, the muted control has been crazy. The muted control has been really impressive. Both game 1 and game 2, Artosis, like, what he's doing isn't wrong. Him moving out with his bio, him moving out to try to punish his opponent for going into 2-base muta, it makes sense in my mind. It makes sense, and that's why he's doing it. But every time he's attempted to, he's been out, like, his opponent just out controls him. Like, Striker has just been out controlling Artosis when it comes to the head-on fights and the head-on engagements. And because of that, like, it's just not been worth it. Artosis kind of being active with the army, pushing out with his Marines, it's just not been worth it because of the insane control that Striker's had. So it feels like we have to change our approach. Like a caster playing a pro. I mean, I can't speak on that. Like, I don't know. Like, I know that Artosis is good. I don't know how he compares to Striker. I don't know how good Striker is. Like, I have no context as to the level of play of Gypsy, Striker, and Artosis and Tim. I have no context. And again, I should also emphasize as well that part of why these games are looking as solid as they are is, again, the muted control. And because the mutas have been getting so much damage early on, it snowballs out of control. It has like a compounding effect, I should emphasize. Which won't necessarily be there if we're able to nullify some of that damage. Once again, fast lair, once again, 2-base muta. So Striker is going for the same build, he's going to 2-base muta. We'll see how Artosis does adjust here. We'll see if he still goes for the same Marine move out, or if he does decide to be more defensive instead, or even try to approach this in a different way with something like mech. So we'll see. But we're not here to, like, rag on players or anything like that. We're not the production team. We're not the... the production, they know what they want. Jesus. We're not here for that. We're now going for the Academy. Once again, we do see Artosis heading towards Stim, heading towards Bio. I didn't quite check and see if he was scouting his opponents, but he can just make the assumption that it's going to be 2-base muta again. We have close rushes, close spawns by air, so this is going to be favoring muta play, as it will take less time to get across the map into the bases of Artosis. But again, we'll see how if he takes a more defensive stance. The Spire is on the way, almost done. Spire's almost done. We do see Striker expanding at the third base, very far away. But we'll take his third. Yeah, so Toast does go for the same bio move out. Ooh, we'll lose a Marine. Oh! Catches one of the Zerglings. Toast is forced back, and Mutas are amassing. And Toast, he does turn around. Okay. Turns around, makes it back home. And this time Artosis, he will not lose his first army. So already a big change compared to game 1 and game 2. Artosis is playing safer. He pulls back with his Marines. He pulls back with his Medics. And he is taking a more defensive stance. As I mentioned, by now, both in game 1 and game 2, Artosis would have been losing his army. Which is kind of what led into the map control the Striker was having. Still has map control, but again, Artosis at least has retained his composition. Throwing down his turrets. He's looking quite secure here at his natural. Mutas are looking for a way in. There's the first stim. Oh! Artosis has to be so careful here. There's a Queen's Nest, so Queen's Nest into Hive, into Lurkers. Striker is taking up once again. Tries to defend. One SCV goes down, only one. Marines, ooh! Do try to catch the Mutas. Nice move in here by Artosis. Oh, Cat does get a Muta. Gets two. 2 Mutas go down. And again, this is the best start that we've had for Artosis the entire series. I'm bullying back the Mutas. Oh! Here we go. I want to say around three Mutas that go down. Behind this, again, we did have really fast tech out of Striker, but this time Artosis has a standing army. And he's pushing. And he might be able to break the third. He might break the third base. He's trying to make his way across. I believe takes down one more Muta. He turns around. Yeah, he does turn around. Doesn't like his chances. Doesn't want to bleed out too much. Hive is in production. I believe there's no hydrogen, right? Unless it's at the third. But I didn't see the hydrogen at the natural. Okay, the Hive is on the way. The Hive should just be for the Defiler Mound for the Defilers. Again, we haven't panned over to the third base in quite some time, so I don't know if there's a hydrogen. Once again, nice control by Striker. Oof. Going back into what occurred in the previous 2 games here with these Mutas, they're just bullying the army. Ah. Yeah, Artosis is bleeding out so much in the center. Late to react, late to respond. More Mutas on the way. Oh, there it is. There's that Hydra. Okay, so he has Lurkers. So he's building up into Lurkers again. So same setup here from Striker. Artosis does get one of the Mutas. The Lurkers aren't ready. Okay, let's go. He sims in. Yeah, Lurkers is just now morphing in. Ooh, the Mutas they punish. Jesus. That muta volley was insane. And with that, the 10 mutas they poke in. They pick up more Marines. Oof. And Marines are going down. The Queen's Nest may fall, but it's just buying time. Here come the Lurkers. And the Lurkers are ready. And Striker holds. Striker holds on. The Defiler Man is done. Oof. Artosis, he will lose everything here. And with that, he'll lose the army, he'll lose map control. And again, this was a better game out of Artosis, especially when it came to the early game. The early game was much, much better this time. But he was not able to break through, not in time, not before the Lurkers. And now Striker is snowballing out of control. He's rushing across the map. Pushing into the natural. And he doesn't even need his defilers. The Defiler Man is done, but despite that, he's still moving in. Rushing forward with his Lurkers. And Marines, they try to fight head on. But these are still brutal trades in favor of the Zerg. Do we get an irradiate? As one Lurker goes down. So guys, one semifinals and finals left, right? Semifinals, finals, and then finals. It's gonna be semifinals of SC2, then finals of Brood War, and then finals of SC2. So we have our Dark Swarm, Plague on the Marines, and Plague lands, and we're just we're leapfrogging forward with the Dark Swarms. Lurkers, they get in, Bunker goes down. Oof. And Artosis just being bullied into his own main. A bit of miscontrol there from Striker. He rallies in with the Lings. Didn't need to. Even here. Throws away his Lings. We do got one irradiate on one of the Lurkers. God, but that Plague does so much damage. The Marines are so low. Oh, nice irradiate. Oof. As Lurkers are moving further in. Slowly pushing into the main. And this is when Artosis lifts up all the buildings. This is what ah, no. I mean, the radiates are solid. Has no one created a mod with health bars at this point? I don't think you can necessarily mod maps and mod like games in that kind of way in Brood War. My understanding, modding is much more limited. From my understanding. So we're going to try to rush in. I believe Artosis should take this fight. Yeah, he'll clean up all the Lings. Striker being a little bit wasteful here. Artosis does break out. He breaks out into the natural. We have Ultras though. Ultras have arrived. We should be soon getting some Defilers as well to support. Never mind, we just move him in. Ultras, they just collapse in. GG, well played. And with that striker, he will claim the series 3-0. He will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, I do appreciate that Artosis did kind of evolve throughout the course of the series. Game 3 here, he had the best early game he could have hoped for. He was able to shut down, he was able to preserve his army, shut down the mutas. He killed like, what, 1, 2, 3 mutas. But if you remember, he did overextend. He tried to push across the map, then he started bleeding out more Marines, more than just like in the previous games. Bled out too much. He tried to break his opponent at the natural base, but as he moved out, he arrived too late. Lurkers did morph in time, and Striker shut down the push. Shut down the push, gained momentum, and was able to just snowball out control, push across the map, and broke the natural. GG. GG, well played. With that, Striker does claim the series, and that means that we have our grand finals. It's going to be Striker versus Gypsy in those finals in a ZBT. As we're just looking at some of the highlights, this is the moment where Artosis caught the mutas. Again, was impressive, and this is when he tried to break the natural, and the Lurkers morphed in just in time. Yeah, the Lurkers, once they morphed in, that was kind of game. That was game then and there. As Artosis lost the army, and then this is when he lost the natural right after. Just very quickly escalated out of control. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. They're having an interview with Striker. They're having an interview. But I believe that means that we are getting into our semi soon. So with that, we have our finalists ready for the Brood War tournament. And I believe now it's time to switch on over to SC2 and to jump into Trigger versus Mixu in a best of 5 PvZ. Let's go. As a reminder, the way that this format works is we're going to be covering the SC2 semifinals, then we'll be switching to the Brood War finals, and then the SC2 finals afterwards. So there's still a lot more to go, Pappy. A lot more to go. We can make it, Pappy. We can make it. So now we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have the semis. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break with Trigger versus Mixu. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Up. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the SC2 portion of the SC4ALL tournament, the big offline event happening in Philadelphia. We are back, we returned, and we are nearing the end of the broadcast. We have our semifinals here to determine the top 2 players of the tournament. Percival is patiently waiting for the winner of the series. Will it be Trigger? Will it be Mixu? Will it be a Protoss or a Zerg? We are here to find out. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the orange Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing himself, currently teamless. It is a Mixu. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our PVZ. And again, the players have been patiently waiting this entire time. It was an intense and longer semifinals for the brutal portion, but now here we have returned. And my eyes are mainly on Mixu. Coming into this Trigger, he was the heavy favorite to win the entire tournament, but there are some key players that can bring him to his knees, and I'm curious to see how Mixu compares. Mixu has had an amazing run so far, making it to the semifinals, had some crazy upsets on his way to the semis, and we'll see if he can do that again. We'll see if he can pull off another upset. We'll see if he can bring it to Trigger. Let's go. My eyes are on Mixu. For now, Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Mixu. We do see Trigger just going for a gate expand, going for a standard opener himself. We are going to be settling in. Welcome to Pylon. Pylon is known for aggression, known for shorter games, I should say, as the 3rd and 4th bases are a lot more exposed, and the rushes by ground is much shorter here on Pylon, and this goes both ways. Now, because of that, our eyes are going to be on Mixu. We do expect to see a 3-base all-in out of our Zerg player. 3-base all-ins are very common and very trendy, especially in the current meta. That's what we're leaning towards. We'll see if Mixu does indeed cut workers at 3 bases, or if he does take up in a different way. We'll see. For now, though, we are going Hatch Gas Pool. Likewise, Trigger, he's not really one to deviate too much, so we should be expecting a Stargate opener, Stargate into a 3rd base, Oracle into +1 and Blink is what we're expecting out of our Protoss. It's really up to our Zerg player to vary things up. Here we go. What has Mixu been eating, Pappy? Let's go. Yeah. In recent times, like, he's been spiking up and has been getting some really surprising and really solid results. So happy to see him doing well here. And we'll see if we can go further. Here we go. We'll trigger Pylon Mixu with Pylons on Pylon. Vámonos. Oh, the puns. As that does get into the natural, gets 1 drone kill so far. Does get the 1. Does shade out. Stargate back and over Trigger. Stargate into the Oracle, into a 3rd expansion. Again, everything's looking normal so far. And it's up to Mixu to keep up with the Adepts. As the 2nd Adept has arrived, 2 Adepts they can 1-shot drones. They can threaten even more. As the Mixu, he does move out with those Lings. Adepts take him into the shade. 1 more drone goes down. Gets 1. Oh. Just the 1 as long as that does fall. Lings, they get across. Link speed kicks in. We have +1. We have the Eva Chamber on the way for Mixu. This should be for +1 melee. So Mixu is going for a very Ling heavy composition. +1 melee typically leads into Ling Hydra. As the goal should be to skip roaches. We could still play it safe and get a safety roach warren, but there it is. Melee is on the way. Going into mass Ling. Meanwhile, Twilight Council out of Trigger. And we're expecting a Forge. There we go. Forge on the way. +1 and Blink. Again, everything's very meta so far. Everything's very meta. Everything's as it should be. So far, so good. As the Oracle dips in, gets one, gets 2 drones. 2 drones do go down. Oh, getting up to 3. Yeah, 3 drone kills. Nice damage here by Trigger. Mixu does go for the Bane, so he's going Ling Bane initially, Ling Bane then into Hydras. This has been a little more trendy this patch because of the buff to the Banelings. As Banelings do have extra HP, and that means there's a higher chance that they will survive engaging into an army and pushing into the High Templar. So Ling Bane is a little more viable, much more than it used to be. So we have our lair follow-up. Trigger makes his way across the map. There are only 5 links to defend. Uh-oh. It has to commit. Yeah, it does commit in. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, that to be pulled away. And this is getting a bit out of hand here. 2 drones going to be going down. Denied mining. Oracle towards the 3rd base. Gets 1 more drone. As 5 workers go down in total. 5 drone kills. Mixu losing 10. And so far, better trades for Trigger. He has had better trades, and we're still building up towards Blink. Until then, Trigger, he's going to be staying back at home. He can move out a little bit earlier, especially if he has momentum, especially with these Oracles to support, and here he comes. Now, this is risky, as there's no Blink, so this army is very vulnerable to surrounds, to Link surrounds, but that's what the Oracles are for. They're here to support, here to maintain those Stalkers. Lings, they don't get a probe. Trigger moves in. Does catch one of the Overlords. And Mixu, he's in trouble here. His 4th base is vulnerable. Massling is coming in. That's what the stasis is for. Speaking of, does pull away in time. Nice control by Mixu. He pulls away. Blink is now done. The Oracles, they barely back up. And Trigger just keeps on pushing forward. He does have momentum. He wants those queens. Oh. Breaks away. Still rallying, still warping in. Again, we spoke about this earlier, but Pylon is the smallest map of the map pool, shortest rush distance by ground, so you can just warp in back at home and walk across, and you'll get there quite fast. I mean, you can just keep going. Doesn't take long at all as the reinforcements they have arrived. And nice wing control. The Lings are all falling. And Trigger, he may have just done it here. As he takes out another queen. Another queen goes down. We have charge as a follow-up. Getting to +2. Charge. 4th base is on the way for Trigger. Oh no! Oof. Whew, barely pulls away in time. It does pull away. As we're getting into this, a big shout out to the Soul Flats. Thank you so much, Papi. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, and also a shout out to I Stand for also giving the Soul Flats a gifted sub as well. Thank you, Yue. Thank you, Papi. Gracias, gracias. As again, Trigger's been trading well, waiting for his follow-up. And Mixu, he survives. He does hold. He does save the expansion, but economically he's behind, right? He falls behind economically. He's pushing out with his Ling Bane. He is not droning, and he may just commit into an all-in. Yeah, Banelings are morphing on the right-hand side. Yeah, Banelings on the right, Ling Hydra on the left. Storm is only just now starting. Lings, they're getting on top of the 4th. Pylon goes down, depowers the gateways. Sorry, depowers the cannons, I should say. Oh, but they cannot take the head-on fights. Banelings, they roll in. No reaction. Yeah, delayed reaction by Trigger. 15 probe kills. Nice damage so far by Mixu. But Zells, they get across the map. They distract. Hydras are exposed. Oof. As Trigger does chase. And on the one hand, Trigger did lose 16 probes. True, he lost a lot of workers. At the same time, though, Trigger has a massive army. Did we contaminate? Jesus, Storm is still not yet done. We must have had a contamination there. But Storm is heavily delayed. Mixu, the rallies continue. Mixu is getting a little bit desperate here. Does get a High Templar. Templar goes down. Banelings, they will... Oh, not finish. Yeah, they don't quite finish, and Trigger is soon going to push. Does get a base across the map as well. Hatchery falls. Mixu down to 3 bases, and remember, Mixu, he was already all in to begin with. He still has not drone in quite some time. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Mixu. And Trigger, there's no pressure. Like, he doesn't have to push. Doesn't have to attack Pappy. He can just chill. There's the recall. Yeah, recalls back. Building up more of an army. Also, thank you so much, Ice for gives us up to TRZY. Ah, Shema, Papi Shema. I'm pretty sure there's a correct way to pronounce that in Polish. I can't do it. I can't. But thank you, thank you. Shema, Papi. And GG gets called. The damage is just far too great. And Trigger, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, a very comfortable game here for Trigger, but as we mentioned, a lot of it came down to the map itself. We did mention at the beginning of this game, of this series, Pylon is known for aggression. Pylon favors aggression, and Trigger, he was in the face of Mixu, and he did not back off. Like, Trigger, he was trading so well, picking off Lings, Queens, Hydras, Banelings, getting to bases, and even though initially Trigger didn't kill the 4th base, it didn't matter. He was still out trading Mixu, and Mixu was also keeping himself on a low drone count because he was going all in. Meanwhile, as Trigger was trading, he was expanding, he was making more probes, he was getting further and further ahead. GG. GG, well played. Trigger takes the first game, and now we're getting to game number 2, and we'll see if Mixu can begin that comeback as we're going to be loading into ley lines. Loading into ley lines. This is a slightly larger map compared to Pylon, but it's not the most defensive. It's not like a Tokamak or a Maganatha. Not as large as Incorporeal. It's a little bit more middle of the road. And we'll see what we go for. Honestly, we could see something similar from Trigger again. Like, there's no reason not to. There's no reason not to open Stargates, get into Blink Aggression, and then into denying the 4th base. As we mentioned before, the pressure is mainly going to be on Mixu to mix things up. But let's go. Let us go. Hola a todos. Ah, hola. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? DJ Morales, papi. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Bienvenidos. Oh, but looks like we need a moment. We do need a moment here before we do jump in. Un momento. As we're getting into game 2. When it comes to what Mixu can get into as well, I mean, we could see some Roach heavy play. That's also like a viable option. Getting into a 3-base saturation, as you saw, was looking a little bit difficult, but that's also exemplified by the map itself. So this should be a little bit of an easier map for Mixu. You should have a little bit less kind of pressure on him. Assuming the Trigger goes for the same style, we'll see. We shall see. So loading into game 2. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Trigger. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg. It is Mixu. Here we go. As we are getting into that second game. from here. We're going for a Hatchcast pool. Again, welcome to Leylines. Leylines is one of the more kind of like quote-unquote standard maps in the map pool. Not as defensive, not as large as some of the other maps. Likewise, not as small as Pylon. So we often do get a lot of variety on Leylines. Sometimes shorter games, sometimes longer. And again, the pressure is mainly on Mixu here to vary things up. Last game he did go for a pretty standard build, going into plus on melee, into Ling Bane, into Hydra play. See if we do it again. Likewise, as a reminder, after this series we have the Brood War finals. It's going to be, I believe, a best of 7 between Striker and Gypsy. I'm going to be looking forward to it, especially because it looks like Gypsy does play a very different style compared to Artosis. Like, we saw a lot of mech out of Gypsy previously, so we could see some mech against Striker. Which hopefully does force some different play out of Striker as well. As we saw just 2 base Muta into Fast Hive every game. Every game. Rinse and repeat. But it was interesting seeing casting some Brood War. It was interesting. I didn't realize how much casting StarCraft Evolution helped. Because there's so much. I mean, obviously, because in SE Evo, like you have a brutal race there, and it plays very similarly. I should say the strategy, the overall strategy is very similar. The composition, the build. There was a lot of familiarity there with SE Evo. That helped. Obviously, I know nothing about the maps, so it was a little bit. I can't really speak to like what they're known for, what they favor, certain aspects of the map either. Like that's where like a veteran of Brood War has a lot more to say. I'm just there to enjoy it, Pat. But now Trigger does get a third. Ooh, Shades into the middle line, gets 2 drones already. But looks like only 2. Thank God. Barely does miss target towards the end there, so only 2 drones go down. Could have been so much worse. And this time we do have a cleaner start for Mixu. Remember, last game, I want to say that Trigger was able to get 5 drone kills. I mean, it was the Adepts in conjunction with the Oracle. But here, nowhere near as much damage. Okay. Meanwhile, once again, Eva Chamber out of Mixu, going into plus 1 melee, just like last game. So going into Ling, Bane, Hydra. Making the assumption that we're going into Banelings again. We'll see if he skips it. Also, what's happening in the chat? Jesus. Oh, no, Fanka, por favor. We're here to watch some StarCraft. We're here to enjoy some StarCraft. SC4ALL even. True. If you two are going to be discussing, I don't know, the price of rents and the economy of Australia, take it to DMs. Take it to DMs, papi. Message each other. Not what I want out of our chat. Killing time, kill time in DMs. Astrea does get into the mineral line, getting 6 drones already. 7, what? I say 6. 8 drones going down. We mentioned earlier that Mixu, he had a bit of a cleaner defense earlier against the Adepts, less so against the Oracles here. 8 drones going down. Oracles, they get away, and Trigger has a very comfortable start. Behind this is going for a faster tech though. Last game we saw a gateway explosion alongside +1 and Blink, which led into Trigger being more aggressive. This time, faster tech, he's being less aggressive, warping in less Stalkers in favor of what? In favor of faster Storm. So Storm is going to be on the way here for for Trigger. He's going to be less aggressive, and Mixu this time is investing into roaches. Do you have a roach? Never mind. I was going to say, we have roaches on the way getting into Ling, Bane, Roach Ravager, but no, we have a hidden Spire. On the one hand, this has a lot of potential, 100%, right? If Trigger fails to scout, Mutas can pop off. I'm just a little bit concerned about the Storm timing. I'm afraid about the first push from Trigger, and I'm afraid that might hit first. Yeah, High Templar, they're gathering energy. Oh, nice round though. Lings, they get on top of the Stalkers. Blink is not yet done. Nice timing here by Mixu. He gets in, comes in for the surround. And is Luna forced to cancel. Ooh, gets a kill! That should not have happened. Ay, Nexus does fall. Massive pickup. Okay. And by killing the expansion, Trigger is going to be stuck at home. And the Spire's going to finish. The Spire's going to finish. Muta's going to be on the way. Este Mixu. Yes, Trigger, he has been slipping up a little bit here. The wall is not a wall. We do see Link sliding into the main. Likewise, it's another kill in the cannon. Trigger, he will defend his main. But Mutas are on the way. And what do we have at home defensively here? We have Storm, we have a couple of Archons. There's only one Stalker. Anti-air is very limited. And despite losing all those workers, Mixu does recover. Mutas are now popping out. I believe Trigger, he has not seen anything here. Didn't see the Spire, has yet to see the Mutas. Despite that, Trigger is pushing. Uh-oh. Trigger a little bit Trigger happy, throws down 2 Storms. Remember, Storms are limited. Mutas, they come in from behind. Oh! They reveal themselves. They get 1 High Templar. And they do pull Trigger back. But again, now he has some time to react, to respond. These Mutas, they won't get too much done. And Trigger's going to be stuck at home defending. He's going to be defending back at home. Lose 7 probes. So far, he's up to 7 High Templar. Phoenix is popping out as well, and I'll be honest, this muted play, I mean, it hasn't really been too successful. Does get some economic damage, but Trigger, he's ready. Okay, Mixu's coming in. Stasis goes off. Yeah, Links are being shut down. Roach is going to be zoned away. Still a lot of Roaches. Another Storm connects. Yeah, the Storms have been brutal. High Templar, they pull back. There's still, what, 4 more Storms? Jeez. That's still a lot of Storms. And initially, Trigger's holding. Trigger, he does hold on. And Mixu, he's not running. Mixu's going to cut workers at 76. 20 more Roaches in production, and Mixu is going for the kill. He's going for a mass Roach all-in. He's not teching. We're not taking up into Hydras, no Lurkers, no Hive, just pure Roach. And Storms are good, but eventually we're going to run out. Yeah, he's running out of Storm. Jeez. He's running out of Storms. Mixu gonna keep rallying in. Does rotate over towards the natural. It's a little High Templar, but he needs time for Storm. Gonna land 1. I mean, the value from the Storms is crazy. The value bad. The Immortal pops off. High Templar goes down. Once again, Trigger, he holds. The Storms have been impressive. Trigger is holding, is defending. He doesn't lose any workers, maintains his economy. But we're not done, because Mixu, he's not stopping. This time warping in Ravagers and going for his next wave, his next push. It's not slowing down. With the help of Biles, with the help of the rest of the Roach Ravager, Queens are willing in as well by getting into the Immortal, and finally, there are no High Templar. There's no Storm, there's no Immortals, purely Blink Stalker. And Mixu should finally be able to break through. Trigger had some impressive defense, some impressive holds, but it should just be a numbers game at this point. And with probes falling, Roach Ravager moving further in. Again, the Stalkers are getting low. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off. That's going to be 19 probes going down. 19 workers. I mean, Trigger, he will clean this up. He will clean this up, but at a cost. Does get another base, though. Does get a 5th. Jesus. 5th base is getting up. And Mixu finally. Hydrogen. Hydrogen is on the way. +2 is on the way. Burrow and Tunneling Claws. Mixu, he backs off, he's taking up, and Trigger, he is held. Impressive. I mean, again, even towards the end, he was out of his high-tech units. Despite that, barely did hold on. No shot. Barely warps in time. Roaches are getting caught out. Ooh, these are some expensive losses for Mixu. Rallying into the army, bleeding out more Roaches. These are better trades for Trigger. Trading Zealous for Roaches. And Trigger, he's recovered. He's recovered. Oh, no, Funka. He's like, man, that's crazy. I'm out. As again, Trigger, he has held, and Trigger's getting further ahead at this point. Is going to get supply blocked, but my concern here is the tech. Trigger, he holds with Immortals, with Storm. He has an army that can contest against Hydras. More Roaches getting picked up. And more Roaches going down. Mixu, now he's stumbling his way into Hive Tech, stumbling his way into Lurkers. Again, this is all heavily delayed because of how all-in Mixu has been. And with the all-in failing, that's why you can see Trigger now skyrocketing ahead. As he was able to preserve his 5th base, get full saturation, and again, building up a superior army, a more complex army. Just see Mixu going for a split push. We'll take a stasis to the face. We have a couple of Lurkers to work with here, but I mean, Arco and Immortal can work well. And Trigger, he's just going for Sky Toss. Okay. I mean, I feel like he could max out with a ground-based composition the way that he's doing right now and still move out. But alas, Trigger is just going to turtle up, defend, and get into Sky Toss instead. I mean, either one works, I guess. As well, like collapsing on the Hydras, Revelation here on the Lurkers as well. Both of the Lurkers are going to be going down. And the Storms are coming in. Oh. Does own it with the Storm. Second Stargate's on the way. Oh god, brutal Storms. I just have to get out of here. I have to pull back. And here comes the mothership. And likewise, soon to be carriers as well. Yeah, Blinks on forward. I mean, as you mentioned, like if Trigger just reinforced and committed with a gateway composition with a ground army, he could still kill, and he is. Catching out more Hydras. Rotating over. I will say he's only down to 1 High Templar. Without many storms, it's not going to be easy. There we go, the final storm. Connects. Connects well. Trigger takes down the base, rotates up. Boys are being pulled. And we do see Trigger does overextend here. The Immortals should go down, but this is still brutal trades. Losing 11 more drones. At the same time, Zelce just busts in. They bust into the mineral lines. Hatchery going down. Catching more reinforcements. And Mixu, he may have dealt with the main army, but there's still so much. There's still so much more. And again, Mixu, he was so close to this game. He was so close to breaking Trigger with his all-in. Going Muta into Mass Roach. It almost worked. It should have worked. But again, the storms were crazy. The trades in general for Trigger. Pulled the boys when he needed to. Spleen control was on point as well. And GG gets called. Trigger, he will extend his lead in the series 2-0. GG. Hi. GG, well played. A very impressive game there by Trigger. Again, he was down and out. We saw just a massive wave of roaches on the way. Mixu, he was up, what, 30, 40 supply. And the last Trigger, he barely was able to hold on there. Did lose some workers, but he held on to his base. He saved his fifth. His fifth base did survive after his defense. He just snowballed from there with a better economy and again with a better army as well. As a reason why we called it an all-in for Mixu, after the all-in failed, he fell behind. He struggled to transition into Hive, into Hydras, into Lurkers. I think he only ever had 2 Lurkers in that game. Couldn't really afford much more than that. GG, well played. With that, we do have Trigger taking a 2-0 lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 3. Potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping we get more of a back and forth. I'm hoping that Mixu can take a map and bring us to a 4th game at least, maybe even into the ace match. But the pressure is on Mixu, and I feel like that last game, it was definitely disheartening. Like that was definitely a brutal game to lose, considering just how close he was to breaking through, right? How close he was to breaking Trigger. It was close, Pappy. It was close. GG. With that, we're getting into Gresvan. Gresvan is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Larger map. We're loading in. I want to root for Mixu because Percival will eat Trigger alive. I don't know if I would say. I mean, I said before that, at least in my opinion, like Trigger was coming in here as the best player in the tournament. I mean, that's how he started the event off. Percival, he was looking quite good, don't get me wrong. He had a very intense series against Gerald for sure. But like for me, like Trigger's like the final boss, and it could go either way, of course. If we get there, I don't want to get ahead of myself. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Gresvan, we have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg. It is Mixu. Here we go. You never run out of storm. Ah, no. Siempre, papi, siempre. I see Sinistro in the chat as well. Fala galera, papi, fala galera. Este Sinistro. But here we go. Here we go. Mixu is going hatch gas pool. Getting to his opener. And welcome one and all to Gressvan. Gressvan is one of the older maps in the map pool. Very large map, very defensive as well. We've seen many a longer and later game on Gressvan, and I'm going to be favoring Trigger coming into this with the idea of getting his third base, getting his fourth base, getting his fifth base, building up, turtling up, and potentially working towards Skytoss. Now, what I will say is that Trigger, he's not the kind of player to go for that from the offset, from the get-go. I'm sure he's going to be more aggressive first, but if need be, he will back off, he will turtle and work towards that more late-game composition, as we saw in the last game on ley lines as well. So that's my big concern. I would say that Muta play is viable on a map like this because it's so large. You can get away with something like Spire play and getting into Mutas again. But after it failed in game 2, do we do it again in game number 3? Now you could still argue that in game 2 it was still very close, and it was still very close, and Mixu, he almost did break Trigger. The problem, though, if your plan is to go mutas into kind of a ground-based all-in, is that it would be easier to defend on Gressvan compared to ley lines. So, we'll see what he goes for. I don't know if there's an ideal kind of style to go for here on Gressvan for Mixu. He could just go muta and then switch into Hydro play and go into a longer and later game, with Mutas giving him some map control. True. Doesn't have to go for a Roach all-in afterwards. Oh. Things poke in. They will kill one probe. One probe goes down. Adept was across the map. Nice Raz here by Mixu. He's got 8 more Lings on the way. And he's going for it. Okay. We're not droning. Okay, he's going for delayed drone production, so we have drones on the way now, but he did invest quite heavily into these Zerglings. Lings do move out. The Oracle has arrived. And Mixu, he wants that third. He wants the third base. Oh! Gets on top of the probe. Probe goes down. Likewise getting on top of the Adepts as well. The Oracle does come in across the map. Spore's not yet done. Trigger, oh, a little bit inattentive. Trigger doesn't get in. And this does delay the expansion, and even kills an Adept. Gets one probe kill, one Adept kill, and again, a very late third base for Trigger. Late third expansion, not bad. So the build and the timing here is a little bit awkward for Trigger. And I would say this is a slightly better start for Mixu. We're still committing. Jesus. 16 more Lings on the way. Can he force a cancel? Can he find some more damage here? As time goes on, though, there's a third Oracle. Oh. 2 Oracles do pull away. Getting another drone kill. Yeah, Lings are spotted. Mixu is getting a safety Roach Warren, and likewise a delayed Evo Chamber as well. So he may go into +1 range instead of melee. We'll keep an eye on him. Oh. As Trigger gets in, 3 drone kills, denied mining, not bad. As he barely shades into the third, killing even more workers. Yeah, 6 drones. The investment into these Lings, I mean, it wasn't fully worth it here. Still has a hard time cleaning up. And there's that range upgrade. So plus on range, going Roach Heavy instead. Trigger is aware. He saw the upgrades. Saw the later Evo Chamber. Mixu is so chaotic here, Jesus. He's gone for so much Ling aggression this time. Hasn't been worth it. Oh. Ling's getting called out. They get one Stalker. And they barely get the one. Trigger still rallying across. Blink is almost complete. Mixu, he should have enough to defend with reinforcements. He should be okay here. They have plenty of Zerglings. As another Queen goes down. Gets another Queen. Trigger, he's taking up. We have Storm on the way. Storm +1, charge, getting a 4th base. And Mixu, he is cutting workers. You can see that he does have a 4th base, but he's cutting saturation. Cutting saturation, focusing on Lings, on Roaches. And Mixu's moving out. Oh no! Miss Rally! Gets 2 free High Templar. Very nice. 2 Templar go down. Trigger making mistakes. And Mixu, he commits. As I mentioned before, Mixu hasn't made a drone in quite some time. Just rallying nothing but Lings and Roaches. We do have Burrow and Tunneling Claws on the way as well. And this is going to be a tough hold for Trigger. How many Templar are left? 2. What should have been 4? There's the first Storm. There's the first. Lings, they bust into the natural. It breaks through. Fires breaking through. Queens are waddling in as well. Trigger, he is in trouble here. Bleeding out more Stalkers. Another Storm. Does land. And we have more High Templar coming in. Yeah, there's the NG overcharge. Oof. Another Storm of the Roaches. And Mixu's getting cleaned up. And he did not get into the mineral line. Sure, he broke into the natural, but didn't really achieve any damage here. That was a big loss here for Mixu. He's still not droning, still on 66. He has saturation at the 4th base, but he's just transferring. He's just transferring workers. Now getting a 5th. Still no further attack. Oh. Hello. So we do have those borrowed Roaches. Trigger, did he notice? The graphical change, I mean, on the Roaches. As they are tunneling in. Oh, Observer's in position. But there are so many Roaches here. The Immortal should go down. There's the recall. Immortal does pull away in time. It does then a couple of Storms. Yeah, Trigger, he will defend. Oh, God. We cannot burrow out of that. Yeah, so many Roaches going down. Mixu throws away so much here. Losing almost every single Roach. That was 27. 27 Roaches for an Immortal, for 3 High Templar. Brutal losses. And remember, Trigger, Mixu's just now droning. Just now droning up. So late drones, late saturation. We spoke about this in the previous game, but Mixu, he was very committed. He was all in with pure Roach. And without killing his opponents, he falls behind. So Mixu does fall behind here. He's stuck with a subpar composition. Meanwhile, Trigger is incorporating more Immortals, more Archons, more High Templar. Oh. Speaking of, does have on the Templar. Pushing out the Archons. Oh, but there's still brutal storms. The Queens, no! Queens get caught out. 4 Queens go down. Lings get into the main base. Also get cleaned up. And Trigger is snowballing out of control. Does move out. Oh. Lacking immortals though. There we go. Reinforcements have arrived. Plenty of stalkers. There's plenty. And Trigger, once again, just like last game, I would say that Trigger, he can just continue to warp in, reinforce with Immortals, Archons, High Templar, and keep pushing. Instead, Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon's on the way, Sky Toss is on the horizon. Trigger is thinking about that Sky Toss. Or at least some other shit. Likewise, roaches they try to commit in. It's a very expensive army here. It's a lot of gas. Invest into these roaches. And he cannot get away. Yeah, there is detection. That is how many? That's another 23 roaches for 8 zealots and 2 probes. Ah, god. The efficiency, papi. Again, roaches, they just don't scale into a longer mid-game. They don't scale well. Not like this. Well, Hatchery goes down. Mixu trying to set us around. Coming in from behind. And this is it. This is his moment. Collapsing in the army. Bailing's rolling in as well. Can he get on top of the Templar? Does mass storm. Roaches, they try to break through. They tank the storms. Oh my god. And GG. GG gets called. That's all the Mixu had left. At Trigger, he will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Trigger, he does claim the series, does advance on. Again, Trigger looking, I mean, there were a couple of scary moments, 100%, especially game 2. Like, game 2, I can see a world where Mixu could have taken that game. Like, Mixu, he was looking ahead, he was looking in form, he was able to distract with the mutas, able to bob off with the massive roaches, he had a massive supply lead, he was pushing in, he was able to take down all the Templar, all the Immortals, the Archons as well, but Trigger, he barely hung on. It was impressive, it was crazy the defense that Trigger was able to pull off. GG. GG, well played. With that, Trigger, he does claim the series, and with that we have our finalists ready for both Brood War and StarCraft 2. For Brood War, it's going to be the grand finals between Striker and Gypsy. For SC2, it's going to be the finals between Percival and Trigger. And they are both going to be best of 7s. Oh boy. So we have 2 best of 7s. 2 best of 7s remaining. Let's go, Buffy. Let's go. And it is going to be the Brood War finals first. So Striker versus Gypsy is going to be up next on the channel. It's going to be a ZVT. Meanwhile, big shout out to Stan for gifting us up to Sinistra, papi. Oh my god. Just got back home after indulging some Magic the Gathering tournaments. Of course, I got whooped at it. Oh my god. I haven't played Magic in so long. Fun fact, I have some friends that they want me to get into what came out? Right, they released a League of Legends card game like this week called Riftbound, I want to say Riftbound. And they're like, papi, card games? I was big in Magic a long time ago, big in Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Played a lot of it, but have stayed away from that. I mean, StarCraft has been taking up all my time. I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll see. It looks very different rule set wise. Looks I was quickly skimming over it, the rule set for it, and it's very different. I don't know if it's good or bad different, just different compared to like Magic or like Yu-Gi-Oh or anything like that. I'm not too into like the League like mythos or anything like that. My friends are much more into League, but yeah, just to hang out and play some card games. Sure. Might try it out. My favorite TCG was the Dragon Ball Z TCG. They can make your wallet disappear quite fast if you are not careful. 100%. Like, that's just because they rotate sets, of course. Like you get new sets, so if you want to compete, you gotta keep buying new cards. Certain cards can get really expensive, so I'm happy just focusing on StarCraft. But somewhere I do have a drawer full of Magic cards for sure. Got a drawer full of Magic cards. But we would mainly like play just like in-house, right? Like some of the most fun we've had is like playing like, I don't know, like 6 or 7 player FFA Planes Chase Magic. Like that's Planes Chase Commander Magic. That's okay. Where one of us would have like would have the dice, would have all the Planes Chase cards, so like every turn it'd be like, you know, destroy everything on the field, or like you can only attack like in one direction or stuff like that. That's what you go for. None of this competitive stuff. Planes Chase can be quite wild. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I play non-rotating format. Pioneer. Won a tournament a month ago with 5-year-old deck. Pioneer? Isn't that I thought, what was it called? Modern Masters, right? Am I crazy? Isn't Modern Masters like where everything is viable? I don't know. I haven't played Magic in a long time. Been a long time back. Modern is a format. Modern Masters was a line of product that was made for Modern only. Oh, okay. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Got around 1 to 2,000 Magic cards from the 90s. Oh my god. Astrea stat. Some of them are probably quite rare. Like there are still formats that use them. I have a friend who wanted to get me into the Magic Online game. I tried playing a little bit of Magic Arena. A little bit of it. It's okay. I'm melting, Bobby. I'm melting. Pioneer is 2013 onwards. Oh, I see. But with that, we're gonna be going on a break. We're gonna be going on a break. All the Magic talk. And when we come back, we'll have the finals. We'll have the grand finals here of the Broodor tournament. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you then. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll see you soon with that ZVT with Striker versus Gypsy. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to something special. Welcome back to the StarCraft 64 show match between Sam and Groovy. Let's go. So something a little bit different, something a little bit special here. We are jumping into the initial show match before the Brood War finals. Now, when it comes to StarCraft 64, I don't know if you noticed something. Split screen. They're playing on one screen. So that's why you can see one half and the other half. There's of course no observer. You can't like join a lobby as an observer or anything like that. It's all on the same console. There's no online play or anything like that either, not in the 64 era. So it is going to be split screen between Sam and Groovy, which means they can see each other, which means as much as we would like to believe that maybe they're not screen cheating, we are playing under the full impression, the full idea that they are looking at each other while they're playing. So let's go, baby, let's go. So again, it is going to be a ZVP. We have player 1 as Sam, player 2 as Groovy, getting into our initial matchup here. Going to be loading to Lost Temple. We do have diagonal spawns, so we have diagonal spawns here between our two players. We have our spawns, and from here we are going to be opening up. When it comes to the N64 version, as you can see here, you have to use the yellow arrow pad, of course, to kind of enter your command card and to select buildings and select units. I believe workers do auto mine, as opposed to the vanilla base Brood War where you have to select your worker individually. Here in N64 they auto mine. Likewise, control groups are a little bit larger as well, so you can select more, and I believe you can create control groups as well. You can see that group deselected, so there you have a limited amount of control groups, but control groups are available. Likewise, I believe hotkey locations as well, you have a limited amount of them as well. So I believe you can set there we go. But I believe you can set some camera locations, you can set some control groups. And we are settling in. Of course, use the stick to move the mouse, the quote-unquote mouse. So they get control groups larger than 12? Yes, I believe it's 18. I believe 18 is the max size of the control group in N64. So you can argue in some areas the N64 version is superior, right? You have bigger control groups and you have auto mining workers. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. But of course, micro is very difficult. It's very difficult using a controller. I mean, everything is just difficult. It's more so than usual. So, yeah, it's quite a challenge to work against the controls to try to compete and play N64 StarCraft. Now that we're settling in. Oh, you can see the current mineral income, of course. I believe it does exceed and does show gas income once you start mining gas. You have the supplies. As it looks like we have our Zerg player expanding. So Sam, he will take his natural. Otherwise, we're settling in. Yeah, no gas, no link speed, and no faster layer. So we do have a pull hatch opener out of our Zerg. Likewise, we still have no further tech out of Groovy either. Groovy, our Protoss player, also opening up 2-gate. I'd imagine 2-gate opener into a Nexus. We still have no Cybercore or further tech behind this. We're settling in. Settling in, baby, settling in. After this and the brutal fight, so maybe an hour or two. Yeah. Expect like around maybe an hour or two for sure. Bearing in mind that N64 games can last a long time because you're struggling to make units and actually to make an army and to attack with the army as well. Engagements and attacks and aggression, it does look quite awkward. But we'll see. As I was, we have like chair cam. What's happening? What's? Oh no. We have Voyeur Cam on one of the players. Let's go. Does Brutal have, or does NC4 have game speed? This, I believe, is on fastest game speed, right? I think they showed the settings at the start of the game. The production, they're trying to set up the player cams. Like, okay. They're doing their best. Don't see an attack option? Yes, there is an attack option. It's just not on the it's not one of the options on the arrows. Instead it's on the right hand side instead. You know how on an N64 controller you have the pad on the left, which is what you're seeing there, but you also have like the actual buttons on the right. That's where you can aim move. So you're just seeing the pad options. Oh, look! You can see the you can see the TV that they're playing on. Let's go! Let's go! Let's see our TV. Beautiful. Zoom in on the controllers. That's all we want to see. Zoom in on the controller. Zelt's gonna be surrounded. Without a sunken colony, it's going to be a little bit difficult here, but Lings, they do get the surround. And Lings will clean up the Zealots. So Zelt push is dealt with. Am I crazy? Can you not plug in N64s to modern TVs? Like, they still have like the colored cables that you can plug into, even in flat screens, right? At least mine do. In theory, could. Okay. Is this like more of a vibe thing? Mine has HDMI's mostly. Mine still have the yellow, red, and white like cables to plug in. It's fine. There's screen delay. Ah, I see. It looked terrible and upscale it, lag it too. I would imagine, yeah, that's. I would imagine so. I would imagine just that would explain why for like for Evo and stuff like that, they still do use the older CRTV screens for Evo events, for like older Smash tournaments and stuff. Like that'd be the rationale why. Haven't seen those connections in many years. I mean, I guess my TV is like, what? Over 10 years old, so. Maybe the modern ones don't have them anymore. Yeah, as the initial Zealot Rumble was dealt with, looks like we have Ling Hydra out of our Zerg player. Did notice Hydra speed. So Ling Hydra's amassing. From our Protoss, I haven't seen any further tech yet. Oh, wait, what? Stargates? Oh. Going Stargate play here is interesting. I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced. We're opening scouts? What's the plan here? Oh, you can see Groovy struggling to get the pylon down. But yeah, so Ling Hydra's massing up from the side of Sam. I think Sam is the Zerg. I think. And tech-wise, again, Groovy doesn't really have much. He's going to be opening up Corsair. And he can hunt down Overlords, but I'm just concerned about the main Ling Hydra army. Without a heavier gateway count or without any splash damage, it's going to be a tough hold. Yo, we're macroing though. $8K TV. Mate, who's watching stuff on 8K? That's crazy. Man, I'm good. I'll watch phones. Sorry, I'll watch movies on my phone. I'm good. Doesn't Protoss always go Reaver Drop there for the Stargate? So to Reaver Drop, you don't need a Stargate. You make the shuttle with a Robo. So you go Robo Opener into Shuttle, into Robotics Bay, into Reaver Drop. So Stargate is not a tech path to get into Reaver Drop play. I know that Corsair DT is a composition. That is true. Going Corsair DT. The goal there is that the Corsairs kill all the Overlords, and then Dark Templar can actually, have staying power. But I believe we don't really have the tech for Dark Templar. So I'm a little bit concerned with the direction that's... I mean, Groovy doesn't really have anything. He's got 2 gateways. He's got 2 gates in a dream. As Ling Hai just moving out. Of course, Groovy, he sees it. He's aware. Here we go. We have 1 Dragoon. We have 2, 4, 6, 8. I want to say around 10 Zealots. Like 8 to 10 Zealots. Hydra's moving in. Sam is going for the kill. And he cannot be stopped. Unfortunately, there's just nothing here. As you mentioned, the Stargate opener was a big tech investment that doesn't really lead to anything useful to defend. Sure, he has a Corsair, but that won't help here. Yo, the Zealots are robust, though. Jesus. They're tankier than I thought. They're still going to go down, but hey, they tank quite well. Never mind. The Zealots, they just refuse to die. Oh my god. They're crazy. There we go. Zealots not going down. I believe Sam is rallying across the map. Boys are being pulled. Down to 2 Dragoons. I believe there's 1 Zealot. Down to 0. There we go. All the Zealots go down. Corsair's doing what they can, sniping some Overlords. But as we mentioned, unfortunately, the macro was slipping a little bit there for the Protoss. And GG. GG gets called. Sam, he will take the game. He'll take down Groovy. GG. And again, you could see just how difficult it is to actually macro, to even not just saturate, but also to get your build going, to get your buildings up and running, to tech up as well. You have you have a small TV that you're playing on, but even with that, you have half of that small screen as well because it's split screen. But props to the boys. GG. So GG will play with that. Sam, he will claim it, take the game. I appreciate that we saw something other than Mutaplay. We saw Mutaplay last time. And I believe this was the only show match that we had. Of course, there was money on the line for the show match. Sam does walk away with some extra prize money there. And it might be Brood War time. Let's go. Clearly, we need a world champ. We do. We do. Let's go. Yeah, GG well played. With that, we should be getting ready for said finals soon. Again, the StarCraft 2 finals are going to be the final series of the broadcast. So that's going to be later on down the line. It's going to be later on. And I believe the 2 finalists are getting ready. They're getting ready on stage. But I guess for now we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. I don't know if they're going to have like an interview or but the players are still going to be setting up on stage. So we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have the finals. The brutal finals between Striker and Gypsy. So we'll see you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. Oh. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the grand finals. Los grand finales here of the Brood War SC4ALL tournaments. It's been an intense weekend of StarCraft. 2 days full of StarCraft action, and now we are jumping into what? We're jumping into Striker versus Gypsy, the grand finals of SS7 between our top 2 players in Brood War. Who do we favor? I have no idea. Striker, of course, is a Zerg player. We have Gypsy as a Terran. Gypsy in his semifinals match, he showcased a lot of mech. Meanwhile, we did see that Striker in his semifinals match, we saw a lot of Muta play. We saw a lot of two base Muta into Fast Hive, into his own Defilers, and likewise Lurker tech as well. Really clean, really crisp play out of Striker. I feel like Striker is going to be favored coming into those finals, but we'll see how Gypsy does adjust his approach, compared to Artosis, who did struggle quite a bit against Striker's play. We'll see. We shall see, as the players are setting up, of course, and getting ready for the grand finals. We're getting ready. Did any cast I can help it? No, it's okay. I appreciate it, Sinister. I appreciate it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll make it through. Appreciate the support, Sinistro. Shout out to Sinistro, by the way. One of the pillars of StarCraft out there. One of the pillars. Helping out over at ESL wherever he can. Este Sinistro. There's messages that sent cover the basic flow of matches in Brood War. I mean, we more or less already were aware of that. Like, thankfully, we've been covering a little of StarCraft Evolution. Like I mentioned before, that like, because we already covered the semifinals of the Brood War matches, and they played out very similarly to how Brood War plays out in SC Evo. So thankfully we were kind of there. The one thing about covering the events through the clean feed, of course, is that we don't really have control of the camera. So there are very often kind of moments in the game where we're kind of like assuming that things are being done without being able to see them ourselves, as we can't quite pan over. That's okay. It's okay. It looks like our players are still getting ready. Meanwhile, Artosis is still there, so thankfully they got him on the casting couch. Bam. They got him on. I believe that's Artosis, Tim, and another player as well. Again, I'm a little bit less familiar with the players we have. I think it's Nesh, I think. Oh, as we are getting into the first game. Let's go. We're getting into game number 1 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh. Bottom left-hand corner, we do have our orange Terran player. We have the orange Terran. We have the American Terran. Sorry, the Canadian Terran. True. It is Gypsy. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Striker. Here we go. Now, for those that were not here previously in the semifinals, Striker, he did have a best of 5 against Artosis in a ZVT in said series. We saw Striker every game. What did he do? Every game he did go 2-base Muta into a faster tech switch into Hive, fast Queen's Nest into Hive, into Hydras, into Lurker, Defiler very, very quickly as a transition point off of his Muta play. We'll see if that trend continues here as well. We'll keep an eye on the gas count. We'll keep an eye on how that gas is spent, and on whether or not we do rush into a faster layer. Meanwhile, I'm sure Gypsy was watching. I'm sure he was pondering as to how he would adjust and how he would approach the matchup. We mentioned previously that Gypsy did play a lot of mech previously. We'll see if he does try to invest into mech here as well against his opponent, or if he also goes the bio route. We'll see. We shall see. So now we do have the low ground rack set up to expand on said low ground to take the natural. So from here we are going to be settling in. Meanwhile, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is a 4-player spawn map, so we are going to be checking for spawn locations. We have the overlord being sent bottom right. Striker does expand. So again, hatch first out of Striker. Does move out across the map. We can see Gypsy likewise fan out at 2 units here to scout as well, to SCVs. Checking the spawn locations. Looking for Striker. And they will eventually find each other. We'll get there, we'll get there. Again, this is maybe one of the things that I love the most out of SC Evo is the return of 4 and 3-player spawn maps. They're making it a bit of a resurgence in SC2, but it's very slow moving when it comes to allowing for that sort of thing in the SC2 meta. Oh, also my apologies. There we go. Hold on, I'll get rid of the... There we go. Sound is good. As we do see a couple of boys being pulled already here. And we do see drones being moved out, attempts to surround the Marine. Marine does kite back, nice drone drilling. Does roll past, does delay. Remember, this was hatch first, so we need more time to buy. So we need to buy time for Lings for the spawning pool. And the Marines do make it. Bunkers on the way. Yeah, bunkers on the way. Remember, Link production is heavily delayed here for Striker. As they're now popping out. Yeah, Lings are moving in. Bunker is cancelled, and Striker does hold. Whew, okay. Again, winding it back, Striker did go hatch first, so he was a little bit more vulnerable to this. Thankfully, he bought enough time. Did bleed out a couple of workers, don't get me wrong, but does hold, does survive, and now has gained map control. Gypsy has to pull away. Oh! Does pull away. Gas is being mined. Gypsy does maintain his position. There it is. There's that lair. We spoke about it earlier, but we have been seeing a lot of 2-base Spire out of our Zerg player. And there it is. Lair into Spire tech. And we do see the SCV scout into the main base. I believe Gypsy just barely got eyes on the lair. Now, the downside of this aggression, as you can see, is the CC was delayed for our Terran. So, delayed natural base, delayed TC. The plus side is he was able to deny some mining time and kill some drones. But can he punish Striker for going into a faster Spire? For going into mutas? So backing off. I believe the Academy's on the way to get into Stim. Likewise, you can see Striker moving out with his army as well. To get eyes on they kind of move out to ideally punish and move out as well. Things have arrived. I believe the Spire is on the way. Yep, Spire right next to the lair, as we mentioned. Again, 2-base muta. Mutas are going to be amassing. And we're getting to Stim. Stim is being researched. Now, what I will say is that thankfully for Gypsy, he got away with most of his Marines, right? With the when it came to the early aggression, he was deflected, but he does preserve that Marine count so he can build it up and actually have a force to work with against the mutas. Oh, okay, we're good. So he can build up his force. As, oh, there are some latency issues. Hopefully everything's okay. Yes, third Rax is being thrown down. I'm checking and our connection to OBS is fine. Stay with us, Pappy, stay with us. 0-0 in Brood War best of 7. Is this accurate? Yes. This is game 1. This is game 1 in the best of 7. As we're building up to 4. Jesus. Okay, so a 4-rack setup here out of our Terran. Mutas have hit the field. Now, as we get into Muta play, third base is being taken top left. As we mentioned before, the goal here is to go into Mutas, is to harass, is to contain the Terran player while rushing into Hive Tech and a 3-base economy. Now, a lot of this will come down to the control of the micro. We'll see how quickly our Terran player can react with his bio, with his stim, against said Mutas. As Mutas are moving out. Again, with good enough control, these Mutas, they can pop off. We have seen some very impressive micro already here by Striker. And we'll see if he can flex his micro again. Meanwhile, we got our Ring of Turrets. As I mentioned before, the lair was already scouted, so even though he didn't see the Spire, he knew what was going on. He was fully aware. Gets one SCV. The Marines, they just move out. Okay. We move out across the map. And are we going for a pseudo base trade? Lings, they flood in. They flood into the natural. There are some Marines left over to defend. There's only 3, 2, 1. Final Marine goes down. Lings, they bust in. And Mutas, they do engage in them in the center of the map. Oh. Mutas, they're picking away at the fringe portions of the army. They're trying to catch out some Marines. And Gypsy does keep on pushing. Gypsy heading into the natural. Sunken Colonies are finishing up just in time. Whew. And he cannot be broken. No shot. Yeah, Striker, he defends, he attacks. Sunkens are done. The Mutican is building up. So far, nice moves. Oh, gonna try to force his way in regardless. Takes down 2 of those colonies. Oof. He gets 2, but he's going to be cleaned up. Down to 1 Marine, down to 0. Catching more reinforcements, catching more of the rally. And Striker does defend. It was a clutch hold. Again, the Sunken Colonies, they would have barely buy enough time. These medics, they should not make it back home. But they're on the way. The Mutas did miss them. As they're heading towards the left-hand side. Trying to make their way back home. Mutas, they delay the factory. Ooh, catching a medic. Catching out one of the medics, catching out 2 more Marines as well. Nice pickups here by Striker. Oh, the medics, they make it back. They make it back home. Let's go. That should not have happened. As they do make it back. Behind this, I believe the Queen's Nest should be done by now. As I mentioned before, like, we can't control the camera, so I'm assuming that a Queen's Nest will slow down. We'll see. Jesus, as all the Marines are falling. Once again, nice control here by Striker. As the Mutas are so low. Really does pull away. Saturation is lacking. He's flooding Lings instead. He's not taking up into the hive. Lings, they flood into the main. Oh, Muta's going to be thrown away, though. That was questionable. Down to 4, down to 3 Mutas. Striker is running out of steam. Running out of Mutas here. And he has to pull away. Ooh, losing another Muta, and he's not droning. Yeah, he's not been droning, not been saturating. Striker, he was so committed, and it just was not worth it. Oh my god, no saturation at the natural either. Pappy. He's just not been droning up. So no drones, no saturation. He's basically all in. He's all in, Pappy. Initially, he was trading well, but remember, I was on the assumption that he was just droning up back at home. That was not the case. And with that, Striker is falling behind. He's falling behind. Gypsy is outscaling. Kite's back. Still has those medics from earlier. And he should win this fight. Yeah, Lings are cleaned up. Mutas they cannot engage. GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Gypsy will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Gypsy had a much more aggressive approach here against Striker. Much more aggressive to be in the face, to force early damage, if you recall. And we did see an impressive hold out of Striker. Striker, he was able to get away with his muta play. He was able to gain map control, shut down the initial push, and able to find some damage across the map with his mutas. But something that I didn't realize was that he was flooding Lings behind it. He was not droning. He was not droning. He was not saturating. He forced himself into an all-in, and the all-in did fail. Again, he was trading well initially, but over time, like, it just wasn't worth it. He bled out all of his mutas. He forced the issue at the natural, bled out all the Lings as well, and GG. GG, well played. The all-in did fail, and Gypsy from there did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Gypsy does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Now, as a reminder, this is a best of 7, so we have plenty of games ahead of us. We'll see where our players do take us. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we do have our American Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is, Striker. And top left, Canadian Terran, Gypsy. Here we go. Can we buy? Oh, my apologies. Did I not open up the predictions? My apologies. But yes, it is Gamba time. I mean, we're already a game in, but it's the best of 7. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. I still do lean towards Striker, but I appreciate that Gypsy has some builds up his sleeve where he's willing to be more aggressive and force maybe some otherwise other reactions out of his opponent as well. Let's go. But yes, you can gamba, Pappy. You can gamba. Do apologize. Missed it in game 1. Did miss it. But now, once again, setting up on the low ground with said racks. And once again, I believe we do spawn into a 4-player spawn map. So you can spawn into either a corner of the map. Overlords are being sent out to scouts. We do have close spawns. True. Horizontal spawns. So shorter rush distance, aggression is going to be favored here as well, and I'm going to lean towards Gypsy for that. So aggression is favored. Once again, opening up hatch first. Hatch first had a Striker. Workers are being sent out, looking for each other. And it looks like, the SCV does spot the drone, I believe. Regardless, does head top right, and our Terran player will find a Striker. Find his opponent. Grabbing the Marine as well. As once again we have to pull the boys. Very similar to last game. We're just buying time for the Lings. And making sure the bunker does not get up. As first bunker has begun. It's built so quickly, oh my god. Looks like the bunker will finish this time. Uh-oh. Yeah, bunker will complete. You can see the drones trying to wrap around and trying to catch reinforcements. Bunker does finish. And the drones, they don't quite get the surround. Nibbles away at the SCV. Oh no! Ooh, one drone gets caught. Nice catch here from Terran, from Gypsy. Gets one. Meanwhile, I believe the Lings, they try to collapse on the bunker. they collapse in, they get a full surround, and the bunker will fall. Gypsy does trade well, though. Yeah, he kites back. Cleans up all the Zerglings. That means they're so low. But does win the fight. And once again, fast lair. As we mentioned, it's going to be fast lair. We attempted to base Muta. Marines, they do design mining at the natural. Once again, nice kiting, nice control. Pulls away, gets another drone. Oof, 2 more drone kills. This is getting out of hand. This is getting completely out of hand. Cancel the lair. Does cancel. With that, Muta play is delayed. Now we do see Gypsy as well expanding. Striker does eventually hold, but I mean, where can you go from here? What tech do we have? Yeah, just Pure Link so far. He pulled out of gas. Did pull out. And the SimCity is solid enough. As if he does plug off that wall. Yeah, we're committing. We're going for Ling all in. Again, no gas income. Just pure Ling, pure all in. We've been here before. Striker, he's gonna send it. Oof. The choke point is brutal. SCVs are mass repairing. And GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Gypsy will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Look at the instant replay. As again, we did see that Gypsy had a very nice start to be able to deny mining, kill drones early on, get the bunker up and running, trade well, and this was the moment where he was able to shut down all the Lings and push into the natural, deny mining, kill more drones, and this is when Striker was forced to cancel. Was forced to cancel that lair, forced to defend, was taking critical damage here. We had some crazy micro in this moment. Oh, here when the Marines moved away. Kited back, killed all the Lings, got behind the mineral line, and killed every drone here. Oof. And that was game. That was game then and there. Oh, and now we're jumping into game number 3. We're jumping into game 3, and in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have the Canadian Terran. The green Terran, it is Gypsy. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg down heavily in the series. He has to start fighting back soon. It is Striker. See in the chat, when are the SC2 finals? The SC2 finals will be after the Brood War finals. So after this series. And I'm hoping that this isn't a fast one. So far, Gypsy's up 2-0, but Gypsy's been very successful with the early game aggression. Now we're loading into a much larger map, longer rush distance by ground. We do have diagonal cross spawns. Last game, it was closer by ground, so shorter rush distance aggression was favored in the previous map. But here, we do spawn far away. We're settling in. Okay. As we are not deviating. Once again, I believe it's going to be hatch first out of Striker. And delayed TC from our Terran. What is that? Is that the sound of the drones? Is that what that is? I guess so. They're munching away. There it is. Hatch first. I believe we only have 2 possible spawn locations on this map. I believe. They're munching on the minute. Ah. They're so hungry. So hungry, Pappy. as the SCV does get across the map. We do prioritize the wall this time. Okay. And Gypsy does not rush into the first Marine. So we do have a much more tame opener out of our Terran. SCV Scout does confirm the initial hatch. Hatch pool gas. Again, as the observer is pointing out, no Marine. Going for the racks into factory into CC. So a very different opener here, as opposed to the first two games. With this, we can open up Vulture instead, and we might even embrace Mech. Which means Gypsy might actually be able to get into his game. Gypsy has been trying to play Muta this entire series, but he's been punished and shut down time and time again. We'll see if we can get there this time. Oh my god. One base all in out of our Terran player. I did not expect that. It's going to be racks into factory into double starports hidden behind the natural. Okay. Yes, the Gypsy's got some builds. We have a safety colony. Colony does complete. Overlord Scout ideally want to deny. Yeah, it's going to be chased down. Chases down the Overlord. There's no link behind this to slip into the bases to get a scout off. And the Overlord is veering towards the main, not towards the natural. Now, going into double starport, I believe it's going to be Mass Wraith, right? That would make the most sense? Question mark? Yeah, Zolo goes down. The starports are up. And the Wraiths are building up. They're amassing. And again, if you have no heads up as to what's going on, what shoots up here? I mean, that's true. We are going 2-base Muta like we have every game in this series, or attempted 2-base Muta every game in this series. So Lair is done, Spire is on the way, which means we're going to have access to not just Mutas, but also to Scourge. Here come the Wraiths. They do move out. At least until the Spire is done, the anti-air is non-existent. Spire's about to finish. The Wraiths have arrived. They don't have the highest DBS output, but here they go. Oh, we have Burrow. No shot. He has Burrow. Drones can be saved. Spire is done. But at least he does hunt down the Overlords. Gets one, gets two. Supply blocks his opponent. So Striker is supply blocked. But again, really nice use of Burrow here to preserve those drones. Likewise, Wraiths, they are going to be an answer to the Mutas as well. Not the best answer, but an answer nonetheless. So we're still amassing more Wraiths. Behind this, going for the eBay, most likely going for turrets to have something against the Mutas. Defensively, I mean. Oh. Oof. Yeah, one Wraith is going to go down. Barely not, actually. Okay, nice juggling. Gets a Muta. Trades 1-to-1. Does trade. Still more Wraiths rallying. The other important thing here is that this is keeping the Mutas pinned back. Now we have some Scourge though. Yeah, Scourge have arrived. Uh-oh. Gypsy's gonna be careful. Does pull back to the turrets. Pulls back. Oh, spots the army. Scourge is revealed. So you're just trying to keep up. Bearing in mind the overlords are detectors. That's how you can spot said wraiths. Oh, here's it dive in. This wraith is so low. Yeah, still getting quite intense. Mutas forces back. Third base now on the way for Striker. He's getting his third. Oh! Scurs to get one of the wraiths. And Striker does find a decent angle. And turrets that don't quite cover. Oof. Another Muta goes down. Very nice control with the wraiths. Ooh, as it does commit though. Yeah, commits to the fight. The wraiths is so low. They get softened up. And behind this, our Zerg player should be joining. Remember, he should be joining up. He should be taking it this time. Last game did go for an all-in. This time should not be the case. Doesn't need to. Show us the Queen's Nest. Show us the Hydra Cavern, or the Hydra Den. Yeah, this music keep trading, catching up more of the wraiths. And GG gets called, as again, there's just no anti-air. There's not enough anti-air, and with that, Striker does fight back. GG does fight back. Again, going into Mass Wraith was an interesting response to Muta play. Wraiths, they do have some anti-air, that is true, but as you saw, they just weren't able to hold their own against the Mutas. They initially did trade back and forth, but the Mutas did eventually overwhelm. Was able to out-control that micro and shut down those Wraiths. GG. GG, well played. With that, we do have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. Gypsy still has the lead, but Striker does put a point on the board. Let's go. Neo Shaggy, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Buenos días, Fabi, buenos días. Oh. So we are getting into game number 4. Getting into game 4, and you can see just how comfortable Striker gets once he can get into his mutas, right? Once he can get there into the mass muta. Beefy. Oh, where was Beefy? Oh, no, yeah, there he is. Beefy. We need more Beefy on the stream. Buenos días. ¿A qué hora es ahí? Son las 10 de la mañana. Son las 10. Y estamos vivos que casi 9 horas. Casi 9 horas. So we've been live all day, papi, all day. Todo el día, papi, todo el día. All the casting. Meanwhile, it looks like the players, they may ask for a break here. They may be asking for a moment. I mean, again, it's going to be a long series, so don't blame them. Is the best of 7. Ah. As it is getting quite hot here. We're getting to summer, papi. Getting into summer. But yeah, something I'm less familiar with, maybe if someone's in the chat a little bit more so, when it comes to the maps, I'm not really outside of spawn locations, and I guess maybe that matters more because there are so many 4-player spawn maps in the map pool. But outside of spawn locations, not really too familiar with like the terrain or like what maps favor aggression, what maps don't. Again, outside of spawn locations. which are the rush maps in ASL. Oh, as we have game 4. As we're loading into game 4, in the top right hand corner, we do have our teal Terran, or greenish Terran player. The Canadian Terran leading the series, it is Gypsy. And in the bottom left hand corner, we have the American Zerg, it is a Striker. Here we go, we have our 2 players. Again, Gypsy still has that lead. But we do load in, once again, I believe this is a 4-player spawn map, but we do have diagonal cross spawns. So longer rushes and spike rounds. This is going to be favoring our Zerg player when it comes to getting into Muta play. And again, the question becomes, can Gypsy punish? Can he deny that? Was able to pull that off twice already. Only twice. Last game, he did have his own response going into double starport into Mass Wraith. But was a little bit lackluster, to be honest. Didn't get much done. As I do see the initial Overlord moving out. Striker checking top left. Once again, low ground at Wolof. And we'll see if Gypsy does go for the early Marine again. We'll see, Pappy, we'll see. Got the manching back. Likewise, you can see Gypsy looking for his opponents. Scouts top left and bottom right. Last game was on Roaring Cards, an island map with very long rushes in the background. Maybe that's why he went Wraith. I don't know. Oh, okay. So my apologies. I did not know it was an island map. That explains everything. So yeah, there we go. That explains it, Pappy. I didn't even notice. Okay. Thank you for the explanation. But yes, that does explain the Wraith play. 100%. So here we go, we have the bunker rush on the way. Bunker has begun. Drones so far, they do react well. Oh. Yeah, they're coming for the surround. Looks like the bunker should be denied. It's going to be close. Yeah, it is close here. 5 drones off the mineral line. Marines do zone. And the bunker should finish. Likewise, so is the colony. As we're pushing forward with the bunkers. Getting on top of that colony. Getting very low. A nice cancellation. Lings that have arrived. And with that, Striker does hold. Whew, he barely does hold on. He holds, he defends. Forced to make all these Lings. And we'll see what the follow-up is going to be for Gypsy. We've seen a couple of different variations. We saw him go for a 4-axe in game 1. 4-axe Mass Marine. Meanwhile, there's the lair, no surprise. So once again, going for the lair, going to a Spire. Was the crazy map of last ASR, okay. Oof. And from here, the mutas are going to be online. Marines, they race back home to defend. As we're getting into turrets, stim, and we have a bit of a slower start here. Again, previously we had Gypsy committing to extra Raxes, but not this time. I believe by now the Spire should be almost complete. Mutas should be on the way. And we'll see what they can get done. As the Mutas hit the field, third base is in production here for Striker. Things do break out. I'm assuming we have a Spire, right? Show us the main, papi. There we go. Spire just not finished. And here come the Mutas. And once again, it's going to be up to Striker to try to buy some time, pick away at the army, gain map control, and allow himself to fully join up his third. Ooh, as Lings do get in. Ah, that should not have happened. They delay the Raxes. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, massive delay. Marines, they race back. Good cleanup, but as we mentioned before, it's all about buying time. All about that momentum. So here we have our 5 Mutas. Five Mutas move out. Turrets are done at the natural. Yeah, that's 3 turrets in the mineral line. That's a lot of turrets. Likewise, more turrets finishing up in the main. You're getting up to 8 Mutas. This is a bold move out. And it does move out. This does give, I should say, Striker an opportunity. Mine was on trigger. Oh. Gets the turrets. Camps to production. Oh, no, it's only 1 turret. Yeah, just 1 turret in the main. Marines getting picked up. SCV's going down as well. Brutal damage. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. And Gypsy's forced back home. Forced all the way back home. At the same time, does deny some mining at the third at least. Okay. Rallied in. Rallied in. These 2 Marines are doing so much damage. Will be cleaned up. But Striker, his transition is going to be delayed. And here comes Gypsy. Oh. What's the map score? 2-1 in favor of the Terran. 2-1, Pappy, 2-1. Yeah, there's a Queen's Nest, Lurkers, in towards Hive Tech. As you mentioned, as we've been trying to emphasize, this is kind of like the go-to here from Striker, is Mutas into a third base, into Hive, Lurker, Defiler. And the real goal of the Mutas is just to buy time for Lurkers. He's almost there. Buy time for Lurkers, buy time for the Defilers. So far it's working. Alright, Gypsy is distracted. Now I'm moving a little bit further out. Uh-oh. And that's a massive bio army. He is pushing bottom right. Here come the lurkers. Needs a little bit more time. But 3 lurkers on high ground, I mean, they can defend. Marines them in. How fast does he borrow? He moves his own away. Oh, there's a scan. Gets 1. 1 lurker goes down. The other 2, they do borrow. Only one lurker. Jesus. 1 lurker. The spine shots are crazy though. So many Marines go down. Those are insane trades, but shout out to the Valkyrie. Valkyrie does right. The Marines, they still barely push in. Not the cleanest trade. I was shocked to see just how much damage those 2 lurkers dealt. 1 lurker, really. But last Gypsy does break through. And Gypsy breaks through. Lurkers, they move in. Oh, they do some critical damage. Trying to push their way into the main. Marines, they hold their own. Oof. And just barely. Gypsy's holding. Gypsy, he holds, he defends. Yeah, this one Striker's just rallying. He's sending it back. Still rallying more Lings, more Hydras. The goal is to end it. And he's gaining ground. Lurkers are getting in. Getting into the bases. Ready, not quite ready. Still rallying forward, and Striker looks like may have just done it here. I mean, again, we see the main army out of position. Gypsy now turns around. And GG gets called. Striker, he will overwhelm the main base, and we have a back and forth. We're tied up 2-2. GG. We're tied up 2-2 here. Whew. Oh my god. As Gypsy, once again, he wasn't really able to gain too much momentum. I mean, I appreciate the pushes across the map. He was able to deny bases. That's true. But did commit a little bit too hard. Ended up in a base trade. GG. GG, well played. Lurker ramp, what did it do? I mean, it was close, right? Like, the Lurkers, they traded well for themselves, but it wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. Still lost the mineral line, still lost the expansion. So I'm just trying to air out the room. It's getting quite hot. The room is heating up, Pappy. We're heating up. Oh, with that GG well played. Striker, he got there, got into his lunkers. Survived, Pappy. Got into his mutas, more importantly. Oh, yo, we have some, not Overwatch. What's it called? Valorant. That's it. The background, I think, maybe. No. Marvel Rivals. It's all the same. No. But we're tied up. We're tied up 2-2. Again, it's a best of 7, first to 4. First to 4 will claim the win. And we still have plenty more maps ahead of us as well. Sounds like we just had, or just previously had the island map, so we won't quite have any shenanigans like that again. But we'll see. Deadlock, maybe. But here we go. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player. It is a Striker. Bottom right, Gypsy. Once again, we load into a 4-player spawn map. I'll be honest, just looking purely at the minimap, I have a really hard time distinguishing one 4-player spawn map from the other. But it does look like a larger map. Even horizontal spawns doesn't look too bad. Here we go. Once again, spawn locations are further away. This will be favoring our Zerg. This will favor Striker. The more room, the better. The more room to get into mutas. Oh, hello. Is that low ground? I think that's like a small divot coming into the natural. Okay. Interesting. I love how the observers just pan around the map for a little bit, just just to explore. Yeah, it is. Okay. So it looks like we have a little bit of low ground just outside of the natural. Will make it that much more difficult to push in, to commit. For certain matchups. But okay, good to know. It's these little quirks that I'm a little bit envious of, right? That we don't really get to experience too much of in SE2. The idea of just having a small little divot like that right outside of the natural. Crazy, papi, crazy. Meanwhile, am I crazy? Are we going Debo expand? Delayed racks out of our Terran. Something much more economic. Yeah, the rack's just now on the way. Boys are being pulled. Of course, Striker does scout the Terran. Root also has a mischance. Yes. Does have a mischance. That's why the high ground is that much more important. That much more impactful, even, I should say, as well. If you haven't seen SE Evo is the same. StarCraft Evolution also has that same mischance. It's also implemented even. As the SCV Scout does find Striker. What game is this in the series? Game 5. We're currently tied up 2-2. 2-2, so game 5. I would appreciate like an in-game overlay for that, for sure. Unfortunately, there isn't one. But it's okay, we can count. We can count, baby. So the academy on the way. Once again, building up into bio. To the earlier sim timing. Layer's already done. Here comes the Spire from our Zerg. As we mentioned before, like every game, like this is the go-to 2 base layer, into Spire, into Mutas, into map control. And again, thanks to the spawn locations, it should be a little bit easier for Striker to get away with this. To get away with the Mutas. They're coming. Early move, I got spotted. We already have 2 sunken colonies on the way. Striker getting ready. And looks like they will finish up in time. Mutas as well. He does bypass the army. Lings it across the map. Going for the natural. Does he get in? What is it to defend? Looks like there is enough Terran. And the end does barely hold on. Zones away the Lings. And Gypsy does move back. Getting solar colonies. Pulls away. And we'll see what we can get done with these Mutas. You have a couple of turrets covering the production. Turrets are up. Oh, gets one SCV. Going for the turret itself, actually. Yeah, we get the mass repair. The turret still barely goes down. Okay. Yeah, getting to the main base, more SCVs going to be falling. Nice damage dealt here. Is that 5-6 SCV kills? Oh. And Mutas, they barely get away. I spoke too soon. Oh, does leave it idle. 1 Muta goes down. And again, behind this, it should be taking a third. Bottom left. Hydrogen is on the way. Third base is in production. And again, the goal is for the Mutas to buy enough time for Lurker Tech. Can it get to the Lunkers? Sure, that's a lot of buyer. Yeah, Gypsy commits. He commits across. And again, without Lurkers, it's going to be a tough hold. He needs the Lunkers, pappy. Needs the Lunkers. Scourge? Question mark? Did make some Scourge, but there's no clear target for them. Muta's getting called out. Yeah, Muta even goes down. Down goes the Muta. Base is spotted. And so far, he's buying time, by the way. He's buying time for the Lurkers. Marines that don't quite commit. There wasn't really much to defend. Last Striker buying more time. Hydrogen at this point is done. I believe Lurker Tech should have been researched by now. Yeah, brutal pickoffs. Down to what, 6 Marines? We're down to 4, down to 3. Yeah, and the Mass Muta does that trade, cleans up every single Marine. Medics as well. Didn't even need the Lunkers. Just slowly built up that Muta count. Controlled well. And there they are. It's going to be 6 lurkers morphing in. Oh, gets no radiate. Scourge gets caught out as well. Here come the lurkers. I do currently favor Striker's army composition. Nope. They're looking for each other. Lurkers are moving in. Doesn't quite commit. And pushing into these lurkers, it's not easy, Pappy. Oh! Tries to step forward. Lurkers do borrow. Massive shots going off. Crazy connections. Lurkers still moving in. Yeah, wedging themselves in between the bases. Pushing towards that wall. See, they're almost there. Oh, it does get within range. So far, 1 lurker going down. Bleeding out a lot of Marines, though. And Marines, Marauders. Oh, God, he rallies in. Not like this. Oh, God. Yeah, rallies in, and with that, looks like he should have broken the natural. Takes down the final bunker. And from here, going for the kill. GG gets called. The lurkers are snowball out of control, and Gypsy taps out. Striker takes the game, takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, he was able to get there. He was able to build up in towards a lurker tech. Now, I will say that I'm very impressed by, his ability to survive. Remember, there was a window. There was a window in time where we had the Marine move out, and he almost did decide to push in towards natural. If he did make such a decision, there wasn't really much to defend back at home. But as we saw, the Mutas did distract. Mutas did a great job distracting at pulling away the attention of the Terran down towards the south side instead, where he was, in a sense, kind of buying or wasting time outside of that southern base until eventually lurkers kicked in. That central army, was even dealt with by the Mutas before even lurkers hit the field. GG. GG, well played. So impressive play there by Striker, and Striker, he's Unomas one more game away from claiming the series and becoming the SC4ALL Brood War champion. We'll see if Gypsy can force the ace match. Pressure's on. Let's go. Seems like best of 9, best of 7, best of 7. Best of 7. As in the top left-hand corner, we do have our American Zerg player, the blue Zerg. It is Striker. Center right, we have Gypsy. Now, unlike the other maps, I believe this is a 3-player spawn map and not 4-player. So 3 possible spawn locations. Let's go. So I'm just dying in here. I'm just trying to open up the room a little bit. It's very hot today. Nope. But so far we have our initial openers. Calming down. I believe our Zerg player, did he go for a delayed hatchery? Nitro now moving down to expand. I'm like squinting at the minimap to see what's been going on. Yeah, pull first. So pull first, late hatchery out of our Zerg player. Very interesting with this earlier Ling production and earlier Ling aggression as well. Now could just be safety, right? Could just be pool, hatch gas, just safe opener. SCV does confirm, the Ling's already out. Gets eyes on the move out. So nice scout from the Terran. He knows to chill back at home. Get ready to pull the boys. Speaking of, another SCV moves down, does wall up. It's walling up back at home. Three-way map? Yes, yes. 3 different small locations. Sí, papi, sí. Chat, where are the tanks? If you're referring to the previous game, all the resources were invested into the bio army to maintain map control, ideally, to break out early on. There was no turtling, that's why there was no like factory like tank follow-up or anything like that. But by design. As going tanks against a muta-based opener like that is not ideal. And we didn't macro up into the mid game to get into science vessels. But now Gypsy does move out. He is spotted. He's spotted by the Lings. Striker is aware. Yo, Hellbat's rallying across the map as well. We're committing that much harder. Hellbats are revealed. Lings collapse on the army. Does get one of the firebats, but the other does survive. Yeah, he gets in. He breaks in. Breaks into the mineral line. And GG. GG gets called. There's nothing to defend here. And with that, we are going to the ace match. Let's go. GG. Well played. Alas, a little bit too much greed there. Didn't realize how committed the Terran player was going for a very committed move out. Did reinforce with the fire bats. And again, what was the plan? Or what were we going for? Fast lair, fast spire, fast mutas. So you are vulnerable early on. GG. GG, well played. Likewise, because our... That was a quick replay. But because our Zerg player didn't see how committed this was early on, no sunken colonies. No colonies to defend. Otherwise, that would have been a must to hold on, to survive, and to defend against that. GG. GG. And from here, we're getting into the ace match. The final game of the series. The final game between Striker and Gypsy. Let's go. And let's go. But again, shout out to the trophies. We have the 2 trophies there initially. Oh! As we're alluding to the final game of the series, top right, we do have our American Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, in Striker. And bottom right, we have the Canadian Terran, Gypsy. The final game of the series. We actually have 2 gases, okay. As we have very interesting map layouts. Very interesting. The gas is a little bit further out. Not something we're used to seeing. And once again, another, I believe, 4-player spawn map. So we'll be looking. As we saw this previous year, once again, we do have pool first. So pool first out of our Zerg player into a delayed hatchery. Likewise, going Rax first as well on the high ground. Yeah, it does set up. And I'll be honest, as we're getting into the final moments, the final series, we'll be wrapping up this series, of course. We still have a best of 7 afterwards. I might just give the mainstream a raid. I think that might be the go-to. Just because I have another cast in 8 hours, and I'm gonna need to get some sleep. And my mind is struggling at the moment as well, so I don't think the SC2 cast, I don't think I do a good job in my current state. No shot. But yeah, didn't expect the cast to go this long. We're 9 hours in back. 9 hours. Not like this. 9 hours. We might do like a replay cast afterwards, but yeah. Long day, Pappy, long day. For now, we're setting up the low ground again. Rax first into a delayed TC. Likewise, delayed hatchery out of our Zerg player as well. Once again, rushing into the spire. Sorry, rushing into the lair for Spire Tech. Once again, going mutas. Would you have vertical spawns? So shorter rush distance by air compared to diagonal. Let's see if he goes down. There's the spire. So spire's in the main, next to the hatchery. Once again, going for mutas. Second gas is being taken. Yeah, there's that spire almost halfway done. And Striker is just building up back at home. He hadn't assumed once again there's going to be Spire Tech. So we should be soon seeing the eBay for turrets. For that defensive setup. I think the eBay's on the way top right. Yeah, there we go. eBay's on the way. But the question becomes, can he be active on the map? The scary thing about this, and we've seen it time and time again out of our Zerg player, is not just the mutas, but the amount of time, the amount of control they give you, allowing for lurker tech, allowing for hive tech. Allowing to get into that. Marines move out. This time it spots the move out, responds, reacts with sunken colonies. Still needs a little bit more time. Lings a threaten. He does pull away. And pulls away. Striker does defend. Mutas have hit the field. And here come the Mutas. They're coming. Sapphire is 4. Our Mutas are deflected. Gypsy has to be careful. Just to calm down. Chamber's going to be finishing. Upgrade's going to be on the way. As soon as they make their way into the main, they delay at least some of the production. Factory's going to be delayed. Marines are moving in. I believe it's too soon for lurkers. Yeah, it's too soon for lurkers. Lurkers not ready. Colonies are on the way. They're just not finishing up. Again, without the Mutas, the Bio Army would have broken through. Mutas, they make it back. And again, they're trading so well here. You have more Bio. Striker's holding. He's holding on, Pappy. Not just holding, he's catching up more Marines, catching up the medics. Kind of brutal losses here for the Terran. Oh, despite that, still rallying across. It could be crazy. I don't think I saw the Hydrogen. I was emphasizing how the goal is to take them into lurkers, but that might not be the case. Yeah, am I crazy? No Hydrogen. Queen's Nest is on the way, unless the den is at the 3rd. As there is no 3rd. Once again, they're just getting Marine at a time. It's now just still poking in. So just keeping the Terran player busy. We do have another wave of reinforcements on the way. With this next wave, we could see Gypsy try to commit. Might be enough. So that was reinforced. Let's move out. Again, am I crazy? No Hydras? I mean, no 3rd base either. Gypsy can pull this off. And again, this is going to be a tough hold here for the Zerg. It feels like we just haven't really been able to achieve too much here. There's no 3rd base, no expansion, no economy, no tech. Sure, there's a Queen's Nest, which leads into Hive and Queens, I guess, but... Okay, still rallying in. There's going to be, what, 5 sunken colonies? Some more Marines getting picked off. The micro. Just trying to force the issue here. Still up in supply. Oh, okay. As we're going Hive into Ultras. I mean, taking him into Lurkers is too late by now. Same Ultra Tech, but Alas bleeding out a little of those mutas. Now he can move in. He's got his tanks. He can lay siege. Tanks are shelling away. Striker is just being starved out. He just never expanded. Never got a third. Never got a third base. There's another colony falling. Yeah, the final colony is going to go down. Scourge, they do pick away at the center towers, but yeah, Science Vessel GG gets called, cannot be stopped, and Gypsy, he will take the series. He will take it 4-3, and Gypsy, he will be the Brood War champion for SC4ALL. GG. Winding it back, when it came to the last game, again, Striker just could never expand. He could never expand, could never get a third base. He never did get a third base up and running, so he couldn't really afford to tech up, couldn't really afford to build up an army. I mean, I say tech up, he did go towards Hive into Ultras, which was crazy. It takes so long to get into that. There was never a stepping stone, which is typically Lurkers, to get there. So he didn't quite have that third base, didn't have the economy, didn't have Lurker tech. GG. GG, well played. You can see here the first push. Breaking through the first line of sight defense. I think it means that we're buying some time, but clearly not enough. Clearly not. Yeah, with that, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be crowning our champion. We should be having a winner's interview from here. And of course, proper congratulations to our top player. And again, a shout out to Striker for competing, for making it all the way to the ace match as well. And as we mentioned before, we're about to get into the finals between Trigger and Percival. But I don't know if you noticed, I'm very, very low energy. I was actually passing out like during game 5, I think. It is, for those that are curious, it is 11:14 a.m. in the morning. It's almost midday. And I do have another cast in a couple of hours. I do have to wake up in 6 hours for the next cast. And again, I'm not all there. So I feel like I wouldn't do a great job covering the finals in this current state. So unfortunately, happy to raid the mainstream, give them some love, give them some support. And the finals are going to be crazy. Coming into the finals, I do lean towards Trigger. In said finals, but I'm hoping for a back and forth. Hopefully they're both well rested and they're not too fatigued. I'm hoping that regardless of how the series goes, that we get a back and forth between both Trigger and Percival. Best of luck, baby, best of luck. Oh my god, meanwhile, shout out to Zergburger in the chat. Power through like now. Shout out to Zergburger giving five gifted community memberships on our YouTube channel. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Esther Zergburger. Do appreciate it. Have a good sleep. Yeah. I'll get some rest. Like technically I could like try to stay up and cast, but I feel like the cast itself would be low quality. Just because I'm not fully there. I'm not fully there, baby. Not fully there. Where is the mainstream? That's what I want to know. Where is it, baby? Are they streaming on Twitch? They must be. I know they're streaming on YouTube. Let's see. Oh, right. They're streaming on our Toast's channel. That's it. That's it.
He was in the way.
That's it. We'll give him some love. Toast the mainstream. Yeah. There we go. So we'll give him a raid. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, I do apologize. We made it all the way to the finals. And again, I feel like we probably could cast the finals as well. But I feel like I probably wouldn't do a great job. Like, oh god, I was passing out towards the end there. Very low energy, but thanks so much. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Wish, of course, the mainstream the best of luck in regards to covering the grand finals, the best of 7 between both Trigger and Percival. And again, when it comes to more casting on the CranKy Ducklings, going to be live in around 8 hours time. In around 8 hours time, with the Crank Gathers, with the 6-team invitational that Crank did host over on Chijik. Going to be covering that later on this evening. So I'm going to go get as much sleep as I can. Otherwise, thank you so much, and take care, Pappy. Take care. Gonna go pass out. Take care.